Preface of The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. To the memory of Sir Percy Bunting, my godfather in literature. Preface. This volume is an attempt to supply the need of a short popular history of the later Roman Empire. There is at present, I believe, no book on the subject in the English language between Professor Oman's sketch in the Story of the Nation series and monumental works like those of Gibbon, Finlay and Bury. The early Middle Age of Europe has always had a fascination for me, and on the wonderful story of the Byzantine Empire I have concentrated much attention. When, therefore, Mr. Gordon Home broached the idea of the present volume, I readily undertook the task, believing that a knowledge of what was required, combined with a real enthusiasm for my subject, might enable me to produce a book which would fill the gap. For me, this work is only a preface to a larger one, embodying the results of my own original research, which I hope in the future to produce. I had the advantage of reading Dr. Bussell's first volume on the Roman Empire before publication. The second appeared when this book was nearing completion. The orthography of the innumerable proper names has given a good deal of trouble, and I should not like to say that I have solved the problem. As regards chronology, I have generally followed Bury. The maps are all from the author's drawings. That of the Roman Empire, in 395, is based upon the one in Kiepert's Atlas. The remaining 5 constitute, I believe, the first real attempt to illustrate the strange territorial fluctuations of the empire on a rational principle. In every case, the culmination of a particular epoch has been chosen. The maps are supplemented by carefully compiled statistical tables, which may serve to give the reader a concrete idea of the extent of the domain of Imperial Rome. The map of the Hellenic colonies was added at the suggestion of Mr. Gordon Home, and I must thank him for much valuable assistance in the matter of the illustrations. Little space has been wasted on ecclesiastical controversies, these being, in my opinion, entirely secondary to the Empire's work as a preserver of civilization and rearguard of Europe. I have not hesitated to express the opinion that Byzantine cruelty is largely a myth, and otherwise it may be found that my estimate of certain rulers differs from that which commonly prevails. 4 of the genealogical tables have been copied or adapted from those in Professor Bury's work. The 5th and 6th were compiled with the assistance of my friend, Mr. R. M. Cunningham, a fellow enthusiast in things Byzantine, whose painstaking kindness I cannot too warmly acknowledge. Nor must I forget to thank Miss Marguerite Cartle for aiding me in the compilation of what I hope is a satisfactory index. I have elsewhere discussed and defended the use, for popular purposes at least, of the adjective Byzantine, and do not need to do so here. Edward Foord, October 1911. End of preface.
Section 1 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Sharp. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Chapter 1. Byzantium and Constantinople, the Peerless Capital. In the 8th and 7th centuries before Christ, the eastern Mediterranean was bidding fair to become a veritable network of Greek city-states. Never were there such colonizers as these men who had come down from the north and settled on the ruins of the far-famed sea-kingdom of Minos, whose glory they were destined to rival and surpass. Perchance the renown of the Minoan Empire, of which they must have heard, spurred them to emulation. Perhaps they were forced seaward, like other peoples before and since, by pressure from behind. Domestic political troubles undoubtedly played their part in the formation of many of the settlements which covered the shores of the Levant. But when every circumstance is taken into full consideration, the feats of the men of Hellas were wonderful. The wild outburst of colonizing energy which began in the 9th century continued for 2 centuries without a check, and did not slacken until there was scarce any section of eastern Mediterranean coastline, save that of Egypt and Syria, that was not studded with Greek towns. It was not by the great cities of the Golden Age that the work was done. The now forgotten towns of Chalcis and Eretria were the pioneers in Europe. In the 8th and 7th centuries, the lead was taken by famed Miletus, leader of Hellas and many things, until her destruction by Persia in 494 BC. But Miletus found a not unworthy rival in the European town of Dorian Megara, on the Saronic Gulf. Megarian ships passed up the Hellespont and established settlements on the Asiatic shore of the Propontis, steadily moving forward until, in 675, they founded Chalcedon, or Kadikoi, at the entrance of the Thracian Bosphorus. How or why they overlooked the unrivaled site on the Thracian shore for the immeasurably inferior one of Chalcedon is truly difficult of comprehension. Perhaps their fear of the wild folk of the Thracian inland had something to do with it. At any rate, for 16 years, Chalcedon was the one Megarian station on the Bosphorus. During that period, the peninsula on which Constantinople was in the far-off future to rise must have become more and more familiar to the men of Megara, and when, in the good old, pious, and very sensible Greek fashion, they made inquiries of the Delphic oracle concerning an eligible site for a new colony, the famous answer, "Build ye opposite to the city of the blind," even if not prepared beforehand, cannot have been unexpected. So one fine day in 660 BC, the little flotilla of swift black galleys put out of the port of Megara, steered between Salamis and Aegina, and, passing down the Saronic Gulf, rounded Sunium, and stood away across the Aegean. Crossing it, perhaps by 2 or 3 stages, the ships left on their right the far-famed plain where Achaean and Phrygian had contended for 10 long years, perhaps in very deed for a fair, frail woman, as wise old Homer sang, knowing in his wisdom that for women men will ever fight hardest and longest, and, entering Hellespont, wound their way through it into the Propontis. They passed the Perconesus. Perhaps their crews landed there, and if so, they saw that in its marble cliffs lay the material for the future beauty of their projected city. The marble island was left behind, and the galleys headed out over the glittering expanse of open water until before them they saw the narrow, cliff-enclosed opening of the gate of the Euxine, with the town of their blind forerunners to its right, and on its left the low, rolling, triangular peninsula whereon the capital of the Roman Empire was one day to rise. The goal was reached, but though they may have dreamed of great things, the men of Megara, as they raised their first rough fortifications and built the first rude huts and shrines, assuredly did not know that they were engraving on the tablets of history the first words of a story that was to be among the most illustrious of all time. For several centuries after its foundation, Byzantium had an eventful and, on the whole, a prosperous and honorable career. A glance at the map shows its splendid commercial position. It controlled the great trade route between the Aegean and the Euxine. Its vast importance as a frontier fortress between the Orient and the Occident showed itself in the great struggle between Greece and Persia. It was more than once taken and retaken. With comparatively few and brief intervals, it maintained its independence until it fell, with its sisters in East and West, under the all-embracing sway of Rome, and for centuries thereafter it was one of the most important cities of the central regions of the empire. But evil days began for the famous old city on the death of Commodus in 192, when it became the frontier outpost of Pescennius Niger, in his struggle with Septimus Severus. It was taken by Severus in 196, and the grim emperor took his revenge for its 2 years' desperate resistance by massacring the garrison and magistrates, confiscating the property of the citizens, depriving the place of its privileges, and dismantling the walls. Rome owed somewhat to strong L. Septimus Severus, but to mercy and scruple he was a stranger, and probably Caracalla did not inherit all his evil qualities from his mother. Caracalla restored its privileges to the stricken city, but peace knew it not for many years. It was harassed by Gothic raids. It was involved in civil wars. In 263, it was stormed and sacked by Gallienus. Yet its commercial importance was so great that it soon recovered itself, though we are told that scarce a single man of the old Megarian strain survived the slaughter of 196 and 263. Under the Illyrian emperors, it again enjoyed an interval of repose, and Diocletian's residence at Nicomedia must have greatly added to its prosperity. But on his abdication, Byzantium again became a bone of contention between Licinius, Caesar of Illyricum, and Maximinius Daza of the East. The latter, in 314, treacherously seized it behind his colleague's back, only to lose it again in the same year, and to be finally overthrown by Licinius. Licinius, now master of the entire East, greatly strengthened his recovered possession, and made it the strongest fortress of his empire. There now remained, of the various competitors who had disputed the empire after the abdication of Diocletian, two only, Licinius and Flavius Valerius Constantius, emperor of the West. Causes of rivalry and enmity were not lacking, and in 323 came to head an open war. Licinius was defeated and slain, and Byzantium for the last time taken, this time by the man who was to make it famous for evermore, for in 328 Constantine finally decided to make it the capital of the Roman Empire. The reasons which led him to supersede the city of the Tiber need only be briefly mentioned. A short study of the map of the Mediterranean basin is sufficient to demonstrate them. Rome was a bad position from which to direct the defense of the Danubian frontier, the most vulnerable part of the Roman border. It had been a splendid starting point for the conquest of Italy, largely because it was the point of meeting of three nations, but as the capital of the empire, it was full of defects. It had no proper communication with the sea. It was shut off from the main body of the state by the Great Barrier of the Alps. Finally, all through the 3rd and 4th centuries, the center of political gravity was shifting steadily eastwards. It is doubtful whether it had not begun to do so long before. Rome had already lost all but the superstitious reverence which was paid to it as the legendary mistress of the world. It seems to have had little or no commercial importance. It was only a vast assemblage of magnificent public buildings and streets, surrounded by walls that, for all the use they were, had better never have been built, inhabited by a huge, debased, pauperized population, a mere source of endless trouble and expense. The merits of Byzantium were apparent to none more clearly than to Constantine, who had been encamped outside it for nearly a year, and had ample time to appreciate at their full value its many advantages. It lay on the borderline between East and West, and right on one of the most important of the great trade routes. Its military position was exceptionally fine. Not only was it tactically most impregnable, if properly fortified and guarded, but it was a strategic center of the first order, an unrivaled place of arms for war on land and sea. On the Asiatic side, it was covered by the great wet ditch of the Bosphorus, impassable to any enemy not possessed of a navy. Even if Chalcedon and Chrysopolis were lost, the power which held Byzantium so long as it maintained a naval force was still unassailable. On the side of Europe, Hymus and Rhodope covered Thrace and Byzantium if the line of the Danube were forced, and the city at the end of its long dwindling peninsula was the natural base for advance and the goal of retreat, the true center and rallying point of the strength of the empire. We need not deal with the supposed marvels that are said to have attended the second foundation of Byzantium. All through 328 and 329, the work went steadily on, and on May 11th, 330, the city was solemnly dedicated and consecrated, with Christian ceremonies, though Constantine was yet unbaptized. It was renamed New Rome by imperial edict, but from the very first the name of its founder clung to it, and for 16 centuries the world has stoutly refused to give the city of the Bosphorus any other title than that of Constantinople. The name of the first Christian emperor of Rome has most rightly been ever associated with that of the city which he chose from among many as the capital of his empire, while with the appellation of the state which centered in it is justly connected with the name of the Megarian leader who colonized the unrivaled site which the blind men before him had neglected for Chalcedon. Constantinople, as planned by Constantine, did not cover the area over which it spread in after years. The length of its walls was barely 8 miles, and the extent of ground enclosed only half of what it afterwards became. In 413, the great prefect Anthemius began the construction of a new line of fortifications on the landward side, from 3/4 of a mile to a mile in advance of the Constantinian wall. This was ruined by an earthquake in 447, at a moment of extreme peril, when the terrible Attila was but a few marches away. But in 60 days the shattered barrier was defensible once more, and soldiers, citizens, and craftsmen were laboring feverishly at the construction of a second wall in front of the first. In succeeding years the work was completed, and in the days when the warrior Marcianus and the Saint Pulcheria again renewed the glory of the empire, the great capital stood forth in all its splendor and enduring strength. The length of its fortifications extended to about 13 miles. From the marble tower on the Propontis to the Xyloporta on the Golden Horn stretched for 4 miles a vast bulwark of defense. For the greater part of its length it was triple. First came a huge moat, 60 feet wide and at least 20 feet deep, with a low stone wall or breastwork along its inner edge. Behind the breastwork was, and is, an esplanade about 40 feet wide, overlooked by the outer, really the second, wall, a structure from 25 to 30 feet high and 7 feet thick, strengthened by casemates on its inner side, with towers about 40 feet in height, projecting at short intervals. The earth was banked up against its inner side and leveled to form a second esplanade, averaging 60 feet in width, from the city side of which rose the inner wall, a huge barrier 45 feet from base to battlement, rising in places to 50 feet or more, with a solid thickness of about 15 feet, and with 97 towers along its front, projecting about 30 feet into the peribolos, or esplanade, and rising to an average height of over 60 feet. This gigantic system of fortifications did not extend quite to the Golden Horn, but extended at the Xylocercus gate, a 1/4 of a mile short of it, whence a single wall, like a bastion round the quarter of the Blacherne. This single wall, however, extended and strengthened by several emperors, was of great strength and solidity, and, though undefended by a ditch, appeared so strong to Muhammad II in 1453 that he did not care to direct his attack against it. The entire shoreline along the Golden Horn and the Propontis was defended by walls, lower and weaker than the vast landward bulwarks, of course, but strengthened by some 300 towers, and, as events showed, strong enough for all purposes, except the unforeseen chance of a total lack of ships and trained defenders. The imperial palatial enclosure lay at the eastern end of the city, along the Propontine shore. In a work of the small dimensions of the present one, space would be wasted in attempting any description. It was more of what in Russia is called a Kreml than a palace, containing several imperial residences and a number of churches, barracks, armories, storehouses, and extensive gardens and playing fields. Beneath its walls on the city side lay the two famous churches of the Divine Wisdom and of St. Irene, the Hippodrome and the Palace of the Patriarch, which, before its main gate, opened the Augustion, or Imperial Square, from which the main thoroughfare of the city ran westward for more than a mile, traversing the fora of Constantine and Theodosius, and presently dividing into two branches, one passing northwestward to the gate of Adrianople by the great church of the Holy Apostles, the mausoleum of the emperors, one running parallel to the Propontine shore to the famous Golden Gate, beneath whose arches conquering emperors entered in triumphal procession into the city of their pride. The means do not exist of mapping or describing the city in the days of its greatest prosperity, which were probably in the 10th century, but only 100 years after its foundation it counted over 250 large public buildings and 4,400 private dwellings belonging to wealthy or distinguished citizens. A feature of the city was the gigantic reservoirs for public water supply. Valens constructed an aqueduct which was broken in the great siege of 626 and restored by Constantine VI more than a century later. Churches were to be counted probably by the 100 rather than the score. Many yet survive, desecrated and defiled by the presence of the barbarians, who are still encamped in the city of Constantine, among them the wondrous Sancta Sophia and Saint Irene. But the church of the Holy Apostles was destroyed to make way for the mosque of the conqueror Mohammed II, as the imperial palaces and hundreds of other buildings of antiquarian and historical interest were swept away either by barbarous Europe or barbarous Asia in the ruin and desolation that supervened after the sack of 1204. The suburbs of the great capital were Galata across the Golden Horn, Chrysopolis and Chalcedon on the Asiatic shore of the Bosphorus. The great port was, of course, the Golden Horn, but on the Propontine side there were 4 basins of larger or smaller size, one of which, however, belonged exclusively to the imperial palace. It is impossible to estimate the population with any certainty. It is supposed at the present day to be about or over 1 million, but of course no reliance can be placed upon Turkish returns. The area of the Stamboline Peninsula is about 4,000 acres, according to the writer's very rough calculations, which at the rate, a high one compared with that of London, of 100 inhabitants per acre would give it a population of 400,000. Many writers estimate it at 1 million or more, but I do not see that it can ever have greatly exceeded 500,000. It is true that the city parks and pleasure gardens, then as now, were without the walls, but there were many large squares and unoccupied spaces within them. Possibly, allowing for the denser crowding which prevailed in antiquity, and the population of the Asiatic and European suburbs, there may have been at times as many as 700,000 inhabitants. Of the city's wealth, there can be no doubt. For several centuries it was the commercial capital of Europe and of a considerable part of Asia, and for a great part of that period it had no foreign rival. Benjamin of Tudela thinks that in the 12th century, when the Italian republics were already competing with it, its yearly contribution to the imperial revenue was 7,300,000 nomistata, or over 4 million pounds. Gibbon can hardly credit this. From the standpoint of the 18th century, he cannot be blamed for his incredulity. But it is quite probable. Constantinople was to the empire what London is to Britain, only more so, for during a large part of its existence it had few foreign rivals or none, and there was no city in the Byzantine dominions to approach it, far less equal it. It was the terminus of the chief routes of the empire. It lay upon a main artery of medieval commerce, and the ruin in Western Europe drove trade and industry more and more to the east, thus adding to its already great commercial prosperity. It was the greatest fortress, the greatest naval station, the greatest arsenal of the state. Its chief university, its religious center, its seat of government, its commercial focus. In short, as few cities have ever been or can be, the true natural center of the empire, its queen of cities, the heart and soul of its national existence. Indeed, a peerless capital. End of Chapter 1.
Section 2 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Chapter 2. Constantine to Arcadius, Barbarian Influence, A.D. 337 to 408. The Roman Empire after the death of Constantine I, Gothic invasions, Theodosius I, internal condition of the empire, Arcadius, Rufinus, Eutropius, and Gainas, defeat and death of Gainas, John Chrysostom, and Aelia Eudoxia, death of Arcadius. It is not proposed here to do more than to give the slightest possible sketch of the history of the period 337 to 395, between the death of Constantine the Great and the accession of the brothers Arcadius and Honorius. It was an epoch of considerable interest and importance, but it lies outside the limits which I have laid down, arbitrarily I own, and the time which would be expended in describing the deeds of Constantius the Arian and Julian the Apostate is better employed in attempting to throw some light on the general state of the empire at this period. It is necessary to glance at the events of these years, however, in order to understand something of the circumstances which, directly or indirectly, brought about the great changes of the following century. Constantine left the empire proportioned out between three sons, but by 353 the whole huge heritage had once more been concentrated in the hands of Constantius II, Emperor of the East. He is chiefly noted for having broken with the orthodox standard of Christianity and having adopted the Arian heresy, which denied the divinity of Christ, and for this reason has incurred considerable obloquy. He was unamiable, harsh, and unsympathetic, as indeed his whole house appeared to have been, but was by no means devoid of the great ability which went hand in hand with their evil qualities. To him succeeded in 361 that strange and, to the writer at least, pathetic figure, Julian the Apostate, and on his death in Persia in 363, after a brief interval of Jovianus, the hasty and ill-advised choice of the imperial staff, the stout soldier Valentinian I. Valentinian chose the West as his sphere of operations and crowned his brother Valens Emperor of the East. Valens has not had a good reputation in history, but it really seems as if, with all his faults, it was not he who was to blame for the disasters which befell the East under his rule, but bad and selfish officialdom. The Goths were now definitely settled in the regions north of the Danube and the Black Sea. The Visigoths lay spread over what had been the old Roman province of Dacia, and were steadily drawing nearer to the empire, becoming less and less of a danger, more and more of what we should now term a buffer state. Their young men enlisted freely in the Roman armies, and since the nation mustered more than 200,000 vigorous males, formed a most important source of strength to the declining empire. Declining chiefly, it must be remembered, by reason of its steadily dwindling population. The Goths were, nominally at least, Christians. They had become cultivators and, in some cases, traders. There certainly was no reason to believe that they were to be, before long, the most terrible enemies of the empire. Probably most men of the later 4th century would have pointed to Persia as the great antagonist of Rome, and would have indicated the Rhine, the Euphrates, or Britain as the points of danger, rather than the lower Danube. Somewhere about 210 B.C., if the writer's conclusions are correct, the consolidation of China into a single powerful state under that giant among rulers, Cheng of the kingdom of Qin, Qin Chi Huang Ti, had opposed a firm barrier to the eastward progress of the peoples of Central Asia. Prominent among these people were the Huang Nu, a race mentioned again and again in terms of terror and respect by Chinese writers. Qin Chu Huang Ti defeated them in 215, and constructed on his northern border, where nature had placed no barrier, an artificial one, a gigantic military frontier, the Great Wall of China, the hugest structure, reckoned as mere mass and taking no account of the engineering feats involved, that human hands have ever reared. The result of this astounding creation of genius was, as it seems perfectly clear to me, to gradually force the Huangnu westward, that they gave way very slowly, and that the gradual migration or infiltration of their hordes across the great Eurasian plains took some centuries rather than generations, is natural enough. They were probably loath to leave the vicinity of the rich lands which had once been their raiding ground. They must have had to fight every mile of their long journey westward. And though this is not the place wherein to take up the question of the origin of the Huns, I must own that it seems curious that the Romans of the 5th century should have known the terrible Mongol horde which nearly made an end of their dissolving empire, by a name which is almost the same as that of the nation which had terrorized China under the Zhou dynasty 7 centuries before. The hideous aspect of the Mongol hordes, their ferocity and bestiality, seem to have utterly cowed the fine German races with which they came in contact. The Ostrogoths were subjugated. The Visigoths, in terror and despair, retreated to the Danube, and begged the Roman garrisons to let them pass. After some hesitation, Valens assented. The Goths crossed the great river and were fairly in Roman territory. There were doubtless difficulties, but none that could not be smoothed over by care and considerate treatment. But care was the last thing to be expected from the greedy and unscrupulous Roman officials. The details may be gathered from Ammianus, but it must suffice here to say that the Goths were literally goaded into war by treatment such as even slaves were scarce likely to endure without murmuring. Their patience was admirable. It was not until Lupicianus, the scoundrelly governor of Moesia, actually proceeded to attempt the murder of the Gothic chief, Fritigern, and some of the nobles that the long-suffering Teutons took up arms in 376. Next year they ravaged Moesia and measured swords with the army of Illyricum in a fierce battle at Ad Salicis. And in 378 they passed the Balkans, wasted Thrace, and shattered the imperial army of the east into ruin at Adrianople. Valens was slain, and with him lay the dead Magistri Aquitum et Petidum, the Count of the Palace, 35 generals, and 40,000 officers and men. The disaster was a fearful one, yet the Goths made no special use of it. They were not a disciplined and organized force, but a nation army. The tens of thousands of splendid warriors were accompanied and hampered by vast crowds of non-combatants, and by endless trains of heavy and clumsy wagons. Despite their magnificent victory, they could not take Adrianople, and passing it by, poured down the Thracian promontory to Constantinople. Only 40 years after the death of Constantine, The prescience which had chosen Byzantium as the new capital received its first justification. The oncoming host of victorious warriors gazed in silent dismay upon the great city and its massive fortifications, and abandoning the siege train which they had gathered for the assault, retreated inland. Constantinople had saved itself and the empire. The Spaniard Theodosius, who, by the choice of Gratian, Emperor of the West, succeeded the unfortunate Valens, took up again the policy of conciliation, but with less prospect of ultimate success, since, deprived of a great part of the military strength which had been at the disposal of his predecessor, he held a much less commanding position. The Goths were settled in the Illyrian provinces, and the danger of the renewed hostility was averted, only temporarily as it turned out, by the expedient of enlisting their horsemen wholesale into the army. Considering that Theodosius had hardly any other alternative, the plan was not perhaps a bad one. Had he lived 10 years longer, it might have been a permanent success, but he undoubtedly carried it too far. Under his system, the pay of a Gothic trooper was higher than that of his native comrade. That is, the emperor practically published the fact that the Goths were better and more reliable troops than the born subjects of the empire. It may have been true, though I see no especial reason for thinking so, but it was surely folly to admit it. The Goths found themselves and their tribal chiefs in many respects the rulers of the empire's destiny, and their probably high opinion of themselves was greatly raised, while the natives, neglected and disregarded, became steadily less efficient. Otherwise, the policy had evil results in that it greatly increased the military expenditure at a time when the most careful economy in every department was urgently demanded. On this subject I shall have more to say shortly, but taking all the unfavorable circumstances of the time into consideration, the facts remain that there was plenty of good fighting material among the peoples of the empire, that the loss of revenue was hardly likely to be fatal even if 50,000 Isaurians or Illyrians had been levied from the taxpayers to fill the chasm made in the ranks of the army by the catastrophe of Adrianople, that a diminution of revenue would probably have injured the empire less than the increased taxation necessary to pay the Goths, and that finally the success of the policy rested upon the life of Theodosius. A policy contrived upon such a fragile basis as human existence has but a very uncertain chance of continuance. In other ways, too, Theodosius cannot be described as in any sense an emperor of exceptional merit. He was certainly an able general, he was active and hard-working, but he had no true conception of the needs of the times. His measures were calculated rather to add to the public burdens than to relieve them, and he can hardly be defended against the charge of reckless cruelty. Witness the shocking incident of the massacre at Thessalonica. He owes his title of great to his orthodoxy, not to his merits as a ruler. We shall meet with more than one similar instance later on. The chaos which set in after his death is perhaps a good testimony to his merits, but is equally his condemnation. We cannot applaud a sovereign whose work, in not the worst of circumstances by any means, can only endure for his own lifetime. Theodosius left the empire to his 2 young sons, Arcadius, 18 years of age, and Honorius, who was only 10. To the former was left the East, the main strength of the state; to the latter, the much weaker and less prosperous West, and both were surrounded by a number of generals and ministers, almost all of barbarian or half-barbarian origin. The 2 young emperors were almost absolute nonentities. Arcadius was a thin, dark, nerveless stripling, always seemingly half asleep and without energy even to speak. Honorius is best remembered by the famous story of his pet fowl, Roma. Considered as rulers, there is little to choose between them, Both were certain to be the tools and dupes of any ambitious and unscrupulous minister. The internal condition of the Roman Empire at the death of Theodosius was full of danger, but though the situation was critical, an emperor like Diocletian, or even a mere resolute fighting man, might well have retrieved it. With two weak and almost idiotic boys on the throne, there was perhaps little to be looked for but disaster. The imperial government had for centuries been steadily tending to become more and more centralized, and this tendency had been materially helped forward by the troubles of the 3rd century. The reorganization of Diocletian marked an attempt to secure the advantages of decentralization by dividing the vast empire into 4 great regions, each with its chief, but the finely conceived scheme hardly survived the abdication of its author. 4 emperors of varying blood and capacity were little likely to be able to work in harmony. Dissension soon broke out and ended in the accession of Constantine I to supreme power. Constantine continued the reorganization which Diocletian had initiated. One feature of Diocletian's system, a strange one when we consider that its author was a peasant by birth, was the placing of the emperor in a position of unapproachable majesty. No doubt Diocletian hoped thus to establish some kind of check upon the constant military revolts which threatened the public stability. He wished, in short, to elevate the head of the state to a position of earthly isolation and glory, which should in some degree coordinate with his theoretical half-religious place in the economy of the Roman world as Divus Augustus. The disadvantage that the emperor might be so cut off from his subjects as to have slight conception of their needs and interests he does not appear to have foreseen. At all events, he ignored them. Diocletian's system, elaborated by Constantine, made necessary a splendid and expensive court. The defense of the empire against its enemies involved a huge increase in the standing army. The 300,000 troops kept up by Augustus had grown to over 600,000 in the time of Theodosius I. While the weight of taxation was steadily on the increase, the population of the empire was slowly wasting all through the first 4 centuries of the Christian era. In a society whose normal condition is that of intermittent war, it is clear that the small freeholder is at a great disadvantage beside his large holding neighbor, who can till his fields with hired or slave labor in time of hostilities, while he himself must leave his farm more or less uncared for. If both be spoiled by an enemy, the greater proprietor retains the advantage, since he can utilize his greater means to recuperate. In course of time, the smallholder is crowded or wasted out of existence. This is little better than a truism. It has been so often demonstrated that I confine myself to repeating it. As early as 150 B.C., Italy was in a serious condition from depopulation owing to the above cause, and reformers again and again made desperate attempts to check the evil, which were wreaked upon the bitter opposition of the great landowners. Under the empire, great numbers of the Italian people were state paupers, residing in Rome and maintained by state ministrations which absorbed a considerable portion of the revenue. When Constantinople was founded, its people also were supported by state grants of food. The condition was a terrible one, but it is fair to remember that it was largely due, in the first case, to the grasping selfishness of great landowners, who would not allow their poor neighbors a chance to work and live. Immorality of a bad type was distressingly common. The prevalence of slavery fostered self-indulgence and cruelty. Infanticide was frequently practiced. The strenuous efforts of the emperors produced for a while a certain promise of better things. There was a considerable resuscitation of free labor, but the necessities of the fist soon involved the free laborer in the toils of the caste system of the administration, which chained every man to his craft. and in the 3rd century he was already a serf. Immorality the emperors could not check. Many of them, indeed, were guilty of it. And partly from economic, partly from moral causes, the population was stationary at best, probably diminishing, while the conditions were against its recovery after any disaster. The great plague of the reign of Marcus Aurelius was the beginning of the end, and the anarchy of the 3rd century helped it forward. In the 4th century, Roman society had become stereotyped into castes rigidly defined, controlled by an all-pervading bureaucracy, and ground down by grievous and ever more grievous taxation. The principal source of revenue appears to have been the land tax, which varied from a 20th to a 5th of the value of the annual production of the soil, and was usually about a 10th, not a light burden at the time. All non-land-holding freemen were liable to a heavy capitation tax. Constantine, confronted with the deficit, closed it by imposing a class tax on senators, which was probably defensible, and a tax on all receipts, which necessarily pressed cruelly on the poor, and was repealed by Anastasius amid general rejoicings. The local assembly, curia, was collectively responsible for the amounts of the district taxes as fixed by the imperial officials. If any member of the curia became bankrupt, the sum still had to be made up, and as it was too often impossible to wring it out of the poverty-stricken serfs, the other members were forced to contribute. The results were disastrous. At first the curiales acted in collusion with the provincial governors and occasionally escaped at the expense of the exchequer. But the ever-growing strictness of the tax collectors gradually closed this outlet of evasion, and the wretched notables, tied to their estates and chairs as much as the serf was chained to his plot and his hut, had recourse to any and every means to escape their crushing responsibilities. The principle of taxation was simply to collect in the treasury as much as possible of the circulating medium. Other considerations were ignored. Naturally, the result was lack of capital, consequent decrease in the means of life, and the acceleration of the decline of the population. Taxpayers were sternly forbidden to bear arms, lest there should be a decline of revenue, and the army, when the supply of camp children failed, was recruited more and more from barbarians, until Theodosius I put the capstone on its denationalization by swamping it with Goths, while he ground the wretched taxpayers still more into the dust to provide his new favorites with high pay. The curiales were landowners, but not of noble or senatorial rank. They represented the upper middle class, to use the clumsy modern term. Below them were a few freemen, save merchants and tradesmen. The agricultural laborers were almost all serfs or slaves. At its best, the curial system was bad, for the curia, being composed of the richest landowners of the district, was not identified in its interests with the smaller proprietors and the traders. The small holders disappeared first, but at last the curiales disintegrated under the ruthless pressure. The nobles probably evaded their obligation as far as possible. In any case, they had the best chance of survival, and by the time of Valentinian III, the conditions in the West were appalling. The population was practically reduced to beggary. Vandal piracy had bankrupted many traders, barbarian ravages had ruined the small and medium landowners, but there was a group of nobles with incomes ranging from £60,000 up to £200,000 a year. Comment is needless. These fared better. The economic conditions had never been so bad. The trading classes were much larger and more influential than in the agricultural West. Serfage was perhaps less widespread. Finally, the country, in Asia at least, was untouched by war. The East also was blessed with stronger rulers. So while the West broke into fragments, the East survived, and had enough of health within it to be able to recuperate, not once but several times, to the astonishment of mankind. The history of the reign of Arcadius is sufficiently dreary, but is on the whole less gloomy than that of his brother's rule over the West. He was at first under the domination of his ambitious minister Rufinus, but he soon fell under the influence of a eunuch, Eutropius, and a Gothic general, Gainas. Instigated by them, he espoused the half-barbarian daughter of the Frank chief Bauto instead of Maria, the daughter of Rufinus, and the latter was soon assassinated at a review by order of his enemies. Gainas next, in 401, ousted and murdered Eutropius, in spite of the intrepid defense of the fallen minister made by the famous John, Patriarch of Constantinople, whom the admiring populace called Chrysostom, the golden-mouthed. Meanwhile, the Illyrian provinces were in wild disorder. There Alaric, the famous Visigoth king, was in open revolt. The pretext of the rising was arrears of pay to the Foederati, the barbarian troops of the army. But there is little doubt that Alaric's ambition was the main cause. Stilicho, the great Vandal Magister Militum of the West, checked him, but with the curious tortuous policy which so often fills us in doubt of his loyalty to the empire, concluded peace without crushing his rival, and procured for him the post of Magister Militum per Illyricum. For 5 years Alaric remained comparatively quiescent, if by no means idle. Then in 401, while Gainas was plotting against Eutropius, he invaded Italy. With his operations there, his final success, and his death, we are not immediately concerned. Possibly he had concerted measures with Gainas, who was now all-powerful in the East. But Gainas was not Alaric, nor had he the great host of splendid fighters which followed the Visigoth. The people of Constantinople, growing enraged at the insolence of the Germans, broke out into resistance. They closed the gates, cutting off Gainas and the troops outside from those within, and then turning savagely on the latter, killed over 7,000 of them. Gainas now declared open war on his master, but he was met by Fravitta, a fine specimen of the hard-fighting, rough, honest heathen Teuton. Fravitta stood by the son of his friend and lord Theodosius, defeated Gainas, and drove him across the Danube, where he was killed by Uldes, king of the Huns, who were now in force in Dacia. The rest of the reign of Arcadius passed in comparative peace, except for continual trouble between John Chrysostom and the Empress Aelia Eudocia. Neither side appears to great advantage. The Empress was impulsive, hot-tempered, vindictive with the fierceness of her barbarian nature, certainly vain and frivolous, but does not appear to have been fundamentally vicious. The Patriarch was a man of saintly life, disinterested, brave, universally beloved, but rash and impulsive, and most violent in speech. He assailed the imperial lady to her face as she sat in Sancta Sophia. To be called Jezebel was more than she could endure, yet her violent impulses were as much good as bad, and she seems to have made repeated attempts to live on good terms with the saintly but impracticable priest. A little gentleness might have converted the lovely, hot-tempered Frank into a passionately faithful friend, but John's invective only grew fiercer as time went on. He had no tact, and, as it seems to the writer, no great share of Christian charity for comparatively slight faults. The end came in 404. Eudocia, now utterly reckless, instigated her inert spouse into having the Patriarch arrested and banished. His patience under the hardships of his exile was wonderful, and there was deep pathos in his lonely death. But no one, except religious enthusiasts devoid of judgment, can help wishing that he had been able to control his violent impulses a little. The good which he would have accomplished would have far exceeded that which he was actually able to do, great as it undoubtedly was. The plea has been advanced by Kingsley that it was the utter badness and rottenness of the times that made the great contemporary Christian fathers so intolerant, and often barbarous. It may be so, but it is a terrible indictment of Christianity that in 4 centuries it had done so little. As a fact, the 4th and 5th centuries were a period of steady moral advance. There were both bad and good emperors after Diocletian, but no one of the type of Nero or Caracalla. Theodosius I conducted a veritable crusade against sexual immorality. The Roman of A.D. 404 was decidedly more civilized than the Roman of 4 B.C. The times may have been bad, but they were better than of old, in the moral sense at least. Paganism existed, but it was moribund. Christianity may have had to fight hard, but it had done, and was to do, splendid and deathless work. It was not the wonderful religion that was at fault, nor yet the times. It was the violent ignorance, intolerance, and dissension of narrow Christian ecclesiastics that retarded progress. Saint Cyril of Alexandria was almost certainly morally guilty of the murder of the pagan philosopher Hypatia, and his action does not appear to have been generally disapproved of. Chrysostom was a man of a far higher order than Cyril, yet he too was the slave of his prejudices, terribly devoid of the true spirit of Christianity. Eudoxia did not long survive her enemy. Needless to say, she is supposed to have died in deep remorse and misery. The opponent of St. John Chrysostom could have no other fate. She died in childbirth in September 405. On May 1st, 408, Arcadius, whose affection for her seems to have been the single positive emotion of his otherwise inert existence, followed her. His last arrangement showed a degree of wisdom which he had never yet manifested. He appointed Anthemius the Praetorian prefect, a man of high ability and entire disinterestedness, regent for his little son Theodosius. He was laid beside his wife in the Church of the Holy Apostles. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization by Edward Foord. Chapter 3. Theodosius II to Justin I. Reorganization. A.D. 408 to 527. Regency of Anthemius. Reign of Theodosius II. Pulcheria, Eudocia, Persian and Hunnic wars, intervention in the West, Chrysaphius, Hunnic invasions, religious troubles, Pulcheria and Marcianus, revival, repulse of Huns, Council of Chalcedon, Leo I, Zeno, decline of barbarian influence, Anastasius I, internal reforms, Isaurian and Persian wars, revolt of Vitalian, Justin I, Justinian, his character and curious marriage, his accession. The death of Arcadius in some sense synchronizes with the passing away of the epoch of barbarian influence. Such a general statement, of course, must only be considered as partially correct. Barbarian influence continued to exist for a very considerable period at Constantinople. The Alan Magister Militum Ardaburius and his son Aspar were powerful, and later showed signs of becoming dangerously so. But though Aspar may perhaps be reckoned in the same category with Stilicho and Ricimer, he never really exercised their commanding influence. Neither can it be said with any truth that the Ostrogoth chieftains Theodoric, with whom we shall presently become acquainted, had much chance of dominating the empire, though they certainly appeared likely at one time to establish a Teutonic kingdom in the Balkan Peninsula. The darkest day of the later Roman Empire has passed, and with Theodosius II we enter upon a period of transition to the epoch of reform, which was to bear its part in the burst of energy under Justinian I. The Praetorian prefect Anthemius proved himself worthy of his dead master's unexpectedly wise choice. No taint of self-interest marked his conduct, a feature so rare as to deserve special mention though Anthemius had done nothing else worthy of record. Such, however, was far from the case. He concluded an advantageous commercial treaty with Persia. When Uldis, king of the formidable Huns, invaded Mysia, he drove him across the Danube, and protected the border by systematic refortification, supported by a flotilla on the great river. He set on foot measures for resuscitating the wasted Illyrian provinces. He reorganized the corn-supplying machinery of the capital, and traced out and in large measure constructed new fortifications for the capital, nearly a mile in advance of the walls of Constantine, thus well nigh doubling the size of the city. But his greatest glory was that in 414 a general remission of arrears of taxes for 40 years, from 368 to 408, was proclaimed. To the burdened tax-paying classes, who must have been overwhelmed with their obligations, this cannot but have been of inestimable benefit. The great prefect died in 414, but it was clearly his influence, if not his actual personal order, that was responsible for the boon. He had conferred another benefit on the empire by the careful education which he had caused to be imparted to his imperial charges. Theodosius II, indeed, was only a little less of a nonentity than his father, but his sister Pulcheria, 2 years his senior, was a very different person. On the death of Anthemius, possibly or indeed probably by his influence and advice, she was proclaimed Augusta, and took up the reins of government in the name of her brother, being then only 15 years of age. Women mature earlier in the East than under our own cloudy skies, and Pulcheria was not so young as her scanty tale of years might seem to indicate. But there is something infinitely touching in the spectacle of this girl taking up her terrible burden of empire at an age when even Eastern women were thinking of the enjoyments of youth. Pulcheria took religious vows, and remained a virgin to the end of her life. Her marriage at the age of 50 was merely nominal. It may very well have been a genuine religious impulse, but seeing that her sisters Marina and Arcadia both followed her example, and that the daughters of the fiery Eudoxia were hardly likely to have been devoid of human passion, it more probably originated in the desire of the Augusta to remove herself and her sisters beyond the reach of ambitious aspirants to their hands. The latter theory is at once the more probable and the more honorable. It is more probable because Pulcheria never secluded herself. She toiled diligently at state business all her life, and she assuredly had little leisure for ceremonial mortification of the flesh. She did what few women could do or have done. She kept her vow of virginity in the world. It is the more honorable because monachism is too often another name for mere selfishness of the worst sort, a desire to save the individual soul with utter disregard of anything else. Pulcheria's vow was for the good of humanity. Had she remained free, she might well have been a centre for plots against her brother. Her self-abnegation secured the peace of the Roman world in the East. Her motives were indeed religious in the highest and noblest sense of the word, since her object was purely unselfish, the benefit of her fellow creatures. In all her life there is not a sign that she ever took herself into consideration. She toiled only for her brother. Her existence was a long self-denial. More than once it must have been very like a martyrdom. Her sisters, who followed her example, have every right to share in her fame, though they do not appear to have mingled to any extent in public life. The long reign of Theodosius the Younger was on the whole peaceful. Its great monument was the Codex Theodosianus, which was commenced in 429 and completed in 438. Its inception may be set down with certainty to the credit of Pulcheria and the senators who worked with her at the task of reorganizing the empire. The value of a systematic codification of the laws needs no emphasizing. The Augusta is said also to have set her face steadily against the corruption of the court. Here, however, she was face to face with an Augean stable, and her efforts to cleanse it were only partially successful. She failed, as any woman in similar circumstances must fail, to see the crying need of military reorganization. The Roman armies continued to be assemblages of barbarian foederati and mercenaries, led by barbarian or half-barbarian chiefs like Ardaburius and Aspar, whose fidelity was always doubtful. Yet for the present there was no trouble. The house of Theodosius was popular with the Teutons. The Augusta's personal influence may have counted for much. At any rate, there is no hint of mutiny during her reign. We must always remember that Pulcheria owed much to the precepts of Anthemius, and we do not know how much of her policy was really his. But in any case she deserves credit for intelligently carrying it out, and the glory of having kept her weak brother steadily in a dignified course of action for many years is all her own. Pulcheria very early in life had taken into her friendship a Greek girl named Athenaeus, who had fled penniless from the persecution of her brothers at Athens to seek the protection of the young Augusta. Athenaeus was a daughter of the philosopher Leontius. She was also a pagan, a fact which is worth recording to show how far removed Pulcheria was from bigotry. The young Athenian was converted to Christianity and baptized by the name of Eudocia. Theodosius fell in love with her, and in 421, being then 20 years of age, he took her to wife. He was so much influenced by his sister that we must assume the marriage to have had her strong approval. There is every reason to believe that she had been a good friend of the beautiful pagan, who had in her need cast herself at her feet years before. In after years there was disagreement between the imperial ladies, but there is nothing to show that there was any political reason for it. The children of the union, except a daughter who bore her mother's name, died young, and in 444 Theodosius separated from Eudocia and exiled her to Jerusalem. The story grew up in after years that the empress was guilty of a criminal passion for Paulinus, one of the great court officials, but the story of the Phrygian apple which Eudocia received from her husband only to pass it on to her lover probably belongs to the region of romance. At the same time, the story is found in several Byzantine historians, and there was probably some reason for the divorce by a normally good-natured man of the wife with whom he had lived for 20 years. In 421 war broke out with Persia. It lasted for 2 years and terminated in favor of the empire in 422. Its cause had really been the persecution of Christians carried on by King Bahram, and its successful issue strengthened the prestige of the empire in the east, which had declined since Jovian's ignominious peace in 363. But next year, before the main body of the army had returned from the Persian frontier, the Huns broke into the Balkan peninsula and ravaged the whole country north of Adrianople. The government, unable to repel force by force, could only adopt the ignominious policy of buying them off by a yearly subsidy of £700 of gold. The reason was that the army was needed for an expedition into the Western Empire, but the precedent was a bad one. In the west, Honorius had died in 423. The government was seized or assumed. It must always be remembered that there was no definite law of succession, by Johannes, the primicerius or first secretary. Placidia, stepsister of Honorius, and widow of his colleague Constantius III, was at the time living in Constantinople, whither intrigues at Ravenna had forced her to retire, and she now claimed the crown for her son Valentinian. The eastern army under the Ardaburius entered Italy, and though he was himself shipwrecked and taken, his son Aspar stormed Aquileia, and Ravenna was surrendered without resistance. Johannes was captured and executed. The Eastern Empire was to receive as guerdon for its aid Western Illyricum, the session to take place when Valentinian should be of age to marry Eudocia, the daughter of Theodosius. It was clearly wise policy to get as much of the shattered empire as possible added to the still vigorous eastern portion, but the Illyrian provinces were so wasted as to be of little value, and their possession by Theodosius was never more than nominal. Valentinian III and Eudocia were duly married in 436. The young emperor was probably the worst of the line of Theodosius, vindictive, incapable, and faithless to a wife who seems to have loved him only too well. The marriage, however, marked the high water mark of the prosperity of Theodosius II, and also the culminating point of the influence of Pulcheria. There were always men who challenged her primacy in her brother's regard, but soon after 436 we begin to hear more and more of the eunuch Grand Chamberlain Chrysaphius. It was perhaps by his machinations that Eudocia was separated from her husband. It is certain that Pulcheria's hold on her brother was becoming relaxed. The last 10 years of the reign of Theodosius II, during which the ambitious eunuch was steadily becoming supreme, were dark and disastrous. An expedition against the Vandals, now firmly established in Africa under their great king Gaiseric, ended in ignominious failure, and in 441 Attila, king of the Huns, burst into the Illyrian provinces. He stormed every fortress along the Danube but one, and for several years worked his will in the Balkan peninsula. 3 Roman armies perished in Thrace and Mysia. 70 cities were stormed and ruined. Negotiations were opened with the victorious Barbarian in 443, but they soon fell through, and Attila, practically master of the waste that had been Eastern Illyricum, might have looked forward to the sack of Constantinople. In 447 came the final blow. At the end of January, an earthquake occurred in Eastern Europe and Asia Minor. Many cities suffered severely. Great part of Constantinople was ruined, and nearly the whole of the landward wall, with 57 towers, was overthrown. The danger was appalling. The Huns were in Thrace. The loss of Constantinople would mean the end of all things for the empire, but the wild energy of the people saved the state. Every craftsman in Constantinople was set to labor on the fortifications. The city demes supplied 16,000 able-bodied citizens as laborers. In 60 days the wall of Anthemius was repaired and defensible, and a second rampart under construction in front of it. The city could not be easily taken now, even if the defenders had been less numerous and desperate. Attila was not destined to enter either Old or New Rome. But though Constantinople was saved, Theodosius and his ministers could not save themselves from the necessity of ratifying humiliating terms of peace. Attila was to retain the southern bank of the Danube. The Hunnish prisoners and deserters were to be sent back. Roman captives to be ransomed at 12 pounds of gold a head. 6,000 pounds of gold were to be paid at once, and an annual subsidy of 2,100 pounds. A great empire could hardly have descended to lower depths of ignominy. Matters were little better at home. The eunuch Chrysaphius was all-powerful at court. Pulcheria had long been growing more and more helpless, and probably in 447 she withdrew into private life. Arcadia had died in 444, in 449 Marina followed her, and during the last year of his life the emperor was alone, divorced from his wife, estranged from the sister who had sacrificed her best years for him, far distant from his daughter in the west. Now religious strife was added to his troubles. It had been in 431 necessary to hold a synod to deal with the heterodox patriarch Nestorius. Now in 449 the Monophysite heresy of Eutyches, which maintained the existence of a single nature only in the personality of our Saviour, raised its head. Chrysaphius was the godson of Eutyches, and the synod held at Ephesus to inquire into the question was packed with Monophysites, who maltreated Flavian, patriarch of Constantinople, and finally carried their point by sheer force. Leo, the famous Pope of Rome, whose legate Hilarius barely escaped with his life, aptly termed the meeting the Synod of Robbers. But Theodosius confirmed its decision and rent Christendom in twain. It was well that the domination of the evil eunuch was drawing to a close. In July 450, Theodosius, while following the chase, was thrown from his horse and so terribly injured that he was carried back only to die. As he lay in agony, his thoughts turned from the fawning eunuch, who had been his evil genius, to one who in the best years of his reign had been ever at his side, who to serve him had foregone her hopes of motherhood. He sent for Pulcheria, and when she came to the imperial chamber where the angel of death waited, the dying emperor made his peace with the sister who had served him so faithfully, and solemnly commended her to the Senate as his successor. A female ruler was an unheard-of thing in Roman annals. Pulcheria chose as her colleague a tried soldier and administrator, the patrician Marcianus, whom on August 24, 450, she solemnly married. The marriage was but a formal one. Both bride and bridegroom were past middle life. Pulcheria would hardly break her vow. The nuptial ceremony was the sign of the comradeship of these two fine characters in their appointed task of reviving the apparently moribund empire. Their first act was to repudiate the disgraceful treaty with the Huns. It was a bold act, but it met with the success which sometimes waits on the brave. Chrysaphius was summarily put to death. Every effort was made to heal the schism in the church. Eutyches was degraded, and in 451 a general council was held at Chalcedon, by which the Monophysite heresy was solemnly condemned. The Huns made an inroad into the empire in 451, which was repelled with ease. It was probably only subsidiary to the gigantic invasion of the west which Attila carried out in this year, and which Aetius, Roman general and patrician, and Theodoric, king of the Visigoths, turned back on the Catalaunian plain. In 452 an alliance was effected with the Western Empire, and next year Attila's last invasion, in which he desolated northern Italy, was finally checked by Aetius. By the intercession of Pope Leo, as legend declares, by the aid of the reinforcements which Marcianus had sent to the west, as it appears in the sober light of history. If he really had Rome at his mercy, as we are required to believe, Leo could never have saved it. No one would rob the noble bishop of his glory, but Aetius and Marcianus must receive their due. Pulcheria died on September 11th, 453. Marcianus survived her for a little more than 3 years, busy until the last in the work of reorganization. On the murder of the wretched Valentinian III in 455, he became the legal head of the entire empire, but he was too wise to assume direct control over the ruinous West. He accepted as colleague Avitus, who on the murder of Maximus, the successor of Valentinian, was preferred to the imperial diadem by the army and the Visigoths in Gaul. He made efforts to repeople the Balkan provinces by settling colonies of brave barbarians, hostile in feeling to the Huns, in the devastated lands along the Danube. After the sack of Rome by Gaiseric in 455, he sent in succession 2 embassies to Carthage to endeavour to procure the release of the unhappy Empress Eudocia and her daughters. Both failed in their object, and Marcianus was preparing for war when he died in January 457. He is said to have been poisoned by Aspar, but he had certainly been in failing health for some time previous to his death. Be this as it may, Aspar undoubtedly did make a serious effort to play the part in the east which Ricimer was acting in the west. His Arian tenets made it somewhat difficult for him to seize the crown. Possibly he lacked the requisite resolution and unscrupulousness, but his control over the army rendered him for the time all-powerful, and he procured the election as emperor of Leo the Thracian, a man of considerable capacity but the head of his own household. The new emperor, however, showed himself possessed of independence and firmness, and manifested no signs of subordinating his policy to the ideas or ambitions of Aspar. He drew closer to the anti-Teutonic party in the empire. He married his daughter Ariadne to Zeno the Isaurian, one of its leading members, and set himself quietly to reorganize the army by enlisting many new regiments from among the native populations. In 463 Zeno was created Magister Militum per Orientem, and the control of one of the strongest armies of the empire was thus in the hands of a faithful friend. Still, Leo showed no unkindness or ingratitude to Aspar. He made his son, rather unwillingly and tardily it is true, Caesar, and the Allan general continued to be the foremost figure in Constantinople, where he lived in great state for many years. But Leo steadily abstained from permitting him any great military command. In 467 the emperor, who had in 462 succeeded in obtaining the release by Gaiseric of the unhappy Empress Eudocia and her younger daughter Placidia, sent a great expedition against the Vandals. It totaled about 100,000 men of all kinds, and 1,113 vessels. The total of the actual landing force may have been about 30,000. It was a far larger force than that which, 66 years later, was to conquer the Vandals. But Leo's distrust of Aspar induced him to give the command to Basiliscus, the incompetent brother of his wife Verina. The expedition was completely defeated, and its huge cost crippled imperial finances for a generation. In 471, Aspar met his end. It is probable that he had been plotting against the emperor, for Leo would hardly have proceeded to extremities without good reason, though it is true that the cause of his action may simply have been that these Allan soldiers were dangerous subjects. At any rate, Aspar and his son, the Caesar Ardaburius, were executed, perhaps we should say assassinated. 2 younger sons of the general were spared. Leo's action was politically justifiable. He certainly showed no unnecessary lust of blood, but it cost him much of his popularity in the capital, where men called him in consequence Mechellus, butcher. In the same year we hear of a victory of the Roman army in Pontus, probably over a Hunnish host which had come round by the eastern shore of the Euxine. The rest of Leo's reign appears to have passed in comparative peace. His financial administration was directed to relieving, as far as possible, the burdens of the taxpayers, and on the occasion of a severe shock of earthquake at Antioch he was quick to extend aid. His military measures have been noticed. He maintained the cause of orthodoxy in the Church, and for this reason presumably obtained the undeserved title of Great from his ecclesiastical panegyrists. He died in 474, aged 63, leaving an empire decidedly improved in condition and prospects to his infant grandson Leo II, the son of Zeno the Isaurian. It was clear that the imperatorship of Leo II was but nominal. With Zeno and Ariadne all real authority was certain to rest. The child was induced to formally abdicate in favour of his father, which probably was what the late emperor expected, though he does not seem to have cared to offend his wife Verina and her brother Basiliscus by formally naming the Isaurian his successor. Verina in 475 raised a revolt in the capital and set up Basiliscus as emperor. Zeno was forced to fly with his wife and his mother Lallis to Isauria. After a time the tide turned in his favour, and in 477 he was able to defeat the rebels and re-enter his capital. Basiliscus and his family were immured in a Cappadocian fortress, where they died of hunger and cold, and Zeno got rid of other dangerous persons by assassination. The last stronghold of the rebels, long beleaguered, was finally taken in 484. For the greater part of his reign Zeno was troubled by the Ostrogoths. Zeno took the great Gothic chief Theodoric, afterwards king of Italy, into his service, but in 479 he resolved to be no longer a traitor to his countrymen, and united their scattered bands against the empire. In 483 Zeno conciliated him by conferring on him the title of Magister Militum, just as Arcadius had tried to conciliate Alaric. But he soon broke out again into hostility, and in 487 marched on Constantinople. He met with no success, however, and in 488 Zeno got rid of him by making him a grant of Italy. The series of ephemeral rulers in the west had ended in Italy with the deposition of Romulus Augustus in 476, and Odovacar, the barbarian Magister Militum, declined to accept Zeno's suggestion that Julius Nepos of Dalmatia should be emperor of the West. He formally acknowledged Zeno as supreme emperor, and sent him the regalia from Ravenna, but proclaimed himself king in Italy. Zeno had therefore a legitimate casus belli, according to Roman ideas, and he now by this clever move theoretically brought the West again under his direct rule, and freed Balkania from the Germans. Theodore defeated and murdered Odovacar, and ruled Italy and western Illyricum for 33 years. Actually he was independent. In theory he was the Roman patrician governing the prefecture of Italy in the name of the empire. Zeno's last years were passed in peace. He was never popular. He was regarded, like the rest of his countrymen, as no better than a barbarian. Footnote: his true Isaurian name was Terrasicordissa, that of his father Rosumbulotus. End of footnote. And the favour which he showed them exasperated the pampered Constantinopolitans. His financial policy was not successful, but we must remember that he had the Goths on his hands, though no doubt his lavishness to the Isaurians increased his difficulties. He was not a favourite with the Orthodox Church party owing to his efforts to conciliate the Nestorians and Monophysites. The real work of his reign, in which he was entirely successful, was the formation of a native army. He died in 491. His children had all predeceased him, and the supreme power devolved on his widow Ariadne. On April 11th the Empress chose as her colleague Flavius Anastasius of Dyrrachium, one of the Silentiaries, a guard of nobles which formed the emperor's personal escort, and 6 months later formally espoused him. Personal liking may have had something to do with what appears to have been an unexpected choice. Anastasius, a man of handsome presence even in age, with brilliant unlike eyes, may have attracted the notice of the empress, but he was otherwise well fitted to wear the crown. Ariadne's choice offended the Isaurian entourage of the late emperor, headed by his brother Longinus and the Magister Militum per Illyricum of the same name. They raised a revolt in the capital, which was only suppressed after severe fighting. The brother of Zeno was taken and tonsured, but the Magister Militum escaped to Isauria and called his wild countrymen to arms. They advanced 100,000 strong on the capital, but were defeated at Cotiaeum in Phrygia. In 493 the Isaurian fortress of Claudiopolis was stormed. In 494 the rebels were badly beaten close by, but it was not until 496 that the revolt was finally suppressed, though it had long ceased to be formidable. In 493 the Slavs made an inroad into Thrace, and in 499 and again in 502 the Bulgarians also invaded the empire. To protect the suburban districts of the capital, Anastasius in 512 drew a wall across the Thracian peninsula about 30 miles from Constantinople. Disturbances on the Syrian frontier in 498 were successfully put down, and the commercial entrepot of Jotaba in the Red Sea, which had been lost in the reign of Leo I, was recovered. In 502, after a peace of 80 years, war once more broke out with Persia. That great Oriental empire had been for many years involved in troubles with a Central Asiatic horde known as the Hathal or Ephthalite Huns. They were at present more or less quiescent, and the activity of Anastasius on his eastern frontier alarmed King Kobad. In 502 the Persians captured Martyropolis and Theodosiopolis, and next year Amida also. The Roman troops had become unused to regular warfare, owing to their guerrilla experiences in Isauria, and seemed unable at first to cope with the Persians. A victory which they gained at Nisibis was offset by 2 Persian successes, but in 504 the main Persian force under its king was beaten at Edessa, and the Roman army recovered Amida and ravaged the Persian border districts. Meanwhile the Huns invaded Persia, and thereupon Kobad made peace, restoring his trifling conquests. 3 years later Anastasius built a strong fortressed city on the site of Dara, a Mesopotamian village. It was only a few miles from the Persian frontier stronghold of Nisibis, which it was calculated to watch, and constituted a continual eyesore to the Persians. Anastasius, though at the outset of his reign he had been popular, soon lost favour with the population of the capital. His care for the finances caused him to be accused of miserliness, while his religious sympathies were Monophysite, thus exposing him to the often openly expressed dislike of the city factions. His religious heterodoxy probably had something to do with the rebellion of Count Vitalian, a grandson of Aspar, which broke out in 514. Vitalian inflicted a great defeat on the imperial forces at Odessus in Thrace, and the emperor, now in extreme old age, tried to conciliate him by creating him Magister Militum per Thracius. In 515 Vitalian was outside the capital, but his fleet was beaten off Chrysopolis, and he retreated to the Danube. A raid of Huns in the same year into Asia Minor did some damage, but had no permanent results. Anastasius died in 518 at the age of 88, after a reign of over 27 years. His financial policy had been highly beneficial. He reformed the curial system, and the taxes were henceforth farmed by imperial officials, thus guarding against the defrauding of the treasury by curials and provincial governors in collusion, while the interests of the taxpayers were protected by the formation of a new body of officials called defensores. Given that the latter did their work honestly, the system was not a bad one. It was certainly less harsh and unjust than the curial order of things. Anastasius sternly checked the peculation rife among the civil officials, and so has been misrepresented by at least one of them, who wrote in later years, and, like most officials, whatever their department or degree, wrote rather as an official than a patriot. But his greatest reform was the abolition of the Chrysargyron, which was hailed with universal joy. The emperor expended large sums in public works, but despite all these expenses, and the cost of the wars which troubled his reign, he left a treasury reserve of 320,000 pounds of gold, about 14 million pounds sterling, an army in which the native element decidedly outbalanced the foreign mercenaries, and the empire in better order, on the whole, than it had been for a century and more. Anastasius left no children, but had two nephews, Hypatius and Pompeius. They were men of little merit. Hypatius was discredited in the public eye by his bad conduct at Odessus, where he had been defeated by Vitalian. Amantius, a eunuch of the court, perhaps designed to place one of them on the throne, and approached Justinus, a brave but illiterate veteran who commanded the imperial guard. He placed in his hands a large sum with which to bribe the officers under his command. Justinus used the money to secure his own elevation, and when he came forward he was accepted willingly by Senate and army. He reigned for 9 peaceful years, and followed on the whole in the steps of Anastasius, except in religious matters. In spite of his want of instruction, he was certainly no nonentity. His nephew Justinian was his colleague during the greater part of his reign, but it was not until after the old emperor's death that he broached his schemes of conquest. Vitalian was conciliated and made consul, but died soon after, assassinated, so the gossips of Constantinople insisted, by Justinian. The latter was consul in 521, and entertained the population of the capital with magnificent shows and games. Thenceforth he was practically his uncle's colleague. Justinian, the son of Justin's deceased brother Sabatius, was a staid personage of over 30, much given to deep study. One of those men whom the present age dubs old-fashioned. Nobody, people said, could ever recollect him being young. His natural abilities were not, probably, above the ordinary, but his powers of application were considerable, and he was a tireless worker. His attainments in law were unquestionably very great, and he had considerable aptitude for theology. He had the ability to form great and far-reaching designs and the perseverance necessary to carry them out. He had no military knowledge. In consequence, his vast plans were often very badly executed, and he seems to have lacked the discrimination of character which is absolutely necessary for the complete mental equipment of a despotic monarch. He was soon to amaze people by committing the very last action which would have been expected of him. In 526 it was bruited abroad in Constantinople that the grave, serious old young Caesar, the student and thinker whose knowledge was so tremendous that according to the ignorant dwellers in the poorer quarters he was often seen walking about without his head, was in love with the beautiful dancer Theodora, whose reputation was really too dreadful for words. The theatrical profession at this day has not the best of reputations with certain classes, but it is savoury compared with that which it bore in the Roman Empire in the year 526. It is possible today for an actress to escape the imputation of having at some time or other slipped in the mire of immorality, but under the pagan Roman Empire actresses were either slaves or prostitutes or both. And whether they were invariably the latter under Christian rule or not, they were usually so regarded. The delight of scandalmongers, when the news of Justinian's love affair spread abroad, may be imagined. A love affair it certainly was. What other reason for such an occurrence can there be? If the Caesar needed a beautiful partner, he could take his choice of hundreds of lovely candidates, with advantages of birth and breeding which Theodora cannot have had. She was probably poor. Her profession was regarded as disgraceful. Justinian knew that he must meet condemnation on every hand, that he could not even legally marry her. He was certainly not too old to know deep and passionate love. It may very well be, to the writer it appears so, that his passion for Theodora was the single powerful human emotion that ever affected his peculiar, coldly intellectual temperament. Theodora was the daughter of Arcadius, an attendant of the hippodrome at Constantinople, and her first public appearance is said to have been after the death of her father, when she and her two sisters wandered round the arena begging the charity of the spectators. Thereafter she had become a public dancer, and, as dancers did and do, doubtless often performed in scanty attire. Quite possibly she did not escape the contagion of immorality. Procopius probably lies in his bitter secret history, but there must have been some foundation for his tales, though slander often rests on a very slender basis of fact. In 526 she was a young widow, with one or two little children, short of stature, slight and delicate of appearance, pale-faced but superlatively lovely, with wonderful expressive eyes. Justinian announced to his uncle and mother his intention of wedding Theodora. They bitterly opposed him. The old emperor threatened to disown him, but the stubborn Caesar, to whom love had come so late, remained steadfast, and at last prevailed. Theodora's personality would seem to have completed the victory, for she was ennobled by having the title of patrician conferred upon her. A strange step for the old emperor to take unless he had convinced himself that she was not the foul creature that she was represented to be. It would have been so easy to have solved the difficulty by quietly executing a woman who was little more than a slave, that it is difficult to believe that Justinian's mother at least was not convinced of her comparative innocence. At all events, the deed was done. Justinian took to wife the dancing girl of the circus, and ere long had every reason to be thankful. In April 527 he was proclaimed Augustus, thereby formally becoming his uncle's colleague, and in August the aged Justinus passed away. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization by Edward Foord. Chapter 4. Justinian I, AD 527 to 565. Justinian I, his aims, First Persian War, the Nika sedition, conquest of Vandals, first conquest of Italy, Justinian's legislative works, his buildings, heavy taxation, the Second Persian War, Ostrogothic rally under Badula, the Great Plague, loss of Italy, death of Theodora, estimate of her character, Lazic War, final conquest of Italy and destruction of Ostrogoths, defeat of Franks, ruin of Italy, conquest of southern Spain, decay in Justinian's later years, Hunnish invasion, death of Justinian. On the death of his uncle, Justinian, without opposition, though there was still a considerable party in favour of the nephews of Anastasius, quietly succeeded to the undivided exercise of the authority which he had shared with Justin for several years. The great object of his policy, in the pursuit of which he never wavered all through his long reign, was to reduce the West once more under the direct authority of the empire. Theoretically, of course, no province, with the exception of Britain, had fallen away. Actually, the West was independent, and if in Italy the rule of the great Theodoric had probably been highly beneficial, the other regions were more or less rapidly becoming barbarized. The government of such rulers as Gaiseric was probably unmitigatedly bad. Where its results, as under Theodoric, were good, they still depended entirely upon the personality of the king for the time being. The provincials had no guarantee for the continuance of peace and good government. To Justinian, such a condition of things must have been intolerable, and quite apart from his natural desire as Roman emperor to reunite the disintegrating heritage of Theodosius, the restoration of the lost regions to the blessings of Roman government and civilization must have always appeared to him in the light of a sacred duty. Nor is it possible to urge against this view, which was probably that of the educated classes as a whole, the argument that the provinces would probably be wrecked in the reconquest. The obvious reply is that some short-lived suffering is better than irretrievable ruin and relapse into barbarism. As a matter of fact, Africa was recovered within a year at the slightest possible cost of life and property. And had a great military ruler directed the attack on Italy, it probably would have been won back in a couple of years, and the way cleared for the reconquest of Gaul and Spain. To an emperor of warlike ability, wielding the great resources of the East, the recovery of the West was not a task of insurmountable difficulty. That it was only partially accomplished must be attributed largely to Justinian's limitations of character and ability, partly also to certain external circumstances over which he had no control. Since his foreign policy was the keystone of his designs, it was unfortunate in the last degree that he possessed no military talent. Further, he had not an unreasonable dread of the possible results of entrusting large powers to capable and ambitious generals. Justinian was also continually hampered by the hostility of Persia in the east and by barbarian raids on the Balkan Peninsula. At the very outset of his reign, Justinian had a foretaste of the trouble which Persia was to cause him. The new frontier fortress of Dara, or Anastasiopolis, where the Roman commander in the east now had his headquarters, was a standing eyesore to the Persians, and Justinian had perhaps already, as Justin's colleague, made evident his policy of conciliating the petty kingdoms on his eastern frontier, and so forming a line of buffer states against the Sassanids. In 527 he appointed a favourite young officer, Belisarius the Thracian, who had married his wife's friend Antonina, governor of Dara, and directed him to construct a fort close to Nisibis. This action appeared to threaten the Persian frontier fortress, and King Kobad declared war. Early in 528, a force of 30,000 Persians under Xerxes, a prince of the royal house, defeated the Roman troops which covered the new frontier post and captured and destroyed it. Xerxes followed up his blow by directing a raid into Syria, which effected much damage, and which the Romans, who were distracted by a revolt of the Samaritans in Palestine, only feebly opposed, though they replied to it later in the year by making a counter-raid into Adia Bene. The revolt was suppressed, and late in the year Belisarius, quite possibly by petticoat influence, for he was only 25, and had hardly distinguished himself so far, was appointed Magister Militum per Orientum. A veteran soldier, Hermogenes, however, was appointed chief of staff. In 530, the Persians invaded Roman Mesopotamia, 40,000 strong, including at least a part of the famed immortals. Belisarius and Hermogenes, with little more than 20,000 men, gave them battle under the walls of Dara and gained a complete victory, while a little later a second Persian force, which had entered Armenia, was routed by the general Dorotheus. The Persian plan of campaign had thus completely miscarried, but there was great disagreement between the young Magister Militum and his subordinates, and the success was not followed up. Next year, taking advantage of these dissensions, the Persians turned the Roman position in Mesopotamia by crossing the Euphrates at Callinicum, and Belisarius came up with part of his forces in time only to receive a severe defeat. It was evident that, whatever his ability might be, the young general could not control his officers, and he was superseded by the Gepid leader Mundus, who retrieved the disgrace of Callinicum by completely defeating the Persians at Martyropolis in Mesopotamia. Both sides were now weary of the war. The Persians could make no headway, and Justinian, anxious to have his hands free for the prosecution of his designs in the west, was not averse to making one or two slight concessions for the sake of peace on the Euphrates. A treaty was concluded in 532, by which Persia undertook to keep the Caucasian defiles closed against barbarian eruptions into either empire, while Justinian agreed to contribute £11,000 of gold to provide for the maintenance of the necessary garrisons and to withdraw the headquarters of the Eastern Army from Dara to Constantina, some distance in the rear, thus relieving the Persians from the real or fancied menace of a Roman force constantly on the borderline. He doubtless considered peace in the East cheaply bought for a sum which was probably less than the cost of another campaign. But the money payment could be, and no doubt was, regarded by the Persians as blackmail. The First Persian War ended. Justinian hoped to be able to turn his attention to the west, but before he could do so, he had to face a grave domestic peril in a revolt of the circus-named demes of the capital. These were neither more nor less than political factions, which used the colours of the charioteers of the Hippodrome as their badges and appellations. The outbreak has often been regarded as a last expiring flash of popular independence. The writer begs leave to question this. There will be reason hereafter to show that the populace of Constantinople was always ready to express its opinion in vigorous fashion at a crisis. Be that as it may, it threatened the existence of the Dardanian imperial line. Justinian, being himself orthodox, was inclined to favour the blue faction against the Greens, who were Monophysite, and in favour of the nephews of Anastasius. But for a constitutional monarch, and the Roman emperors were very decidedly such, despite their imposing semi-religious titles and pretensions, to be in sympathy with a political party is not to say that he must wink at their infractions of the law. Moreover, though the emperor was blue, Theodora in her dancing days had won the colours of the Greens, and was naturally inclined to sympathise with them. On Sunday, January 11, 532, the Greens formally complained by their demarch to the emperor of the injustice of which they had had to endure at the hands of some officials. The complaint was made, as usual, in the Hippodrome, the crowd assembled to witness the races always furnishing a good opportunity for the people to state their grievances. The Blues violently interrupted their rivals, and a tumult arose which was not quieted until blood had been shed. 7 ringleaders were arrested and condemned to death, and Justinian refused to exercise his prerogative of mercy in favour of those of them who belonged to the blue faction. The result was disastrous. The Blues turned against an emperor who, unjustly as they considered, would not protect them against the consequences of their misdeeds, and began to make overtures towards reconciliation with the Greens. Next day, a vast sullen crowd collected to witness the execution of the ringleaders. The hangman lost his head and bungled his work, and 2 half-hanged men were rescued and placed in sanctuary. This open defiance of the law was followed by a formal union of the factions. They took as their war cry the word Nika, victory. Next day, Justinian was confronted in the Hippodrome by the entire mob of rioters, which furiously demanded the dismissal of the city prefect Eudemius, the man immediately responsible for the late executions, of Tribonian, a famous lawyer, now questor, and of John of Cappadocia, the finance minister. One touch of taxes makes the whole world kin, and evidently the exactions under Justinian were already more severe than in the days of Anastasius. Moreover, John and Tribonian had evil reputations for honesty in financial matters. Justinian had with him in the palace of reliable troops only 1 regiment of mailed horsemen and a force of Herul and Gepid foederati, probably not more than 2,000 men in all. The 5 scholae of the guard were about 4,000 strong, but under Justinian they had tended more and more to become a merely ornamental body. There were, no doubt, plenty of gallant gentlemen in their ranks, but mere undisciplined gallantry is not worth a great deal in street fighting, and many members of the scholae were not even fighting men. Justinian evidently thought that the situation demanded conciliatory handling. On the 14th, he dismissed the unpopular officials and replaced them by men acceptable to the people, but the rioting continued. The emperor had at his disposal both Belisarius and Mundus, and the former moved out against the rebels with the Teutonic troops. The next 4 days were marked by desperate street fighting in which the rebels held their own stoutly. Fires broke out everywhere as the fierce mercenaries and infuriated rioters contended for the mastery, and on the 17th the whole eastern portion of the city was a mass of ruins. Only the huge fabric of the hippodrome still stood amid the mournful desolation and formed the stronghold of the insurgents against the imperialists in the palace enclosure. Troops, meanwhile, had reached the palace by sea. The factions now had decided to crown as Augustus one of the nephews of Anastasius. They were, however, with Justinian in the palace. The part played by Hypatius is difficult of comprehension. The writer's opinion is that he was probably willing enough to be crowned, but lacked the energy and determination requisite for an imperial claimant. Justinian seems to have thought that he was less dangerous at large than in the palace, where his presence would rather stimulate the eagerness of the rebels to come at him. A fresh sortie made by the troops on this day was repelled, and then the emperor ordered Hypatius and Pompeius to leave the palace. Next day Justinian opened a parley. Coming onto the platform of the Kathisma, the imperial grandstand, he addressed the rebels, swearing on the Gospels that he would grant all their lawful demands and pardon all guilty of complicity in the revolt. No monarch could well do more. But he was greeted with jeers, missiles, and yells of execration, and his guards had to protect him back to the palace. Hypatius had been discovered and recognised, and though his wife strove to dissuade him from acceding to the insurgents' requests, he gave way. On the following morning he was crowned with her necklace, wreathed diadem-wise, in the Forum of Constantine. Whether he still attempted to remain faithful seems dubious. One account says that his course was finally determined by a false report that the emperor was in flight. Then he had no further doubts, and concentrating his followers in the hippodrome, received their homage before leading them against the palace. There was something like a panic. The finest part of the city was in ruins. The rebels were triumphant. The troops had lost heavily in the fighting, and their leaders were not confident. A council of war was held, and to it came the emperor and the empress, Belisarius and Mundus, and the chief ministers. Justinian laid before it the alternatives of continuing the apparently hopeless defence of the palace, or of withdrawing to Heraclea Pontica to rally the eastern army. The consequences of this latter step might easily have been fatal. Justinian had tried all means to subdue the revolt, and all had so far failed. He was a beaten man. Had he left Constantinople, he would have confessed his defeat to the world. Adherents would have flocked to his rival. It is probable that he never would have seen his capital again. Nevertheless, John of Cappadocia directly advised the step, and was supported by most of the ministers. Belisarius and Mundus appear to have concurred, perhaps because they thought that without the clogging responsibility of guarding the emperor they might do better. The impression given is that the sense of the council was practically unanimous. Then great-hearted Theodora rose in her wrath and fiercely denounced the project which was approved by all the wisest and bravest heads of the empire. At this terrible hour, when the fate of the realm literally balanced on a razor's edge, the fiery courage of a woman turned the scale. Half Constantinople was in ruins, and the smoke of its burning was drifting over the Bosphorus. Tens of thousands of triumphant rebels were acclaiming a rival emperor hard at hand. The palace was full of beaten soldiery, and as she stood by the throne, storming her excited periods, her slim figure instinct with pride and contempt, her eyes glittering darkly in her little pale face, the ex-dancer looked down on defeated and disheartened men, wavering in the fatal irresolution that so often ends in crazy, helpless panic. "No time this," cried Theodora, "to pay regard to antiquated maxims, and so, though a woman, I will speak. Our dearest interests are at stake, and we must think of the wisest plan of action and of nothing else. Of course our counsellors advise flight. It is only natural. But if the natural course of action, even though it lead to safety, bring disgrace upon us, then it is but an evil one to follow. All men must die. But how much more terrible than death is it for a king to survive his kingship? Escape is very easy, my emperor. You have but to go on board ship and sail away. Nor need you want, for you have gold in plenty. But I tell you that when you have deserted your post as emperor, you will taste the very bitterness of death. And I, your wife, will not fly. I will not live to see the day when my purple robes are torn from me, and I am queen and mistress no more. Let us remain at our post and fight to the last. If we die, we meet our fate as becomes us, for empire is a glorious winding sheet. Theodora's fiery words and fiery gestures swept opposition before them. Her despondent husband and his timid counsellors caught courage from her speech. The failing hearts of the soldiers kindled again at the glance of the brave dancing girl, who perchance did hide in her bosom the recollection of past days that she fain would have forgotten, but who now, innocent or guilty, showed herself well worthy of the crown that her husband and sovereign had given her, a veritable queen of men. What further discussion there was is not known, but the results of the conference are certain. The eunuch Narses was sent out into the city, well provided with money, to endeavour to sow dissension among the not too solidly united factions, and every available man in the palace marched under Belisarius and Mundus to attack the rebels massed in the hippodrome. Belisarius made a direct attack upon the Kathisma, where Hypatius was now receiving the tumultuous homage of his supporters, while Mundus moved against the eastern side of the huge enclosure. Belisarius was repelled from the Kathisma, where the picked men of the factions made a desperate and successful resistance. So, leaving the portion of his force to mask it, he turned the remainder upon the western entrances, which he finally succeeded in carrying, just as the column of Mundus fought its way in by the Gate of the Dead on the east. The insurgents fought desperately, but were at a hopeless disadvantage before the trained soldiers, cooped up in an enclosure of which all the main exits were occupied, and a frightful massacre was made of them by the furious troops, who had a week of ill success to avenge. The loss of life has been rated as high as 50,000. It must in any case have been enormous. Hypatius and Pompeius were taken and executed. The extent of their guilt is difficult to estimate, but Hypatius had allowed himself to be crowned as a rival to the emperor. It does not appear that Justinian could, in the circumstances, have acted otherwise. The Persian trouble got rid of, only temporarily as it proved, and internal disaffection quelled by the terrible lesson of the Nika revolt, Justinian was at last able to turn his attention to the west. There the circumstances were extremely favourable. Theodoric the Great had died in 526, and his successor, Athalaric, followed in 533. Athalaric's mother, Amalasuntha, the Romanizing daughter of Theodoric, succeeded him, but was murdered by the worthless husband, Theodahat, whom she had taken in deference to the prejudice that no woman could rule alone over Goths, a prejudice probably well justified in the present case. In Africa, Hilderic, king of the Vandals, had been dethroned by his cousin Geilemir, perhaps the most thoroughly incapable monarch who had sat so far on any of the kingly thrones in the Teutonic West. Justinian declared war upon him as soon as peace had been made with Persia, and with diplomatic astuteness alleged as his reason that Geilemir had wrongfully deposed Hilderic, the friend and ally of Rome. The premature disclosure of the great design of recovery of all the West would probably have united Franks, Goths and Vandals in a solid phalanx of resistance. In July 533, Belisarius, now in high favour for his services in the Nika sedition, sailed from Constantinople for Africa with 10,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry on 500 transports escorted by 92 men of war. The armament put in at Tripolis, the easternmost Vandal town, which was at once betrayed by its inhabitants, and whence the army advanced cautiously along the coast on Carthage. Geilemir was utterly unprepared. His best general, his brother Tzazo, was in Sardinia. He sent to recall him and gathered his levies, but so great was the confusion and unreadiness of these erstwhile terrors of the empire that not until Belisarius's slow advance had reached the 10th milestone from Carthage were the Vandals able to offer battle. They made a poor resistance, were routed and scattered, and the Roman army marched into Carthage the next day. Geilemir would probably have submitted there and then, but Tzazo had now reached Africa from Sardinia. He rallied the disheartened levies of his brother and advanced with him to retake Carthage. Belisarius moved out from the city to deal with the Vandal rally, and the opposing forces blundered into each other at Tricameron, on the road from the capital to Bulla. The Vandals were once more routed and Sarzo slain. Guylemir fled into the mountains, but the rough fare of the Moors with whom he took refuge soon became intolerable to his weak, luxurious nature, and he surrendered, asking only for a harp with which to sing the dirge for the Vandals, a sponge with which to dry his tears, and a loaf of bread, a delicacy which he had not tasted among the Moors. If the fallen monarch really did send this miserable message, he could hardly have done anything better calculated to make him an object of utter contempt. The conquest of the African coast to the Pillars of Hercules was rapidly and easily accomplished, and Belisarius returned to Constantinople with his royal prisoner, a long train of noble captives, and the vast treasures of the Vandal king, the fruits of many years of unrestrained piracy on land and sea. In 535, Justinian declared war on Theodosius of Ostrogothia, using as a pretext this time the king's murder of his wife. Theodosius was a sufficiently poor creature, and the collapse of the Vandals cowed him. He made no preparation for war, but spent much time in consulting astrologers and sorcerers. He was ready to resign his great heritage without a blow, but there was plenty of good material in his nation, and the noble Ostrogothic race was not to fall without a desperate struggle. 2 invasions of the Ostrogothic kingdom were planned. Belisarius, sole consul for the year 535, was to invade Italy with a force of only 7,500 men. This seems so utterly insignificant that it must be supposed that it was exclusive of the general's huge comitatus of 7,000 troops. Even so, it was sufficiently weak for the task before it. Mundus, now governor of Illyricum, was to reconquer Dalmatia and Pannonia. Belisarius landed in Sicily, and by the end of the year had conquered the island. Only Paranormus seems to have made any resistance. Mundus, meanwhile, had taken Salona and conquered Dalmatia, but in the midst of his successes he was attacked by a large Gothic army, defeated and slain. This victory, however, did not benefit the Goths. They were forced to retreat before the successor of Mundus, and ultimately Dalmatia was firmly held by the Imperialists. Such success as the Goths had gained was not owing to the exertions of Theodosius, who appears to have been really crazy with fright. When early in 536 Belisarius crossed the Straits of Messina and took Rhegium, the Gothic host could bear no more. They promptly slew the miserable creature who sat on the throne of Theodoric the Great, and elected an elderly chief named Witigis, a respectable warrior of the drill sergeant type, and a man of integrity, but not the leader for a great occasion. Belisarius for the time did not advance. The newly conquered province of Africa was in a ferment. Part of the troops had mutinied and had been joined by the remnant of the Vandals. Belisarius hastened to Carthage and defeated the rebels on the Bagradus. Then, having apparently reduced the revolt to manageable proportions, he returned to Italy. Meanwhile the Franks, possibly stirred up by Justinian's diplomacy, were threatening the Ostrogoths from the north, and King Witigis was drawn away to oppose them. Belisarius, marching northward from Rhegium, was very feebly opposed. There were only 4,000 Goths under Ludarus, even in Rome itself. Naples was taken by surprise after a blockade of 3 weeks, and then Belisarius advanced on Rome. His army was reduced to a shadow by the numerous garrisons which he had been forced to leave behind, but the very stars in their courses seemed to fight for him. His advance was unopposed. Ludarius lost his head and gave the order for retreat, and Belisarius marched triumphantly into Rome from the southeast, just as the Goths were leaving it on the north on December the 10th, 536. Witigis, having bought off the Franks by ceding Provence, could now turn against the Romans. In the spring of 537 he arrived before Rome with the whole host of the Ostrogoths, over 100,000 strong, and beleaguered the city for 12 months. Belisarius had only some 5,000 troops wherewith to defend the vast circuit of the walls of Aurelian and Honorius, and that, with such feeble resources, he was able to repel assault after assault, and to hold out until famine and pestilence broke up the siege, speaks volumes for the helplessness of the Goths and the incapacity of their leader. The blockade was never complete or effective, and reinforcements and convoys of supplies were able to find their way in. The final column of reinforcement, which arrived in February of 538, was 5,000 strong. Success on the part of the Goths was now not to be hoped for. In March they abandoned the siege and retreated northward. Belisarius caught their rearguard at Pons Milvius and totally defeated it. Later in the year, a fresh force of 7,000 men under John, the son of Count Vitalian, took Ariminum. The imperial troops now concentrated in Rome. Besides Belisarius, there were John and Narses, the eunuch whom we have already met in the Nika sedition, and none had any definite primacy. Finally, however, Narses was recalled, and Belisarius, left in chief command, captured Faesulae and Auximium, and cautiously felt his way towards Ravenna. The Franks had broken the peace made in 536, and again invaded Italy. The Goths were defeated, the plain of the Po wasted. Witigis seemed helpless. In May 540, Belisarius occupied Ravenna, having starved the city into submission. There fell into his hands King Witigis, many nobles, and a great hoard of treasure. The admiring Goths offered the regality to the victorious general. But whatever his private ambition may have been, Belisarius had no thought of disloyalty. He returned to Constantinople with his captives and spoil, and so twice within 7 years Justinian saw a conquered king at the foot of his throne. Italy seemed conquered. Only a small Gothic force still remained in the valley of the Po, and yet almost all that had been conquered was to be lost again, and 12 years were to elapse before the final victory was won. The Gothic remnant was led in quick succession by 2 chiefs, Hildebald and Eraric. Then, in 541, the leadership passed to Badula, a man to be named with all honour and reverence, possessed of all the qualities that make for true nobility. Badula quickly showed that the Gothic spirit was not extinct. When in 542 the Imperialists began to collect for the conquest of the Po Valley, he boldly advanced against them and defeated them at Faenza. Following up his success, he routed John, son of Vitalian, at Megillo and shut up the remains of his army in Ravenna. He then pushed forward the work of reconquest and met with little opposition. The year 540 marks the highest point of Justinian's reign. While his foreign policy was everywhere meeting with brilliant success, he was busy with great works at home. In 528, a commission, including the great jurist Tribonian, began to codify the laws. It had the Theodosian code upon which to work, and in little more than a 12-month had completed its labours. This was only a beginning. On December 15, 530, a second commission, presided over by Tribonian, set to work on a digest of the entire body of the laws of Rome. It was a gigantic task, but in 3 years it was completed. Then, to facilitate study, the commission compiled a manual of the law in 4 volumes, the Institutes. It was really a new edition of the earlier commentaries of Gaius, with the alterations and notes necessitated by the changed times. At the same time, a course of study for intending lawyers was carefully examined and revised. Justinian was a builder on a gigantic scale. He had a fair field for his operations in Constantinople after the Nika sedition, but the capital was but one of the cities which he embellished or strengthened. In Anthemius of Trolls he had at his disposal one of the greatest of architects. Churches, basilicas, monasteries, fortresses, hospitals arose everywhere. The greatest of his monuments was the splendid Church of the Divine Wisdom in Constantinople, which has been more than once characterized as the most perfect specimen of a Christian temple that the world has ever seen. On its many glories we need not dwell. It is now a mosque of the Turks, but all their vandalism, all the effects of their wasting hand, have been unable to hide or destroy its majestic splendour. Sancta Sophia was but one of the many churches, built or restored by Justinian, though by far the greatest. Even in newly conquered Ravenna, the imperial architects and builders were soon busy, and produced for the emperor San Vitale and San Apollinare in class, the former containing only attempts at likenesses, if such they can be called, of himself and his wife that we possess. His civil and military works were enormous. He built basilicas by the score, and fortresses and military towers literally by the 100, 294 in the Balkan provinces alone. But all these works, combined with the cost of administration and of continual warfare, required an enormous outlay. Justinian apparently never seriously trenched upon his huge treasury reserve, but paid for everything out of revenue. He was probably guiltless himself of any desire to oppress his people, but his agents carried on a continual process of grinding extortion, John of Cappadocia especially earning a terrible reputation. As early as 532 we find the Nika rioters complaining of severe taxation. It is not likely to have been diminished after the suppression of the revolt. There was war in Italy. In Africa the Moors, the remnant of the Vandals and disaffected troops, gave trouble until 545. There were also hostilities in Illyricum, when in 540 Khusru and Ushivan son of Kobad, king of Persia, very likely owing in some measure to Gothic intrigues, invaded Syria. Khusru did not care to waste his host on the walls of Dara and Edessa. He crossed the Euphrates at once into Syria and marched straight on Antioch. The apparent strength of the great city so impressed him that he offered to withdraw for 1,000 pounds of gold. But when his terms were rejected, he made a virtue of necessity, and probably rather to his surprise, stormed Antioch. Part of the garrison cut its way out, but the city was sacked, and thousands of inhabitants carried off to Persia. Khusru made no attempt to hold Antioch, but at once turned homeward. He went by way of Mesopotamia, and on his march attempted to crown his campaign by storming the Persian eyesore of Dara, but was handsomely repulsed by the garrison. In 541, Belisarius was appointed to the Eastern Command. Khusru advanced into Armenia and attacked the thin slip of Roman territory along the southeastern shore of the Euxine. He stormed the fortress of Petra, south of Phasis, but before he could do more, he was recalled by the news that Belisarius had fallen on Mesopotamia. The campaign ended without result. The war dragged on for some 3 years longer, but its history is devoid of interest. In 542 and 543, the great king gained 1 or 2 trifling successes, chiefly, as it would seem, because Belisarius was ill-supported. He captured Callinicum in 543. In 544, a Roman corps was defeated in Persia-Armenia. But in 545, the Persian Grand Army sustained a very bloody and humiliating repulse before Edessa. Thereupon the great king made overtures, and once more Justinian, to free his hands for operations in Italy, where matters were very serious, preferred to buy a truce at the rate of 2,000 pounds of gold. The peace, after all, was only partial. In Lazica, the Colchian inland, hostilities were expressly permitted to continue. Khusru had shown by his expedition in 542 that he had designs on this region. They appear to have aimed at pushing the Persian border through to an outlet on the Euxine. While the Persian War lasted, hostilities in Italy were little regarded. The troops there were left unreinforced and unsupplied. The pressure of taxation was cruel. In 542, a blow which could not be parried fell upon the empire in the form of a terrible outbreak of the plague. It was an epoch-making disaster. There can be no doubt that it so weakened the state as to make it practically powerless before any great shock from without. The population was probably nearly stationary at the best of times. The burden of taxation, the prevalence of monasticism, continual barbarian ravages in the Balkan provinces, not to mention other causes, must have tended to retard any increase, and the wasting hand of the pestilence made havoc that could only have been repaired under the most favourable circumstances. The mortality in Constantinople at the height of the scourge is said to have exceeded 5,000 a day. If so, the population of the capital can hardly have been diminished by less than 100,000 souls. The details, the all-searching and all-destroying infection, the helplessness of the pseudoscience of the day before it, the craven terror and panic, the general apathy and despair, are those of all similar visitations. Procopius naively says that its one marked characteristic was that it carefully spared the wicked. The plague almost paralysed Justinian's efforts for some time. The war in the east languished, Italy was left almost to itself, and Badulla gained ground fast. The emperor himself had had an attack of the disease, and it seems to have left him weakened both in body and mind. By 543, Badulla was master of most of northern Italy, excepting Ravenna and 1 or 2 isolated strongholds. He then crossed the Tiber, and avoiding Rome, where a strong force was stationed under Bessus, an able but harsh and avaricious officer, overran the southern provinces almost without resistance. Plague and lack of reinforcements rendered the imperialists helpless. He besieged and took Neapolis, and pushing on to the south, captured most of the Roman troops remaining in the fortress of Hydruntum. Then in 544 he turned back to besiege Rome, though he had only 15,000 men available for the great task. Late in the year, Belisarius reached Italy, having again been appointed to the command. He retook Hydruntum and relieved Oximium, and in 545 proceeded, evidently by sea, to Ostia to do the same for Rome. Justinian had begun to distrust him. He was stinted in every way. His great veteran Comitatus was withheld from him. His army was small and raw. Bessus had alienated the Romans by his harshness, and before Belisarius could obtain reinforcements with which to attempt the relief, for which he had sent home John, son of Vitalian, Rome fell by treachery. John, meanwhile, had come back with fresh troops and an independent command. He reconquered Apulia and Lucania without difficulty. Badula thereupon abandoned Rome, breaching its walls and deporting such of the population as remained, and marched to meet him. But as soon as he was gone, Belisarius reoccupied the city, and when the king turned back to retake it, he was repulsed. Beyond this, Belisarius could do nothing. For some 2 years he lay entrenched in the ruins of the great city, holding his own, but unable to advance. Elsewhere, the Imperialists were confined to the walls of Ravenna, Oximium, Hydruntum, and Croton, and could not meet Badula in the field. The deadlock lasted for 2 years. Belisarius appealed in vain for supplies and reinforcements. He could only hold Rome, and Badula fitted out a fleet at Ancona, which ravaged the coast of Dalmatia, and sailing boldly to the west, wasted Sardinia. Then Belisarius heard of an event which he evidently regarded as fatal to all his hopes and prospects. He applied for permission to resign. It was granted, and he left Italy for the last time in 549. To the event which ruined his hopes we now turn. On July 27, 548, Theodora died. Her influence as empress appears to have been wholly for good. The stories of the secret history of Procopius are so contradictory that they cannot be believed. She doggedly opposed the evil finance minister, John of Cappadocia, and finally ousted and ruined him. She probably saw the bad effects of his measures better than her husband, obviously because she had personal experience of the hardships of poverty. Whenever she made her influence felt, it seems to have been exerted on the side of justice and wisdom. She was generous, pitiful to the oppressed, and if she were vain, her vanity is hardly to be put against her care for fallen woman. Charity, to the sinful of their own sex, is certainly not a female virtue. To the last, Justinian's affection for her never seems to have wavered. In Sancta Sophia we still may see the monogram of the imperial pair in the gallery, where they sat at public worship. His love episode is the one sympathetic trait in the character of the emperor, and with his brave wife the best of him lay dead. In this same unhappy year the Slavs ravaged Illyricum up to the walls of Dyrrhachium, and in 550 they made a fresh raid and sacked Topyrus in Thrace. The imperial troops seemed helpless to stay them. In 551 they were again raiding in Illyricum and Thrace, and defeated a small Roman force in the open field near Adrianople. Next year the raid was repeated. Justinian's attention was fixed on Lazica. He made hardly any attempt to succour Illyricum or Italy, where Badula recaptured Rome after the recall of Belisarius, and thenceforth held the entire country, except a few fortresses. For some time after Theodora's death, the emperor seems to have remained in a state of apathy, like that which paralysed the energies of a somewhat similar monarch, Philip II of Spain, in 1596. However, in 549 he roused himself and decided to end the partisan warfare in Lazica. A strong force was dispatched thither, which failed to take Petra, but routed a Persian division nearby. Next year the Persians were again defeated. Bessas, the general whom we have already met at Rome, put down a rising of the Abazgi in Colchis, and in 551 stormed Petra and routed the Persians at Archaeopolis. These successes were not continued in 552, though all went well for a time. The Roman army retreated in a panic when menaced with attack by a new Persian general, and was forced to the coast at Phasis. The Persians, 60,000 strong, followed it there in 553 and besieged it in its lines, but making an assault were totally defeated. There was further desultory fighting, but the Romans were now firmly established in Colchis, and in 556 peace was concluded for 50 years, Khusru receiving in lieu of Lazica £400 of gold a year. Once again the bad practice of money payments was adopted, but the fruits of the war lay with Justinian. The Persian hopes of pushing their border to the Euxine had been balked. In 552 Justinian had resolved on a final attempt to subdue Italy. A fleet and army were collected in Dalmatia under the command of Narses. Justinian would employ Belisarius no more. In justice it must be said that though the great general's second command in Italy was a failure, he came home wealthier than ever. We can hardly blame Justinian for distrusting him. Narses marched by land with his army and entered Italy from the north. The fleet defeated that of the Ostrogoths off Sena Gallica, and Narses reached Ravenna without opposition. He then, AD 553, advanced on Rome. At Tagina, in the Apennines, he met the great king of the Goths, and a desperate battle was fought. The Roman victory was complete. 6,000 Gothic knights perished, and worst of all, Badulla was slain. The end was nigh. Yet that sad end of a noble race had a tragic splendour. Narses occupied Rome, and moved on into Campania, where the broken army had rallied for a last stand under Tea, the best and bravest of Badulla's captains. Beneath Vesuvius, Narses came upon the last forlorn hope of Ostrogothia, and crushed it into all but total annihilation. Only 1,000 Ostrogoths stood to their arms after the battle, and Narses, with something we may believe of true admiration in his soul, gave them permission to leave Italy and go whither they would. So, with dead Tea on his shield at their head, as in life he had led them, the sad little column passed the Roman lines and went away, never to return. And with those grand warriors passing into the night of oblivion, the Ostrogothic nation disappears from history. As they told Narses, God was against them, but they had produced the greatest man of the 5th century, Theodoric, and Badulla and Tea, and now that they were gone, the world was poorer. All was not yet over. In their last agony, the Goths had sought aid from every side, and Theudebald of the Franks had permitted 2 chiefs, Bucelin and Clothar, to enter Italy with 80,000 men. They came too late to help Tea, but proceeded to waste Italy for their own benefit. One division perished of starvation and disease in Apulia. The other, under Bucelin, attacked Narses at Casilinum and was simply annihilated. Italy was Justinian's at last, but Italy so ruined as to be all but worthless. In many places the land was a vast solitude. Everywhere it was wasted and depopulated into hopeless poverty and misery. Nevertheless, it was Roman once more. Vandals and Ostrogoths had been swept away. The Franks had received a severe lesson. Now it was to be the turn of the Visigoths, the sackers of Rome in 410. In Spain, King Agila was in 554 engaged in civil war with a rebel, Athanagild. The latter was foolish enough to invite the help of Liberius, governor of Africa, who invaded the country and rapidly subdued most of the south and southeast. The Visigoths at last recognised their folly. They murdered Agila and acknowledged Athanagild as king. He was able to check the further progress of Liberius, but failed to recover the lost territory, which was held in whole or in part for some 60 years. Thus, by 556, Justinian had reconquered Italy, Illyricum, Africa, the islands of the western Mediterranean, and part of Spain, and had held Persia steadily in check. He had completed his legal reforms. The empire was covered with his monuments. But all this had been done at a cost of exactions which had entirely exhausted the state. The civil service was large and far too powerful. There is every reason to believe that it, and not Justinian, was responsible for many of the oppressions which weighed so grievously upon the suffering people. After his wife's death, Justinian distrusted everybody. His nephew, Justinus, who was married to Theodora's niece Sophia, was kept in the background, and the emperor, now more than 70 years of age, grew steadily weaker. His intellect was obviously failing. He seems to have lost in great measure even his love of hard work. He allowed the officials to gain power unchecked. The army fell into grave disorganization. Barbarian raids were bought off. As his powers declined, he wasted much time on religious controversy, trying to coerce orthodox believers and monophysites into unwilling and unenduring agreement. The whole machine of government and defence was out of order when, in 558, a horde of Cotriga Huns made a daring raid into Thrace. They do not appear to have numbered 20,000 cavalry in all, and a body only 7,000 strong came close up to Constantinople. Belisarius, who was hastily called from his retirement to defend the capital, could only collect the useless Scholarians and a few hundred veteran horsemen. Infantry were of course useless, but the Huns were beaten without difficulty in an action at Melantius near Constantinople. Another of their corps was severely handled at the same time near Cardia, and the whole horde withdrew. Justinian now intrigued with the Utriga section of the Huns to attack the Cotrigas, and the two tribes, busy with fratricidal warfare, had no leisure for further raids. Belisarius, some 4 years later, was suspected of complicity in a conspiracy against the emperor's life. His property was sequestrated, and he was kept under arrest for several months. Justinian's conduct certainly appears contemptible, but it is very difficult to say whether it was, as Professor Oman thinks, unpardonable. At all events, he ended by restoring the general to favour and fortune. Belisarius died in March 565. His wife Antonina lived some years longer and died at the great age of 80. The inhabitants of the Roman East were certainly not devoid of vigour. Justinian died on November 13, 565. His character has, as far as possible, been dealt with previously. With all his failings, he fills a large space on the Roman canvas, and if his undertakings were not always successful, we must remember his many difficulties. He has been compared with Louis XIV of France and with Philip II of Spain. The writer believes himself able to discern points of resemblance to both. He was clearly a better man than either, far less dissolute and ostentatious than the Frenchman, not a hypocritical bigot like the Spaniard. His first love was his last, and no La Vallière bewailed her fate at his hands. He was able in several ways, hard-working, thoroughly well-intentioned and conscientious. And so we leave him, the best known and yet most mysterious of the long line of Byzantine Caesars. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization by Edward Foord. Chapter 5. Justinian's Successors. Weakness and Decay. Justinian's marriage with Theodora had brought him no children. Though Justin, the son of his sister Vigilantia, held the office of Curoplates, master of the palace, the highest in the empire after those of Augustus and Caesar, he does not appear to have ever been formally designated as his uncle's successor. Justinian, indeed, seems to have distrusted and depressed him. But on his uncle's death he came forward without hesitation and was acclaimed Augustus by the court and senate, and afterwards solemnly crowned in Sancta Sophia. He was married to Sophia, a niece of Theodora. She had inherited her aunt's fiery courage and aspired to play her part, but had not her political aptitude. Justin ascended the throne at a moment of extreme gravity. The empire was internally greatly exhausted, and its weakness was accentuated by its wide extent, which necessitated the holding of worthless tracts like Italy and Western Illyricum against attack from without at a time when it had powerful enemies near at home. The savage Avars, a Tartar horde perhaps akin to the Huns, probably included some fragments of that famous race, had now reached the Danube, and before long the empire was to know them only too well. An embassy from them came to Constantinople in Justin's first year, probably to ascertain what amount of blackmail he was prepared to pay. Meanwhile they thrust the Slavs before them across the Danube. On the east the Persians were ever ready to strike another blow. The emperor was confronted and hampered at every turn by the great mass of self-interested bureaucracy which had become powerful during the late years of Justinian, and his efforts to relieve the burdens of the people were silently frustrated. The phenomenon is not an unusual one in history. The military service was also in a weak and disorganized condition. Justin began his reign by paying his uncle's debts. He repudiated Justinian's blackmailing policy towards the barbarians, and determined to repel ravages by force, a resolve which, in the state of the Empire, was certainly ill-timed, bold and magnanimous as it may be thought. The Avars and Slavs resumed their depredation, and owing to the military policy, which had been followed for many years, of keeping only garrisons and no field force in Europe, they were able to pursue them with little opposition. Justin followed at first a policy of toleration in religious matters. He proclaimed a general remission of arrears of taxes up to the year 560, but at the same time the customs duties were increased, and a tax put upon the political bread distributed to the populace of the capital. The general tendency of Justin's policy during his earlier years shows that there was much exhaustion in the provinces, and that the government was intensely unpopular. The weakness of the Empire was accentuated by its tendency to break apart, owing to the diversity of its component nations. This tendency Justinian's centralizing policy had really increased. Various provinces had up to this time been grouped under great viceroys. These viceregal officers he abolished, thus weakening one of the ties which united separatist people. In 568 the Emperor, who, though irritable and mentally ill-balanced, lacked neither insight nor ability, passed an edict to the effect that provincial governors were to be chosen by the local magnates and people, and installed without cost to the latter. It was a wise and well-meant measure, but it is open to question whether it was not quietly evaded. But it was in the department of foreign politics that Justin was most unfortunate. Italy, very feebly garrisoned, ravaged and nearly depopulated by plague and famine, was occupied in great part by the Longobards, with so little resistance, even considering the weakness of the Empire, that the writer is forced to the conclusion that their settlements were made with its tacit consent. Real resistance was made by only the single fortress of Pavia, which held out for 3 years. The incident shows how helpless the Teutons were against walled towns. The Empire held, in 700, only the extreme south, and a district roughly corresponding to the present provinces of Eastern Emilia, the Marches, Western Umbria, and Roma, with the Campanian coast and Venice comprising about a fifth part of the continental Italy. Sicily and Sardinia, however, were held for nearly 3 centuries yet, and the Empire was hardly weakened by its loss of the provinces which cannot have paid the expense of maintenance. In 572 war again broke out with Persia. Justin refused to subsidize the Sassanids any longer for Lazica and the Caucasus passes, and Khusru Anushirvan, now in old age, but as vigorous as ever, declared war. In 573 the Magister Militum per Orientem Marcian defeated a Persian army at Sargaton, but failed to take Nisibis, and meanwhile the Persians made a fearful raid into Syria, and dragged away a vast number of captives, 292,000, we were told, an incredible figure. Apamea was taken and destroyed. A number of the most beautiful girls were picked out to be sent to the Khan of Turks, with whom Khusru was anxious to keep on good terms. They forestalled their shame by drowning themselves. The incident deserves the record that all heroic actions merit. Next year the Persians captured their chronic eyesore of Dara, while in Europe the Avars ravaged Moesia and defeated the general Tiberius, the future emperor, who led a small force against them. Justin's mind was already failing, and Sophia thought it necessary to buy a truce for a year, for which she paid 45,000 solidi. In 575 this was extended for 3 years, except in Persarmenia, where the war went on without interruption. The payment was reduced to 30,000 solidi per annum. Khusru, in 576, advanced into Armenia and besieged the Roman frontier fortress of Theodosiopolis, but failing to take it, entered Cappadocia. He destroyed Sebaste, but was defeated on his march to Melite by Justin, son of Germanus, who had been sent to oppose him. He retreated towards his own border, burning everything in his path, including the city of Melite, but was caught up by Justin near the latter place and totally routed. Next year, however, Justin was in his turn defeated by the general to whom the aged Khusru had given place, but this was offset by a very successful irruption made by the general Mauritius into Arzanen and Gordien. In 578 the emperor, who had long been suffering from intermittent insanity, died, and the Caesar Tiberius, whom we have already transiently met, and who had been practically emperor since 574, succeeded him. He was well intentioned, but impulsive and ill advised ruler. In 579 Khusru Anushirvan died, and the Romans pushed a raid eastward into Media Atropatene. In 582 the Avars for the first time gained a solid success over the empire by the capture of Sirmium, but a Persian invasion of Mesopotamia was repulsed at Constantina. Meanwhile the savage Slavs were penetrating into the Balkan provinces, not to plunder but to settle. Little could be done to check them at present. The Persian war demanded the presence of the whole available forces on the eastern frontier, but Tiberius had made a vigorous effort to reorganize the army, which had been in a bad and mutinous condition ever since the latter years of Justinian. Preposterous liberality. For this the civil officials were chiefly responsible, since their policy was, as is common with bureaucratic bodies, exaggeratedly anti-militarist. The troops, more or less neglected and furnished with pay at very irregular intervals, grew discontented, and tended to become what the army of old Rome had been in the 3rd century, a danger to the state rather than its protection. Tiberius's domestic policy was most unfortunate, not to say absurd. He remitted a fourth of the direct taxation, a measure which perhaps admitted of defence, though the removal of the duty on the political bread could only have been devised as a means to curry favour with the idle populace of the capital. Absolutely indefensible are his grants to members of all professions, not merely scholars and physicians, but lawyers, goldsmiths, and bankers. Comment is needless. The donations to the army were perhaps a little more sensible, since it was necessary to conciliate the ill-used troops, but it was dangerous to pamper them, and Tiberius's successor had to reap the evil fruits of his policy. Meanwhile, of course, this lavishness emptied the treasury. Tiberius died on August 5, 582, having designated as his successor his best general and trusted friend, the Cappadocian Mauritius, whom we have seen in action against Persia, and whom he had married to his youngest daughter Constantina. The reign of Maurice opened with a disaster in the East. The Romans were well beaten in Armenia, owing to quarrels between their generals, while in Europe the Avars took Singidunum (Belgrade). Maurice bought off the latter with a subsidy of 120,000 solidi. They had already received 80,000 in 581, and 100,000 in 582. Little could be done by force against them, for the whole field army of the Empire was in the East, and when they began to take fortresses they were becoming something more than a trouble. The next 2 years were marked by indecisive fighting on the Persian border, while in Europe the Slavs settled everywhere in the wasted provinces. In Greece they squatted all over the interior, and the Hellenes were forced everywhere seaward, abandoning such homes of their race as Sparta and Megalopolis. One of these refuges on the coast, which afterwards grew into an important city, was the headland in Laconia, where had once been the tribute station from which the Minoan Sea King dominated Peloponnesus, and where the emigrants now founded famous Monemvasia. The same thing took place in Dalmatia. The Slavs in Thrace, however, were defeated by a small Roman division under Commentiolus. In 586, Philippicus, Maurice's brother-in-law, defeated the Persians, and though he unaccountably retreated after a successful raid into Arzanen, he closed the year with an invasion of Media. But the Avars ravaged Moesia and starved Dorostolon and Marcianopolis into surrender, and Commentiolus, who had only 6,000 troops under his orders, could not effectively oppose them. Next year, however, a new general, John the Moustached, beat the Avars before Adrianople. Heraclius, father of the future emperor of the same name, ravaged the Persian borders, and when in 588 the Persians besieged Constantinople, it was relieved and the besiegers routed at Martyropolis. In 589 Martyropolis was betrayed to the Persians. A Roman force marching to the relief was defeated, but Commentiolus, now appointed to the command, routed the Persians at Nisibis. Meanwhile the Arabs raided Persian Mesopotamia, the Turks threatened the north, and the pressure on the Roman frontier slackened. The Turks were defeated by the general Vararan, who then hastened to oppose the Romans, but was twice routed on the Araxes. King Hormuzd insulted him for his ill success, and he promptly revolted. In September 590 Hormuzd was slain. His son Khusru, afterwards called Aparvez the Victorious, appealed for help to Maurice and made peace, thereby ending the weary war of raid and counter-raid. The Roman army marched to the aid of Khusru. Vararan was defeated and slain, and the rightful heir enthroned. By this kindly and, in the circumstances, well-timed act, Maurice gained a valuable accession of territory in Armenia, but Khusru was destined to be the most terrible enemy that the Empire had had since Hannibal. Having ended the Persian War, Maurice brought across to Europe the bulk of the Eastern army. He announced that he would himself take the command, and set out to do so. But the opposition of the officials was so strong that he gave way, a proof of the huge influence possessed by the civil service, and of the comparative helplessness of the nominal head of state. In his place a general, Priscus, was appointed, who, after gaining some slight successes, was superseded by the Emperor's own brother, Peter. Matters had reached such a pass that it was only by employing his relatives that the ruler could be sure of faithful service. There was no serious fighting, and for some years there was comparative quiet on the Danube. The Avars, with the erratic instinct of barbarian nomads, swerving off westward and attacking the Teutons in Germany. During these years Maurice remained at Constantinople, working hard at attempts to reform the administration, struggling against the dead weight of bureaucratic opposition which had baffled Justin and Tiberius II. He was crippled all his reign by the effects of the latter's unwise profuseness, and gained an undeserved reputation for miserliness, which he increased by certain ill-advised economies in the direction of docking the food and pay of the troops. He was unpopular in the capital, and his Christian values failed to win affection for him. When he refused to permit a heretic to be burned, he was stigmatized as unorthodox. His economy made him disliked both by army and civil service. He could command no support from the people. In 597 the Avars passed once more over the Danube and defeated Peter, while the Slavs utilized the opportunity to besiege Thessalonica, so far south were they now established. In 598 Priscus again took over the chief command. He relieved Singidunum, and when the Avars invaded Dalmatia, they were defeated by an officer named Godwin, obviously a Teuton, perhaps even an Englishman. Next year the Avars again crossed the Danube and besieged Tomi, where Priscus had entrenched himself. The siege was raised by Commentiolus early in 600, but his army retreated in a panic, and much mischief might have been caused. But the Avars were decimated by disease. The Khagan's own son died of the plague, and he sued for peace, which was concluded on the basis that the Danube should be the boundary between Roman and Avar. A subsidy of only 20,000 solidi was paid. The pride of the barbarians had evidently sunk, but Maurice ruined himself by refusing to ransom the 12,000 captives and deserters in the hands of the Khan, who thereupon gave way to savage fury and massacred them. It was at least one cause of the Emperor's fall. The Avars retired across the Danube. Maurice immediately and shamelessly violated the peace. Priscus was across the Danube before the Avars could gather to oppose him. Near Vimiacum he caught their rearguard and defeated it, and pressed up the Danube, routing their scattered hordes one after another. He reached the Theiss before the Khan could call in his subject tribes, and completely defeated him. Priscus next attacked and massacred a remnant of the Gepidae, who still remained in their ancient seats, and then, following up the Khan, routed him in a final victory on the Theiss. There were no important operations in 601. The Avars were hard hit. The Romans turned their attention to the Slavs. Many dispirited Avars deserted to them, and in 602 the Teutonic general Godwin again crossed the Danube and gained a victory over the Slavs. Success now seemed at hand. Maurice directed the army to winter north of the river, so as to be ready for decisive operations in the spring. At once the troops broke out into mutiny. They had some slight reason, perhaps, but they were guilty of the worst kind of military disobedience in refusing to perform their plain duty at a time when one more effort might have cured the Avaric plague for ever, and dearly was the empire to rue the consequences of this outbreak of ill-conditioned military license. The army selected a centurion named Phocas as general, presumably for the admirable combination in his character of turbulence and cruelty, since we do not find him to be possessed of any other positive attributes, and advanced on Constantinople. No opposition was made to it. The citizens opened their gates, and Maurice fled across the Bosphorus. He was taken at Chalcedon and put to death with his 5 sons, the youngest a toddling child of 3. With them died the Emperor's brother Peter, the distinguished general Commentiolus, and Constantine Lardis, Maurice's chief minister and friend. Priscus saved himself by joining the army, with which he was naturally popular. He may have had a hand in the movement. The Empress Constantina and her 3 young daughters were spared, but straitly imprisoned, and the obscure, witless centurion mounted the throne. End of section 5. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 6 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. The Onset and Repulse of Iran. The Coming of Islam. Of all the Byzantine emperors, Phocas was by far the worst. His one salient characteristic was barbarity. Of capacity he never showed any sign. His energies were employed in securing his position. He cleared his path of the friends of Maurice by a series of bloody executions. Narses, the able general who commanded on the Persian frontier, was terrorized into revolt, but repented, and came under safe conduct to Constantinople to clear himself. Phocas broke his word and burned him alive. He married his daughter Domentia to Priscus and advanced all available relatives to high positions. Plots were formed against him, but all were delated. One of these centered in the Empress Constantina. It was betrayed. The unhappy lady was barbarously tortured and finally put to death with her young daughters, a daughter-in-law, and nearly all the surviving adherents of Maurice who could be seized. Khusru II of Persia saw that his time had come. He had his casus belli in the murder of Maurice, and perhaps a desire to avenge his benefactor really had a place among his mixed motives, though when Rome was harassed in the west, Persia could hardly remain quiet. In any case, the Persian king's personal motives were soon lost to view in the vista opened to him by his unexpected success. The wars of Rome with Parthia and Persia have for the most part a curious air of unreality. There is much fighting, much plundering, and carrying away of captives, immense private misery, but no decisive success on either side. But now the whole character of struggle appears to change. In 603 the Persians poured into Mesopotamia and defeated the eastern army under Germanus and Leontius. Next year they again crossed the border and defeated Leontius at Arzamon. The year 605 was comparatively quiet, but in 606 Syria was ravaged right down to the sea, and Dara was taken. In 607 the Persians invaded Asia Minor, and in 608 an army under Shahen made its way across Cappadocia, Galatia, and Bithynia to the gates of Chalcedon. It was the first time for centuries that Western Asia Minor had been troubled by a foreign foe. In 609 matters appeared desperate. The forces in Europe had been transferred to Asia to act against the Persians, and the Illyrian provinces were overrun more and more by Avars and Slavs. The empire held only the coast districts. Asia Minor was being ravaged. The army was beaten and demoralized. Phocas still sat on his red throne in Constantinople, where he maintained a veritable reign of terror. There seemed no hope unless he could be replaced by an able man. In these wild years the one peaceful portion of the empire was Africa, well governed by its capable and popular exarch, the aged general Heraclius. Phocas seemed to have feared to depose him. On his side, Heraclius was joined every day by desperate refugees, but dared not revolt, because his wife, Epiphania, and Eudocia, the betrothed of his son, were in the capital. In 608, however, Priscus, thoroughly sick of his miserable father-in-law, and perhaps ashamed of the share which he had taken in his elevation, began to correspond with the exarch. after a time Phocas got wind of these negotiations, and imprisoned Epiphania and Eudocia. Their lives were obviously hardly worth an hour's purchase, and Heraclius prepared for war. In the summer of 610 all was ready. The exarch's son, Heraclius, sailed directly for the capital with a powerful fleet, while his nephew, Nicetas, marched eastwards to secure Egypt. On entering the Dardanelles, Heraclius was joined by many adherents, and the garrison of Constantinople deserted as the fleet sailed up to the walls. The ships in the harbour, manned by Phocas' few determined followers, made resistance, but were soon overpowered, and Phocas, seized in the palace, was brought bound on board the flagship. "Wretch!" exclaimed the conqueror, "you have foully misgoverned the state." "See if you will do any better," yelled the doomed tyrant, as the seamen dragged him away to death. His chief partisans and his brother Domentiolus were executed, and Heraclius entered Constantinople in triumph. The captive ladies were released. On October 5 the conqueror was crowned and married in Sancta Sophia, and then was face to face with the gigantic difficulties of his situation. Matters could scarcely be worse. The army was a ruin. Theophanes gravely assures us that every man of the force of 602 had perished, except two. Heraclius appointed Priscus commander in the east, and he appears to have raised and formed a kind of private army, with which he guarded the Tauric frontier for some years, while Theodore, the emperor's brother, held Cilicia. More than this Heraclius scarcely hoped to do at first, and even this he was presently obliged to abandon. The European provinces were left almost unprotected outside the walls of the great cities. The Slavs colonized the deserted inland. The Avars careered far and wide. In Syria and Egypt there were hardly any troops, and the population as a whole was attached to Monophysite and Nestorian doctrines, alienated by disasters and exactions of the government, and generally sullen and disaffected. Africa, ruled by the emperor's father, was the one faithful and unattacked province, and even from Africa little help was to be expected, since any withdrawal of troops was certain to be followed by territorial losses. The Spanish garrisons were left to themselves, and began to fall one by one into the hands of the Visigoths. So, too, was Italy. At home Heraclius was confronted with a powerful and insubordinate bureaucracy, and the increasingly insolent aristocracy. He was constantly hampered by the supposedly necessary task of supplying and keeping in good humour the Constantinopolitan populace. Heraclius seems to have devoted his first years to restoring some order at the centre of the empire. So weak was his authority that on finding a great noble guilty of malpractices he had literally to trepan and assassinate the culprit, being quite unable to deal open justice. Demoralization was rampant. In 612 the young Empress Eudocia died, after presenting her husband with two children, Epiphania and Heraclius Constantine. She was buried with great solemnity, but the occasion of her funeral afforded the most awful example of the barbarism of the times that we yet have seen, worse even than the torture of Constantina and her daughters. A servant girl chanced to cough or spit as the dead empress's bier passed by, and a little saliva fell on the edge of the pall. It will hardly be believed that she was seized and beheaded on the spot. The story is so horrible in its naked savagery that we can only hope that it is exaggerated. The emperor was probably justified in making a second marriage, but it cast a not undeserved stigma upon his character, which clung to it until the end of his life, for his second wife was his niece Martina. He was fanatically in love with her, and until his death lost no opportunity of manifesting his affection. Possibly he thought that he was committing no worse fault than if he had espoused a first cousin, but the act seriously injured him in the eyes of both clergy and people, and when Marina's first child was born, wry-necked, and the second deaf and dumb, we cannot wonder that men spoke of the wrath of God. Abroad, disaster was the order of the day. Priscus soon began to show insubordination, and in 612 Heraclius enticed him to the capital, and tonsured him, pacifying his mutinous troops by presence of mind and tactful words. For the moment, however, it seemed as if he had only removed another defence of the empire, and the next 6 years were the most disastrous of his whole reign. In 614 the Persians poured into Syria, and overran the north with little resistance. The fortresses of Mesopotamia fell one after another, and with the capture of Damascus the Persian power was interposed between the disconnected halves of the empire in Eurasia and Africa. Next year they marched into Palestine under a leader called Shar Baraz, the royal boar, conquered the country, stormed Jerusalem, massacring or enslaving 90,000 of its Christian inhabitants, and carrying off the patriarch of the True Cross to Persia. All Jews were significantly spared. There were many of their coreligionists in the Persian ranks. They bought Christian slaves wholesale in order to wreak their vengeance upon them, a terrible testimony to the manner in which they had been treated. In 616 the Persians advanced into Egypt, and the disaffected population joined them with alacrity, so that the great grain-producing province passed into their hands almost without opposition. Nicetas, the cousin of Heraclius, its governor, was forced to abandon even Alexandria and flee to Cyprus. In 617 the Persians under Shahen penetrated to the Bosphorus and captured Chalcedon. They remained there for 6 years. Heraclius seems really for a moment to have lost heart, or at any rate to have thought that any means, even the most disgraceful, would be justified to procure a truce. Shahen declared that his master only warred with the murderers of Maurice, and offered his safe conduct to ambassadors to the Persian court. Khusru, already beginning to show signs of the absolute madness of pride which ultimately ruined him, flayed the unfortunate commander alive for his presumption, and imprisoned the ambassadors. To Heraclius he sent a letter demanding immediate surrender, and bidding him not to trust his Christ, who could not save himself from crucifixion by the Jews. It was addressed to Heraclius, his vile and insensate slave, from Khusru, the greatest of the gods and lord of the world. An example of pride before a fall, truly. In the capital matters were gloomy, for plague and famine reigned. The loss of Egypt had cut off supplies, and disease followed in the train of hunger. Heraclius could no longer feed the populace, and he declared that he must withdraw the seat of government to faithful Carthage. There was universal consternation. The selfish, headless state paupers were at last galvanized into acting like men. Hitherto Constantinople, despite the patriotism shown on one or two occasions, had been little more than another Rome, a source of weakness rather than strength, draining the revenue and contributing nothing to the defensive service of the empire. Now, at last, it was brought home to the people that they were not the faithful subjects of the emperor, but only his pampered children, and that there were others more deserving. There was a great ferment, resulting in a solemn covenant between Heraclius and his people. The emperor promised not to leave the capital. He would regard its inhabitants as his children. He would defend the empire to the last, and would take the field in person. The patriarch Sergius offered the entire treasures of the Church for the expenses of the mortal struggle. The people enlisted by thousands. The capital was at last forced from its isolation, and stood out as the true leader of the empire, a position which it never afterwards lost. For a few months corn was still distributed by the government, but at a fixed price. Then the practice was quietly dropped. Emperor and people were united in a solemn resolve to do their best for the faith. The crusade, the first crusade, had begun. First of all, however, the rear of the empire had to be relieved. Heraclius resolved to come to terms with the Avars, and a meeting was arranged between the emperor and the Khan at Perinthus. Heraclius went without any misgivings, but the whole affair was a piece of disgraceful treachery. The Avaric host fell upon the emperor and his escort, and Heraclius, tearing off his crown and flinging away his robes, only escaped by the speed of his horse. The Avar horsemen swarmed outside the walls of Constantinople, and are said to have swept away 270,000 prisoners. To turn on the Avars was to neglect the East. With bitterness and shame Heraclius bowed himself to ransom the captives. The Khan perhaps may have felt some shame at his treachery. The emperor made an attempt to conciliate him by offering him the post of guardian to his son. For the present the Avars retired, but next year they once more made raids on Thrace, and it was not until 621 that they were temporarily got rid of by a subsidy of 200,000 solidi. In 620 reinforcements came westward from Persia to the army at Chalcedon under Shar-Baraz. On their march they captured Ancyra. On their arrival an attempt was made to pass the Bosphorus. Presumably the Persians had constructed transport vessels at Chalcedon during their years of occupation, but the Roman fleet was strong. They were severely defeated, losing at least 4,000 men, besides the ships which they had laboriously constructed, and the army of the Crusade was encouraged by its first success. During 621 the final arrangements were made for the great campaign. The capital was placed in charge of the patrician Bonus, a loyal and able general, and the patriarch Sergius. They had in their care the emperor's eldest son, Constantine, a boy of 9. The great fleet covered the city against the threats of Persians at Chalcedon. In the spring of 622 Heraclius moved. He embarked his available troops, and sailing up the Gulf of Nicomedia, landed them, thus turning the Persian position at Chalcedon. Sharbaraz at once abandoned his station and came back to attack the Romans. Heraclius then advanced eastward into Asia Minor, and Sharbaraz perforce marched after him. Heraclius, having drawn him away nearly to the Armenian frontier, turned to bay, and, after some clever manoeuvring, severely defeated him. He left his army in cantonments, and returned with prestige and popularity much enhanced to Constantinople. In 623 Heraclius set out to join the army, taking with him the wife whom he idolized. He concentrated on Caesarea in Cappadocia, and moved northeastwards across Armenia into the valley of the Araxes, thus turning the Persians, who were prepared to oppose the passage of the Euphrates. In Armenia he took Dovin and Nakhichevan, and pushed on rapidly through Media to Ganzaka, Takht-i-Suleiman, where Khusru himself was in residence. Khusru was seized with panic and fled, and Heraclius stormed and sacked the city. He next captured and destroyed Thebarmes, the supposed birthplace of the great teacher Zoroaster, and thence advanced southwest towards Dastagerd, the favourite residence of Khusru. Now, however, for the present, his success ended. An army under Shahen, it looks as if this frequently recurring name means nothing but royal leader, was in his front. Sharbaraz had come up from the west, and was threatening his right flank. He therefore retreated northwards into winter quarters in Albania. In the spring of 624 he was attacked by 3 armies, under the generals Sharbaraz, Shahen, and Sharablakhan respectively. By able manoeuvring he contrived to save himself from a combined attack, and cut in upon their line of advance. Having obtained the interior position, he threw himself on Sharbaraz and Sharablakhan, badly defeated them, and then, swinging round upon Shahen, who was following behind, routed him also. The 3 defeated commanders now effected a junction, and their united force, strengthened by reinforcements, was so strong that Heraclius did not venture to attack it. He retreated towards the Caucasus, followed by the Persians, but they dared not involve their hosts of cavalry among the mountains, and soon withdrew. Heraclius, having reorganized and recruited his army, once more advanced and broke into the Persians' line of defence before they could concentrate their forces. Sharbaraz was in position before Van. Heraclius attacked and defeated him, and stormed the city. The Persians retreated southward, and Romans went into winter quarters in Armenia. In 625 Khusru altered his plan of campaign. He determined to play against Heraclius his own strategic game. Sharbaraz was placed in chief command and ordered to invade Asia Minor. He therefore marched westward into Commagene, but as soon as he moved, the Roman Emperor began to advance from Armenia. Following in the track of the Persians, he entered Roman Mesopotamia and recaptured Amida, Dara, and Martyropolis. Sharbaraz was prepared to defend the passage of the Euphrates at Samosata, but Heraclius, by one of his masterly flanking movements, manoeuvred him out of his position and crossed lower down. Pressing forward into Cilicia, he recovered the entire province, and ended his successful campaign by defeating Sharbaraz on the Sarus. The year 626 was the decisive one of the war. Khusru evolved a grandiose but incoherent plan of operations, by which the Roman Emperor was to be held at bay in Armenia, and a great invasion of Asia Minor carried out. He had been in communication with the Khan of the Avars, and the treacherous Barbarian was only too willing to advance again on Constantinople. The best troops were selected from the various armies of Persia, and collected 50,000 strong under Shahen, who was to hold Heraclius in check. The other forces were assembled into one army, and placed under Sharbaraz for the invasion of the empire. He marched early in the year, and was well on his way before Heraclius was aware of the movement. But Khusru and the Khan forgot that the empire held the command of the sea. Heraclius sent a picked detachment to the Euxine coast, whence it was conveyed to Constantinople. He then placed a strong corps under his brother Theodore to observe Shahen, and himself remained in Lazica, ready to support Theodore or return to the aid of Constantinople as necessary. Theodore by himself was too strong for Shahen's 50,000 golden spearmen. He entirely defeated them, and the hapless general committed suicide. Khusru took a petty vengeance by flogging the lifeless corpse. Clearly he was verging on insanity. Meanwhile Heraclius had not been idle. He entered into communication with the Turkey nation of the Khazars, which has now become domiciled in the Volga basin, and the chief Khan, Zebu, prepared to come to his assistance with 40,000 riders. Meanwhile Sharbaraz had proceeded through Asia Minor, and reached Chalcedon without opposition in the field, while the Avars made their way to Constantinople, 80,000 strong, dragging with them all kinds of engines for a siege. On June 29 they blockaded the capital on the land side, while the Persians crowded the heights of Chrysopolis. But guarded by the Roman navy, the Bosphorus was as effective a barrier to their junction as the British Channel was to the power of Napoleon. Moreover, the city was impregnable to the Avars. The suburb of Blackerney had been included in the circuit of the fortifications, and the barbarians looked in dismay at the vast moat and line after line of rampart garrisoned by 12,000 cavalry, exclusive of infantry. On July 31 a fierce assault was made all along the landward line of wall, but beaten off with great slaughter. It was evident that without the assistance of the trained Persian troops the Avars were helpless, and on August 3 a great attempt was made to effect a junction of the allies by means of boats and rafts. It was entirely defeated by the Roman fleet, which rammed and sank the clumsy craft right and left, with a loss of thousands of men who manned them. The Avars forthwith abandoned the siege and retreated northward, and though the Persians still held Chalcedon, they were powerless to harm the capital. The first great siege of Constantinople had failed. In Armenia, Heraclius had been joined by his new ally, Zebu Khan, to whom he promised the land of his daughter, Epiphania Eudocia. It was a political necessity, but the Khazars were not savages. Thereafter, more than one matrimonial alliance was contracted between the Roman and Khazar royal houses. Epiphania's fate need not have been a pitiable one. At all events, she was spared it by the death of her prospective husband. Before he died, however, Zebu had led his wild horsemen all over Media, and had dealt another blow at the tottering power of Khusru. Aparvez no more. Heraclius remained in the north, not necessarily inactive, for nearly a year after receiving the news of the Avaric repulse before Constantinople. His Khazar allies had returned home with their plunder, but in 627 Zebu's successor dispatched a fresh force to his assistance. Meanwhile he called in his detachments and concentrated his strength for the decisive blow. Khusru, on his side, rallied the broken army of Shahen and gathered together every available fighting man for a last effort, under a new general called by Byzantine historians Rhazates, whose name, therefore, was probably Riza. His station was at Ganzaka. Heraclius must have been somewhere to the northward, perhaps about the modern Julfa on the Araxes. Orders were sent by the Persian king to Sharbaraz to abandon Chalcedon and to retreat on Mesopotamia. The message was intercepted, and Sharbaraz remained in the west. On October 9, 627, Heraclius began to move, but for some weeks nothing of importance happened. The writer's suggestion is that Riza was too strongly posted to be vulnerable to a direct attack. Thereupon, about the middle of November, Heraclius marched westward, past his enemy's front. He could now confidently take risks, crossed the mountains into Adiabene, passed the Greater Zab on December 1st, and pointed forward down the Tigris for Dastagerd and Ctesiphon. Riza, abandoning his position at Ganzaka, hastened to throw himself in the way. His terrible half-insane master had given him order to conquer or die. Near the site of Nineveh he came up with Heraclius. There can be no reasonable doubt that the Persians were far superior in number, but the majority must have been raw levies. Almost on the ground on which Alexander had trampled the pride of the Achaemenids in the dust, a tremendous struggle raged all through Saturday, December the 12th, between the heirs of the greatest of European conquerors and the hosts of the Sassanid great kings. Riza and his soldiers did their duty manfully and well, and for long no decisive advantage was gained by either side. Towards evening Heraclius rallied the strength of his cavalry for a final effort, and Riza, catching sight of him on his white charger Dorkon, leading the oncoming squadrons, and remembering his master's grim words, dashed forward and engaged him in mortal combat. Heraclius rode him down and slew him, and his fall was the turning point of the day. With a last tremendous charge, the Roman horsemen spread disorder through the faltering ranks, and the great battle, which had lasted from dawn to nightfall without intermission, ended in defeat and practical destruction of the Persian army. So fine was the spirit of the Persians that one splendid division stood to its arms all night on the field within bowshot of the victors, but at dawn it sullenly withdrew. Khusru had no cause to blush for the ill-treated warriors who defended his cause so well. Heraclius, moving forward from Nineveh, celebrated Christmas at Yezdim, a palace of Khusru, and on New Year's Day entered Dastagerd, while his vanquished enemy, accompanied only by his beloved wife Irene and a few attendants, escaped through a gap in the wall and fled to the south. The plunder was enormous, for the greater part of Khusru's treasures were there. 300 Roman standards were recovered. The Emperor permitted no bloodshed, but the splendid palaces were ruthlessly sacked and given to the flames. If this seem an act of pure barbarism, there is the fact that the provocation was great. From Dastagerd the Roman army advanced on Ctesiphon, but was met with news that a revolution had broken out. Khusru, raging at the failure of Shahrbaraz to appear, and refusing to believe that his order had never been received, sent to execute him. The message was seized by Roman troops and communicated to Shahrbaraz, who at once concluded an armistice and marched homeward to support the revolution. The end of story of Khusru Parvez, who for 10 years had been greater than any king of Persia, was that his son Shero dethroned and imprisoned him. His death, of course, speedily followed. The new king at once opened negotiations for peace, and Heraclius retired across Zagros in deep snow and went into cantonments at Ganzaka. On April 3rd, envoys from Shero arrived with full powers, and the treaty was concluded. The ancient frontiers of the two empires were restored. The Persians were to surrender all prisoners, booty, and sacred relics captured by them, and pay a war indemnity. On April 8 Heraclius set out from Ganzaka on his homeward march, and the Persian war came to an end. It seems necessary to say a word on the Persian strategy, if only in reply to the allegations of those who, to the writer's knowledge, in conversation and in print, have maintained that if Khusru's plan had been properly executed, Persia must have succeeded. Clearly the same may be said of many military plans. Khusru never made any attempt to utilize the naval resource of Syria to destroy the Roman navy. Constantinople was immensely strong, but it might have fallen had the Persians been able to cross the Bosphorus. As it was, Heraclius was able to start for the east and reconquer the whole empire from the capital. The capital was nearly all that remained of the state, but it was impregnable, because the empire held the sea. Heraclius turned Chalcedon by sea, and by that single movement recovered Asia Minor. He never lost the initiative. When in 623 he invaded Media, he threw the Persian armies entirely upon the defensive, and Khusru's attempt to assume the offensive in 625 was futile, because he left no force to contain the emperor, who promptly marched after Sharbaraz, drove him back, and reconquered Cilicia and Mesopotamia. The great plan of 626 failed to take into account the Roman command of the sea. The Persian containing force in Armenia was too weak to withstand even half the emperor's army, and Sharbaraz at Chalcedon was absolutely in the air. Constantinople could not be taken by the Avars, and if every fighting man in Persia had been at Chalcedon, the host would have been impotent so long as the Roman navy guarded the strait. Again I must emphasize the point that the command of the sea was the fundamental principle of Heraclius' strategy, and since Khusru failed to recognize this, he is damned as either wilfully blind or hopelessly incompetent. On May 15, the imperial dispatches announcing the conclusion of peace were read out from the pulpit of Sancta Sophia, and a few weeks later the emperor and his victorious host reached the capital. The population poured out to meet them, acclaiming the conqueror as Scipio, and wrought up to fanatic enthusiasm by the sight of the Holy Cross, which was carried in the triumphal procession and afterwards raised on the altar of Sancta Sophia. The comparison of the emperor with Scipio was just. Heraclius had saved New Rome, as Scipio had Rome on the Tiber, yet already the weapon was in the forging that was to rob him of his recovered provinces, and almost to do the deed that Hannibal had failed to achieve. In the last year of the war the emperor had received a curious letter from an Arab named Mohammed, claiming to be the prophet of God, and bidding him embrace the new religion which he had founded. Heraclius sent presents and some kind of reply, thinking probably of the possibility of winning a new ally. But next year, 629, the fanatics of the new faith raided the Palestinian frontier, and gained a very bloody and trifling success over a Roman detachment at Muta, near the Dead Sea. For the present nothing more was heard. Certainly nothing to forebode the dire tempest that was approaching. The public spirited action of the Church had enabled the Emperor to make the effort by which the Empire had been saved, but it had unfortunate consequences. In the first place, the Emperor considered it imperative to liquidate, at the earliest possible moment, the Great Loan, and to accomplish this the provinces were heavily taxed. Syria had under the Persians doubtless endured much military violence, but its direct fiscal burdens do not appear to have been heavy. Egypt had been practically independent. The new taxation, therefore, excited great disaffection, which was increased by religious feeling. Syria was mainly Nestorian and Jacobite; Egypt solidly Monophysite. Heraclius had some hopes, apparently, of unifying the various sects. He had the advantage that his influence with the whole body of orthodox clergy was great. His doctrinal speculations were finally expressed in the Ecthesis of 638. Men were forbidden to discuss the existence of one will or two wills in the being of our Saviour, but it was none the less set forth that there was in him one will. The effect of the Emperor's monotheletic ideas was to still further divide the already distracted Church. Another result of the co-partnership of Church and State was that the Jews were persecuted, and the unhappy race became more and more alienated, and was ready to give its cordial support to any invader. In other quarters the outlook was more promising. Spain had been finally lost, and Italy was falling away; but the Avars' empire was breaking up, and there was no further danger to be apprehended from them. Probably the failure of the great expedition against Constantinople in 626 was the final blow to the tottering barbaric power. Its various vassals, Bulgarians and others, broke into open revolt. The Avars continued to be a torment to the West, but were never again formidable. The whole Balkan inland was now occupied by Slavonic tribes. Heraclius made every effort to draw them into direct dependence on the Empire. It is not true that he established them as vassal settlers of the state, but probably Theophanes' statements have some reference to his friendly relations with them, though the precise nature of these relations is obscure. Heraclius's main attention appears after 628 to have been devoted to the East, where Persia was in a sense politically subordinate. In 639 he succeeded in elevating the Phil-Roman general Sharbaraz to the throne. He proved an Oriental despot of the worst kind, and was murdered. But after some trouble his son Yezdegerd III succeeded him, still by extensions of Heraclius. On the whole the outlook was not unpromising. The Emperor's personal renown and influence were immense. It seemed that a return might be made to the ancient peace of Rome, when an irresistible power suddenly appeared and extinguished all such fair hopes for ever. In 622 Mohammed had established a new religious and political era by the famous flight from Mecca. In 632 he died, having conquered all Arabia, and made it not merely subservient, but in great measure fanatically devoted to the religion which he had founded. It is not proposed here to enter into any discussion of the character of the founder of the Mohammedan religion. All that concerns us is that the moral and intellectual power which he indubitably wielded made the disunited Arabs the most terrible enemy that the Romans had seen. How terrible and overwhelming the mere unaided impulse of Mohammedan fanaticism may be has been shown in recent days. It was mad charges like those of Tamai and Abu Klea that the soldiers of Heraclius had now to face, and they had no advantage except in their superior drill. They were not conspicuously better armed. Mohammed at his death was preparing to launch armies against Rome and Persia. In 633 the Mohammedans began to attack Persia, but it was not until 634 that the second horde, under Abu Ubeidah, appeared on the Syrian frontier and besieged Bostra, which was captured by treachery. Heraclius himself was at this time resident in northern Syria, and he sent orders to concentrate the troops in the south against the intruders. This was done, but on July 30 the army was beaten at Ajnadin, and the Saracenic horde moved north to blockade Damascus. Heraclius, feeling the importance of the crisis, concentrated a large army for its relief. The Caliph sent large reinforcements to the army in Syria, part drawn from the troops in Persia and led by the famous warrior Khaled, the Sword of God. The two forces met at Yermouk. The Roman army is stated at the most absurd figures, one being the impossible total of 140,000 fighting men, 80,000 regulars, and 60,000 light horse of the friendly Arab kingdom of Ghassan. Seeing that only a month had elapsed since Ajnadin, the collection of 80,000 regulars in Syria was an impossibility. There may have been from 40,000 to 60,000 regulars, and perhaps 20,000 Ghassanids at the most. The Saracens are said to have numbered 45,000, but may very well have been as strong as the Romans. Heraclius, 60 years old and in failing health, was not in the field. The commander-in-chief was a Persarmenian named Vardan. Khaled really commanded the Arabs. At first they went against the Mohammedans, but after furious fighting the Roman army was at last driven back and broken. The loss was enormous, but the Saracens also had suffered heavily. It is said that one of their divisions broke and fled pell-mell, and was only shamed into a fresh stand by the jeers and reproaches of the women in the camp. The Romans had fought well. The army that, with sword and spear only, could face and for long beat back a dervish charge, must have been a splendid one. The results of the defeat were terrible. Damascus was besieged, and after desperate resistance fell early in 635. Heraclius, old and weary, ill and disheartened, filled with the foreboding that all was in vain, took the field, but could do nothing. He dared not risk his demoralized army in the field, and the Arabs took and sacked Emesa and Heliopolis. He could only station his troops to cover the north, and himself hastened to Jerusalem, took the true cross from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where he had replaced it 5 years before, after his triumph over Persia, and sailed for Constantinople. His life work was undone. As his ship drew away into the Mediterranean, he stood on her deck, surveying the retreating coast in bitter despair, and stretching out his arms, cried in his anguish, "Farewell, Syria! Farewell forever!" A.D. 636. On the retreat of Heraclius, the army broke out into mutiny, and proclaimed the general Vardan emperor. Some of the troops, however, remained faithful. Heraclius sent assistance, and the mutiny was put down. Meanwhile the Arabs had obtained large reinforcements, and one army operated in the north, while the other invaded Palestine. The mutiny distracted the operations of the Romans, who could make no stand. Aleppo, Antioch, and Chalcis were taken, and with them all but a fragment of Syria was conquered. In 637 Jerusalem, after a siege of over 12 months, was forced to submit, the Caliph Omar coming from Mecca to receive the capitulation. When the Patriarch Sophronius saw the aged Arab, in his rough camel's hair cloak, kneeling at the altar of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he is said to have groaned that the abomination of desolation had indeed come into the holy place. To the writer's mind, Omar, with all his rudeness, was not a worse representative of the Church faith than thousands of bedizened bishops, before and since, whose conception of morality and charity has been no whit above that of the Caliph. The clouds gathered fast. Heraclius was already in 638 suffering from dropsy, which was looked upon as punishment for his marriage of Martina, but there was no thought of yielding to the evil fortune that had befallen the empire. An army was assembled at Amida, and Heraclius Constantine, the emperor's eldest son by Eudocia, came to take command. Several Syrian towns were recovered, and Constantine laid siege to Emesa. Khaled, collecting every available man, hastened to the rescue, and a battle was fought which decided the fate of Syria for 3 centuries. The Arabs were completely victorious. The Roman army was broken and destroyed. Its shattered remains fell back behind the chain of Taurus, and the end of Roman domination in the Orient had come. Edessa, Dara, and Martyropolis were taken. All Syria, except the island city of Aradus, was lost. In 639 the Emir Amru crossed the Isthmus of Suez into Egypt. The Patriarch Cyrus, as far back as 635, had offered to pay tribute. The population was friendly enough to the invaders. The only opposition to be expected was from the trifling garrison and the Greek residents. Amru overcame these in 2 stubborn fights, in which he lost so heavily that he was forced to halt until he received a reinforcement of 12,000 warriors from Caliph Omar. Thus strengthened, he advanced upon Alexandria, the troops and Greeks opposing him at every step, turning to bay again and again, and fighting doggedly. At last, in October 640, Amru drove them into Alexandria and laid siege to it, and in December 641, after a siege of 14 months, the great city fell. Heraclius did not live to hear of its loss. For 3 years he had been slowly dying. His disease gained more and more upon him. All around him was ruin and disaster, and in his place the wife for whom he had sacrificed the good opinion of men, and, as many believed, his eternal peace, was intriguing to secure the succession of her own son Heraclius. Old, worn out, broken hearted, oppressed by misfortune, Heraclius was Heraclius to the end. Unable to leave his bed, he was urging on preparations for a great expedition to succour Egypt, when kindly death came to relieve him. On February 10, 641, he passed away at the age of 65, after an agitated reign of 30 years. His misfortunes must not allow us to blind ourselves to his merits. He had reconquered the eastern provinces only to lose them again. But his administration had left its mark on the empire, and to the good effects of his work of reorganization much of the credit due for the steady stand made against the oncoming Saracen must be attributed. Syria and Egypt had gone, Africa was doomed, but Asia Minor had been solidly welded together into the main strength of the empire. Often wasted as it was to be, it was never a willing victim. Its gallant provincials filled the ranks of the army, and held their own for more than 4 centuries. There was none of the spiritless lethargy of the late Roman days, and to Heraclius must the chief glory be given. Under him the people showed the first sign of anything like true patriotism that the empire had yet seen. He was a great organizer, a great general, both as strategist and tactician. His political measures were commonly characterized by wisdom in conception and skill in execution. In religious matters his errors were such as few monarchs would, in his place, have avoided. His internal administration laid the foundations of the great reconstruction under the Isaurians. Few monarchs have ever accomplished so much under such calamitous circumstances, and none has a better title to the respect and admiration of mankind than the Emperor Heraclius. End of section 6. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 7 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. The Warrior Heracliads. The period 641 to 717 is in many ways the most obscure in late Roman history. The records are scanty and unsatisfactory. There is a reason to think that important events are misrepresented. The whole epoch is a twilight one. The natural successor of Heraclius was his eldest son and colleague, Constantine III. But the old emperor could deny nothing to his wife, and had designated her son Heraclius as co-heir with Constantine. He was only 16. Constantine was already nearly 30. It was evident that the name of Heraclius II would be merely a cloak for the exercise of his mother's power. Martina showed her hand by accompanying the emperors to the hippodrome when they went in the state to be acclaimed by the people according to custom. But the Constantinopolitan populace would have none of her. She was greeted by angry shouts, and finally told in decided tones that the Roman Empire should never fall so low as to be governed by a woman. She withdrew in wrath. There does not appear to have been any demonstration against Heraclius II. Heracleonas, as he is commonly called, to distinguish him from his father. But the general voice was certainly in favour of Constantine III. Martina, determined to assert herself, began to intrigue against her stepson. Court and capital split into factions. There seemed every probability of a civil war. In the midst of plot and counterplot, Constantine died at Chalcedon after a reign of little more than 3 months. He was not, perhaps, a man of any great strength of constitution. His mother had been a delicate woman. But public opinion declared that Martina had poisoned him. Certainly her reckless action gave colour to the report. She promptly proclaimed her son sole emperor. The act was unwise. It was scarcely constitutional. It was intensely unpopular, and all Constantinople, court, senate, and army, loudly demanded the coronation of the dead man's eldest son, Flavius Heraclius Constantinus. Riots at once broke out. The Senate voiced the popular demand. Martina, in terror, gave way, and the youthful Constantinus was crowned emperor at the age of 11. For a while discontent was outwardly silenced, but it still fermented in secret, and in September 642 the Senate executed a coup d'état, deposed Heracleonas, and exiled him and his mother to Cherson in Taurida, the friend and ally of the empire, the last surviving free Greek city-state. They were treated with barbarous cruelty. The tongue of the mother and the nose of the son were slit. We shall meet with instances of these hideous practices again. Martina was certainly generally believed to have poisoned Constantine III. It was a shocking end to the story of the woman who had been the darling of the great Heraclius. Martina was morally neither better nor worse than 100 million women today who plot for their children's advancement. But her stake was the Roman Empire. She failed, and had to pay a terrible penalty. The young Constantine IV was now sole emperor. For some curious reason, impossible to define with any certainty, he has come to be known to several chroniclers, both in East and West, as Constans. but he will be called here by the name which he bears upon his coins, and by which he was known to his own people. For some years the government was carried on by the Senate. There was little internal trouble. The great African house had won the love and respect of the people. Constantine's youth gave the Senate much influence, which, so far as appears, was exercised with prudence and patriotism. They were never more needed. The Mohammedans were thundering at the gates of Taurus. The people, if attached to Heracliads, were more or less discontented and restive beneath the burdens which they had to bear, and had not yet realized that, though under the Caliphs the direct taxes might be lightened, their indirect burdens would be greatly increased. After a spell of personal experience, men began to discover that under the supposedly tolerant Mohammedan rule they had absolutely no guarantee against oppression and even persecution, that the administration of justice was irregular, arbitrary, and corrupt, and that they and theirs were at the mercy of an irresponsible religious despotism. As yet there was no great disposition to think that the rule of the Crescent was worse than that of the Cross. People heard the mild and sanctimonious proclamations of the Caliphs, and forgot that they and their followers were half savage freebooters and religious maniacs. The reign of Constantine IV was probably the true crisis of the struggle. The empire, thrown on the defensive, was pressed continually, and had no time to rally. Once it gained a breathing space, it stood up gallantly to its terrible foes, and even in its present wasted and mangled condition could wage a not unequal conflict. But the respite was yet to come. The great Caliph Omar was still urging on the work of its prophet, and the empire continued to lose ground. Internally, the earlier years of Constantine IV were not marked by any events of much importance. There were one or two slight outbreaks which were easily put down, but there was a good deal of disaffection due to the religious question which always occupied much of the East Romans' attention. Heraclius, as we have seen, had tried, and failed, to soothe the dissensions in the Church by his Ekthesis. Now, in 648, Constantine and his advisers published a fresh edict on the subject, the Type, by which all were enjoined to observe complete silence on the burning question of the single and double wills. It was as completely ineffective as the Ekthesis. It failed to satisfy even the Monothelites, while the Orthodox attacked the young emperor as a Monothelite himself. The Western clergy exclaimed against the edict. Bishop Theodore of Rome excommunicated Paul, Patriarch of Constantinople. His successor, Martin, anathematized the Ekthesis and the Type alike. But it was a dangerous act to bear the strong and determined Constantine IV, and Pope Martin's anathema had disastrous results for himself. We must now turn to the Saracen War, which for the whole of this period is the dominating factor in East Roman history. Alexandria fell during the brief reign of Heraclius II, and the state of affairs at home prevented any immediate attempt to recover it. But the government had no intention of taking the blow calmly. As soon as internal affairs had to some extent been arranged, preparations were made for the reconquest of Egypt. They were interrupted in 645 by a rebellion in Asia Minor, but this was put down, and in 646 the general Manuel recaptured Alexandria. It was once more besieged by Amru, who after more than a year finally retook it, celebrated his conquest by a massacre of its Greek inhabitants, and left it to ruin, not to recover for many centuries. So much indignation is commonly expended over the barbarity of Rome in destroying Carthage and Corinth, that it seems necessary to dwell for a moment on the immeasurably worse barbarity of the much lauded Arabs. The Roman was savagely cruel at times, but at his worst he conferred a certain benefit upon the peoples whom he conquered. Even the oppression of such as Verres incidentally informs us that under Roman rule men and cities could become rich. At its best, Roman government did much. The Arab could confer no such benefit upon mankind as Rome. His civilization was an exotic and unhealthy growth, which withered early. In 646 Gregory, Exarch of Africa, revolted. The outbreak seems to have been largely in the nature of a protest against the monothelitism of Constantine. Thereupon the Arabs invaded Africa with a large army, under the Emir Abdallah Abu Sar. Gregory was defeated and slain. Tripolis was captured, and the Saracen frontier pushed forward to the Gulf of Gabes. But the Christian population recovered its spirit when once it found the Mohammedans among it, and soon began to wage a fierce partisan warfare against the invaders. The Arabs succeeded in occupying Carthage, but their possession of the famous city was very precarious, and was only rendered possible by the sorely pressed condition of the empire in the East. The great Caliph Omar had died in 643. His successor, Othman, was not so strong a ruler, and the emirs began to fall out of hand. The conquest of Persia also was still slowly proceeding, and the haphazard strategy of the Arabs dissipated their forces all the East over. Still, however, the Mohammedans advanced, though far more slowly than at first. Cyprus was overrun by a dash from Syria and put under tribute in 643. In 646 a small Roman force, which still hovered in northern Syria, was beaten back across Taurus, and Saracen raiders began to appear in Asia Minor and Armenia. Muawiyah, Emir of Syria, must have the credit of being the first to see that nothing decisive could be accomplished against the empire while it still retained command of the sea. Alexandria was untenable for this reason. In Syria the sea-girt fortress of Aradus was still holding out. Muawiyah set himself to build an enormous naval armament. He was much hampered by the fact that the Lebanon region was only partially subdued, and still full of desperate Christians who waged an incessant predatory war, sometimes raiding almost to the gates of Damascus. Nevertheless, Muawiyah persevered, and in 649 a huge flotilla made an attack on Cyprus. This was repelled, but next year Aradus was blockaded, captured, and, with the customary blind barbarity of the conquerors, utterly destroyed, another stage in the ruin of the sea commerce of Syria. In 651 there were raids into Asia Minor. In 652 the patrician Pasagnathis surrendered Roman Armenia to the Arabs, and such towns as did not refuse to submit were occupied. A fresh expedition to recover Alexandria was encountered and defeated by Muawiya's fleet off the canopic mouth of the Nile, an event of great importance, since thereby the Saracens acquired confidence on the sea. Various attempts made by the Roman troops to recover the lost portion of Armenia were frustrated, and the Saracen navy sailed into the Aegean, plundered Kos, and occupied Rhodes, loading their ships with the fragments of the famous Colossus, and returning in triumph to Syria. Muawiya now resolved to strike up the Aegean at Constantinople. It is to be noticed that there had been no attempt to force the passes of Taurus. Constantine had put Asia Minor into a good state of defence. It is to do with this period that the winter is inclined to attribute the new thematic military organization, to which reference will shortly be made. It certainly explains satisfactorily the young emperor's apparent inaction. In 655 the Saracen fleet started for the Aegean, while Muawiya advanced to force the Taurus passes. Off Phaselis in Lycia the Arab armament was met by the Roman fleet under the emperor, and a tremendous battle was fought. Constantine was in the hottest of the fray. His own ship was boarded and taken. He only escaped by a wild leap into another galley, which forced its way up to the rescue, while his flag captain and the remnant of his guards fought to death to give him time. The overthrow of the Romans was complete. They lost 20,000 men, but their enemies had suffered almost as much, and could not follow up their success. Muawiya had failed to achieve anything in the Taurus region, and, though beaten in the actual fighting, Constantine had evidently gained a strategic success. In 656 the Caliph Othman was murdered, and civil war broke out among the Saracens. Muawiya, who professed to be the avenger of Othman, prepared to march against Ali in Mesopotamia, but he could not leave the Roman Empire in his rear. He proposed a truce, on the basis that for every day during which it lasted he was to pay the Emperor a horse and a slave. Even granting the urgency of the case, it is tolerably evident that he considered the Empire a very formidable foe. It is possible that he had suffered more severely in his mountain campaign of 655 than we are aware. We may notice that Constantine had had a year in which to prepare for a fresh effort, and evidently his toil had not been without result. That he was right in preferring the truce to further warfare, even with a fair chance of success, is indubitable. Having secured the Asiatic frontier, Constantine turned to the west, where the Slavs had literally eaten out the heart of the Balkan peninsula. The stern young emperor was determined to concentrate his attention upon a thorough reorganization of the remaining strength of the empire, and he began with the Balkan regions. The Slavs were reduced for the time to complete subjection. Large numbers of captives were carried off, and a regular tribute was imposed. This settlement probably took up most of 657 and 658, and for some 3 years thereafter Constantine laboured at his task with very considerable success. The fact that he was able soon afterwards to go himself with a great part of his available troops to the west shows that he has satisfactorily arranged matters, and this is further borne out by the fact that the Arabs made no serious impression on Asia Minor during his absence. The new thematic system must now be briefly alluded to. It grew out of the military needs of the empire, and its development is traced in greater detail in the chapter on the imperial naval and military systems. Here it is only necessary to notice that the whole imperial territory was now mapped out into large military departments, probably at this period 12 in number, varying greatly in extent and in the strength of the forces cantoned in them. The most important was the Great Orient or Anatolic theme, the department of the troops who had contested Syria with the Arabs. None of the others were so large. The general of each theme was also the civil governor, a state of things brought about by the constant pressure of the Mohammedans. The entire force of the themes at this time may have been about 200,000 men, but, of course, only a part of these were available for the field. The East, reduced to order and in better case for defence than it had been for many years, Constantine turned to the West. In 655 he had succeeded, weak as was his hold in Italy, in laying hands on Pope Martin I and exiling him to Kherson. But north of Rome his authority was very precarious, and the Lombards, under the great king Rotary, were steadily extending their boundaries. Constantine's purpose seems to have been to recover the West. Perhaps he did not realize that the Lombards were firmly established in Italy, but at all events he was not a man to shrink from any task. Africa, too, had to be recovered. Before he started westward he had one grim deed to do. In 660 he put to death his only brother, Theodosius. To expend language over the act is absurd. The ethics of morality cannot be applied to it. We do not know the cause. We must remember that even brotherhood is not incompatible with treason. The Heracliad emperors indeed seem to have been lacking in natural affection. Constantine IV was certainly a hard man, regardless of human suffering, but he lived in terrible times. If, in his haste and desperate purpose, he removed a possible source of trouble, it is well to remember this. In 662 the Emperor left his capital, never to return. He left his family under the guardianship of the Senate. So dark are the shadows around him that we do not even know his wife's name. In Piraeus he gathered a large fleet and army, and sailed to Tarentum. His first quarry was the great Lombard duchy of Beneventum. But the moment of his arrival was ill timed. Grimwald, its duke, had seized the Lombard crown, and his son Romuald had been left in charge of his ancestral possessions. The whole Lombard kingdom, therefore, was for once in a state of cordial union. The Emperor, however, overran the entire duchy and penned up Romuald in Beneventum. But on hearing that King Grimwald was on his way to his son's rescue, he granted him peace on easy terms, and moved off to Rome, leaving 20,000 men under a Persian exile named Shapur to watch Grimwald. Shapur was beaten at Forino by Romuald, and possibly the news may have induced Constantine to alter his immediate plans. He remained only 12 days in Rome, and gained a reputation almost as bad as that of Gaiseric, wringing out of the scanty population a forced contribution in money, to complete which he even stripped the Pantheon of its gilded bronze roof. Leaving Rome, stripped and sullen, Constantine set out for the south. Evidently he had made up his mind that the conquest of the Lombards must be deferred. His ascendancy in the field is shown by the fact that he marched from Rome to Rhegium without molestation. He crossed into Sicily, and for the next 4 years had his headquarters at Syracuse, still a large and important city. His change of plan was largely due to the important circumstance that Muawiya's rival Ali was dead, and the former, now supreme in the East, was recommencing his attacks on the empire. He had already experienced the strength of the Taurus as a defensive line, and was more disposed to push westwards against Africa than to uselessly throw his hosts against the great mountain chain. On the whole, Constantine was successful. He recovered Carthage and the surrounding country, and though an army which he sent against Egypt was severely defeated before Tripolis, the Saracens could move no farther westward. It was evident that the empire could still meet its enemies on equal terms. In Italy, Romuald succeeded in taking Tarentum and Brundusium, but gained no great advantage, and the weakening of imperial rule there was more due to Constantine's crushing taxation than to the Lombards. Defaulting taxpayers were sold into slavery. Men said that nothing like Constantine's exactions had ever been heard of. He went as far as stripping the churches of their plate. He was perhaps right. The public necessities were great, but his proceedings were undoubtedly harsh, and did much to alienate Italian public opinion. Meanwhile the Arabs each year directed ravaging expeditions into Asia Minor. They were as purposeless as such raids commonly are, but were so far useful to the Saracens that the great army in Asia was kept pinned to its stations, and could not be utilized to reinforce Constantine in the west. Otherwise an attempt would probably have been made to reconquer Egypt and Syria from the rear. As it was, Constantine could not do more than hold firmly to Africa and the extreme south of Italy, while the Arab horsemen raided through Taurus. In 668 Shapur, the general of the Armeniac theme, revolted. The rebellion was suppressed with no great difficulty by the government of Constantinople, but the Arabs seized the opportunity to make an unusually determined inroad, captured Amorium in Phrygia, and garrisoned it with 5,000 troops. The place was retaken by escalade, and the Arab garrison exterminated. Constantine IV always gives the impression of loneliness. His treatment of his brother emphasizes his terrible isolation. He lived alone in the West. His family never joined him. While he was recovering Africa, holding back the Saracen, gathering strength for a fresh attack on Lombardy or an invasion of Egypt, he was solitary, uncheered by the society of wife or child, probably feared and shunned by the officials and courtiers, who dreaded his stern, fierce nature. Slowly gathering discontent at last came to a head, and the strange, strenuous, desolate life ended in a strange death. The Emperor one day went to bathe in the Daphne baths. He was attended by a servant named Andreas, and having stripped, held out his hand for soap. The man, instead of giving it, smote his master a furious blow on the head with a marble box, and, throwing it away, fled, leaving one of the ablest and strongest of the emperors of the Roman East lying lifeless, cut off in his vigorous prime. Constantine IV was only 38 at the time of his death. We can only wonder what might have happened had he lived and ruled for 20 years longer. He is emphatically a man of whom we would gladly know more. He left Asia Minor solidly organized and defended, the Balkan Slavs reduced to submission, and established at Syracuse. He had recovered Africa, and was prepared to turn at the right moment on Italy or Egypt. Under his firm rule the empire had lost very little more territory, and was well organized to meet its foes. The effects of the grim emperor's work were to be felt in the reign of his son. Constantine V was at Constantinople when the news arrived of his father's murder and the revolt of the army in the West. He was only 18, but he never seemed to have hesitated. He sailed at once for Sicily and quashed the sedition. Mezetius, the Armenian general whom the troops had crowned, was executed, and some at least of his supporters were treated with a severity that showed that the young emperor had inherited his father's heavy hand. Having put Sicily in order, he started back for the capital in 669. Scarcely had he turned his back on Syracuse when it was taken and plundered by an expedition from Egypt. The Saracens made no attempt to retain the place, and the story that they carried off the treasures of Constantine IV is manifestly highly improbable. We may be fairly certain that they were safe in the holds of his son's galleys on the way to the capital. When he started for Sicily, Constantine was a smooth-faced youth, but as his ship came up the Golden Horn, on his return the spectators saw that his chin was thick with a sprouting beard. The nickname of Pogonatus has clung to him down the ages, a fair example of the absolute caprice of popular nomenclature, for Constantine V was but one of many bearded emperors. Constantine's return was marked by a curious military demonstration by the Anatoliki. They demanded that he should give his two brothers, Heraclius and Tiberius, an equal share with him in the administration. Constantine appears to have already created them Augusti, and his nominal colleagues, but he was resolved to permit no encroachment by soldiers on his imperial supremacy. He suppressed the mutiny with firm determination, but he does not seem to have molested his brothers, though Theophanes says that he slit their noses. The general consensus of modern opinion seems to be that this was done in 680 or 681, when they were deprived of their imperial rank. Both were evidently men of little weight or ability, but they may have been centres of conspiracy, and though the act was a sufficient cruel and barbarous one, Constantine shrunk from fratricide, and this should be remembered to his credit. His treatment of his brothers is, so far as is known, the one blot upon his character. He was certainly far less harsh than his father, while he inherited a good share of his vigour and ability. He was a worthy member of the great house of Heraclius, a hard worker, a steady fighter, with a high and strong sense of duty, and one who, while having a great opinion of his dignity, was yet moderate and tactful. Now that Constantine IV. Was gone, Moavia believed that his time had come. In 669 three armies invaded the empire. One, as we have seen, plundered Syracuse. A second threw itself upon Africa, and in 670 founded the fortress of Kairouan, only 80 miles from Carthage, to which it constituted a standing menace. The third, under the Emir Fedil, pushed through Asia Minor and raided the shores of the Propontis. In 670 and 671 there were only desultory raids on Asia Minor, which were kept at bay with little difficulty, but it was merely the lull before the storm. Moavia had resolved to break down the stubborn resistance of the empire by attacking it at its very centre. Constantinople gone, the conquest of its outlying members could be effected at leisure. In 672 it became known that a vast Saracen armament would be before Constantinople that year or the next. Constantine, like Stilicho in 401, drew back all the troops possible to the point of danger, and stationed his whole available fleet to guard the Hellespont. The troops who kept the Slavs in subjection were withdrawn, and they promptly rose in revolt, and proceeded to blockade Thessalonica. Africa was left to itself. The same was certainly not the case with Asia Minor. We hear of no conquests of importance there during the siege of the capital, as would have happened had the country been denuded of defenders. It seems very doubtful whether the Saracen force was not mainly transported by sea. Certain it is that the fleet was exceptionally strong. In March 673 the Saracen armada forced the Hellespont, despite all opposition, took Cyzicus, and, based on that town, landed its army in Thrace, and proceeded to blockade Constantinople. The fleet took station along the Thracian coast, with its right at the southwest angle of the city. The army lay encamped before the landward walls. There was much hard fighting. There were attempts to storm, but Constantinople was impregnable. The fleet lay secure in the Golden Horn, and, coming out with the current round Seraglio Point, made repeated attacks upon the Saracen ships, to their loss and demoralization. The strange duel went on for 6 months. Then, in September, the Arabs embarked the blockading army and withdrew to winter at Cyzicus. Their fleet still held the passage of the Hellespont, and was too overwhelmingly strong for the far weaker Roman squadrons to destroy, and by means of convoys, foraging expeditions, and corn grown on Arctonesos and the mainland, the Saracens had collected supplies enough for the winter. In the spring of 674 the army was once more landed in Europe, and blockaded Constantinople for several months without the slightest result. In the sequel, the Saracens again fell back on Cyzicus, and prepared for a fresh sally in the spring. Moavia seems to have resolved to wear down the stubborn Constantine by keeping up siege operations year after year. The idea was good, but not so the tactics of his generals. In the winter the Emperor was left free to reprovision his capital for the next year's ordeal. Then, again, the Arabs were not skilled in sieges. They clearly had no knowledge of Constantinopolitan topography. Instead of directing their attacks upon the point where the walls cross the Lycus valley, they seem to have made them near the Golden Gate, at one of the strongest parts of the landward barrier. The only circumstance in favour of the success of the plan as it was carried out was the possibility that the great city would surrender from sheer weariness of constant leaguer. But Emperor, troops, and people were solidly united in determination to do their duty. They had risen to the full height of the situation. There is no reason to doubt that the greatness of the occasion was fully understood. Africa, meanwhile, was holding out gallantly. Left to themselves, the provincials and troops fought with splendid determination, and repeatedly drove back the Arab invasions. In 676 Kairouan was taken, and though reinforcements continued to pour in for the Mohammedans from the wild tribes of Barbary, they made no headway. Crete was subdued, indeed, by a force landed in the island by the Saracen fleet, but in Syria the Christians of Lebanon were doing gallant service to the cause, raiding almost to the gates of Damascus, and terrorizing the lowlands. The year 676 dragged away without anything decisive occurring at Constantinople, but in 677 matters at last came to a head. For several centuries the Roman siege corps had employed some kind of incendiary compound of a very fierce nature, as witness Ammianus. The general opinion appears to be that its basis was petroleum. We are told repeatedly and emphatically that it could only be effectually smothered with earth or sand. The obstacle to its effective employment was that it could not be projected to even a moderate distance, since employed at close quarters it was as dangerous to friends as foes. But about this time some kind of a recipe for the manufacture of gunpowder had reached the Empire from China. How or why is a mystery. Perhaps the Chinese government had obtained information as to the desperate plight of the Roman Empire, and dreaded lest their turn should come next. Possibly some daring East Roman risked his life to obtain the secret. Be this as it may, the trouble of projection was overcome. The powder was used to project incendiary shells or rockets filled with fire from tubes or siphons. Probably the powder was very bad, and the dangerous compounds were not stored in any great quantity on board ship, for fear of accidents. Very possibly they were not employed frequently, owing to the difficulties of procuring enough of the materials for a large quantity of the fire. But on the whole, Greek fire was by no means a contemptible weapon, and on favourable occasions it might be very formidable. Such an occasion was the present one. The Roman fleet, or part of it, had been fitted with siphons cannon, in fact, and a bold attack was made on the Saracen fleet, which was completely defeated. The spirit of the whole armament had been greatly depressed by its continued ill success. Its commander in chief, Abderrahman, had fallen. So too had Abu Ayyub, one of the few surviving original companions of Mohammed, and the naval victory completed its demoralization. The army was able to get back to the Asiatic coast and began to retreat by land, while the fleet sailed down the Hellespont and made its way homeward round the coast. Constantine followed up his success with energy. The Saracen land army was now commanded by the Emir Sophian ibn Anf. On his retreat he was overtaken by the pursuing Roman army under the generals Petronas, Florus, and Cyprianus, and totally defeated, with a loss of 30,000 men. Only a shattered remnant of the host reached Syria. The fleet was scattered by a storm off the coast of Lycia, and before it could reorganize, the Roman navy was upon it, and nearly destroyed it. Moaviah had done his best, and he had failed completely and disastrously. The loss of life must have been immense, and it was likely to be the more severely felt because, in the nature of things, it fell chiefly upon the Arabs, who still composed the great bulk of the Mohammedan forces in the East. The Mardates of Lebanon were wasting Syria. The one success that had been gained by the forces of the Caliphate was in Africa, where Emir Zohar had temporarily recaptured Kairouan. But the war in Africa was a mere side issue, and was hardly more than a continuation of the old Roman Berber guerrilla warfare. It did not affect the fortune of the main struggle. The Caliph decided to make overtures for peace before Constantine should make a counter-attack, and the Emperor was willing enough to accede to honourable proposals. He sent the patrician Johannes Pizzigodes as his plenipotentiary to Damascus, and a treaty for 30 years was concluded. Moaviah gave up all his conquests, and covenanted to pay for every year that the truce lasted 3,000 pounds of gold, about £140,000, 50 Arab horses, and 50 slaves. From all parts envoys poured in to Constantinople to congratulate the Emperor on his splendid triumph, and once more the Empire stood out before the eyes of the world as a leader of Europe. It may be that there were Englishmen among them. Certainly there were Avars, Lombards, and Franks. It is probable also that the Serbs, Croats, and others at this time made formal proffer of allegiance. The Slavs, who all this time had been swarming about Thessalonica, were driven off and again coerced into submission. The triumph of Constantine was a great one. Had Constantinople fallen, the consequences must have been terrible. Lombardy was weak and disunited, while Francia was in a state of anarchy. Visigothia was being ruled by the last of its vigorous kings, the famous Wamba, but was without real strength. It was to collapse like a house of cards before a small expedition 30 years later. The salvation of the Empire was the salvation of Europe, and to the great Heracliads must the chief glory be given. The peace did not lead to a cessation of hostilities in Africa, where the irresponsible Mohammedan emirs continued to make attack after attack, all of which were stoutly met and repulsed, for the Emperor could now spare assistance to his gallant liegemen. 2 years later, in 679, there was an unfortunate mishap in Europe, which ultimately led to serious consequences, but at the time it did not appear to be of any great importance. A tribe called the Bulgarians, probably of Turkish race, had long been domiciled on the Middle Volga, and a part of them had joined the Avars in their advance westward. After 626 they had revolted, and their king, Kurt, had made an alliance with Heraclius. In 679 they crossed the Danube and began to settle in Messia, now only inhabited by a sparse population of Slavs. Constantine promptly took an expedition by sea to the mouth of the Danube, but after some preliminary success a panic seized part of the army, and, while in confusion, it was attacked and cut up by the Bulgarians. Mesia was practically worthless, and Constantine decided not to attempt, for the present, to further molest the intruders. He gave them permission to settle, subsidizing them to refrain from raiding Thrace, and thus for the present matters were left. He probably intended to subdue them later, but as it happened did not live long enough to do so. His last years were passed in well-deserved peace. In 680 he decided to call a general council of the Church to dispose of the Monothelite heresy. His reputation was shown by the eagerness with which his proposals were accepted, and his courtesy and tact were well displayed in his dealings with the Pope and other patriarchs of the Christian faith. An assembly of over 170 delegates from all parts of the Christian world finally met under the personal presidency of the Emperor in a great domed hall in the imperial palace at Constantinople, and after 18 sittings monothelitism was condemned and the doctrine enunciated that in the Saviour's being there are two natural wills and two natural energies, without division, alteration, separation, or confusion. To the lay student this appears involved, but it was and is highly satisfactory to ecclesiastics, and the successful outcome of the Sixth Ecumenical Council put the keystone on the arch of the glory of Constantine, who had now, at the age of 30, saved his heritage from imminent peril of destruction, forced his most terrible enemy to a humiliating peace, and had quelled the dissension in the Christian Church. Meanwhile, in 680, Moawiya had died, and the Caliphate had become involved in civil war. His successor, Yezid, at once renewed the treaty with the Empire on similar terms. In 683 Kairouan was taken once more by the army and provincials of Africa, and the country swept clear of its enemies. In 684 Abd al-Malik engaged in strife with other candidates for the Caliphate, hastened to secure himself by renewing the peace with the Empire, and secure on every hand, victorious and renowned in war and peace, honoured alike in East and West, Constantine might well look forward with confidence to the future, and anticipate many years of peaceful revival and reconstruction. But it was not to be. In 685, at the age of only 36, cut off like his father in his vigorous prime, Constantine V died, leaving the throne that he had defended so well to his youthful son, Justinian II. End of section 7. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 8 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 8. Destruction of the work of the Heracliads. The early death of Constantine V was for the Empire a disaster of the first magnitude. His heir was a lad of 16. Justinian II had all the fierce courage of his warrior line and a fair share of their capacity. But he had no time to acquire experience. He had not been brought up, like his father, in the school of adversity. He could recollect only victory and peace, and knew nothing of the terrible struggle that had been waged to win them. He was reckless and high-handed, callous to suffering, perhaps not untainted with insanity, cursed in any case with a savage temper, which led him into the commission of every kind of injustice and cruelty. At the opening of his reign all went well. Constantine V had probably designed an expedition against the Christian kingdoms beneath Caucasus, with a view to bringing them into direct subjection to the empire. Iberia and Albania were invaded by Leontius, general of the Anatoliki, with a large army, and reduced to subjection. Justinian was gratified by the news of victory, and, what was also of importance, considerable returns of tribute money. The Caliph Abd al-Malik, engaged in strife with powerful rivals, renewed the peace on terms outwardly far more favourable to the empire than the treaty between Constantine V and Muawiyah. The revenues of Iberia, Armenia, and Cyprus were to be equally divided between the two empires, and the Caliph engaged to pay annually 365,000 numismata, about £228,000, 365 Arab coursers, and 365 slaves. But the young emperor, in return, agreed to the removal of the Mardetes from Syria, and directed Leontius to cooperate with the Caliph in effecting the deportation. Leontius behaved with gross treachery to his co-religionists. He caused the assassination of a chief who was the strongest opponent of the migration. Eventually the removal was carried out. 12,000 Mardeti warriors were enrolled in the Roman army. Colonies of them were established at Attalia, in Pamphylia, and in Thrace. A portion still remained in Lebanon, but the advantage which the empire had derived from the operations of this warlike community at the very gates of Damascus was lost forever. 687. For the present, probably, the Roman government congratulated itself on the acquisition of a strong corps of experienced soldiers. Many Syrians had taken advantage of the presence of the army of Leontius to migrate under its escort into the empire. Justinian also persuaded or compelled a great part of the Cyprian Christians to settle in the northwest of Asia Minor. Needless to say, all these forced migrations and settlements must have been attended with great difficulty and expense, and probably some loss of life, but they were at least well intentioned. Having thus arranged affairs in Asia, Justinian in 689 marched against the Slavs of Balkania, who were again, owing to the arrival of the Bulgarians, in a state of ferment. The expedition was a complete success, the Bulgarians and Slavs entirely defeated. 30,000 prisoners were taken and enrolled as auxiliaries in the imperial army in Asia. At home, however, Justinian was already becoming unpopular. It is possible that he had some idea of emulating Justinian I. His general policy is often a caricature of, perhaps consciously modelled upon, that of the earlier emperor. Justinian II formed great schemes of foreign conquest. He also indulged in building on a grand scale. Naturally, he was soon forced into copying the worst part of his namesake's policy, his fiscal extortion. The cruelty of his agents, Theodosius, one of the worst ecclesiastical politicians, and the eunuch Stephanus, soon made the young emperor's name detested. Not without reason, for he made no attempt to restrain them. He is even said to have allowed Stephanus to beat his own mother, Anastasia, the widow of Constantine V, without inflicting upon him any adequate punishment. We can only hope that the shameful story is a fabrication. For Justinian's next and most fatal action there is no excuse to be found. In 692 he declared war on Caliph Abd al-Malik because the yearly subsidy was paid in new Arab dinars bearing a religious inscription. The Caliph would probably have remained at peace but for this frivolous and outrageous quarrel-picking, but as it was, he was fairly well prepared, having put down rivals and revolts, and there can be no doubt that he was entirely in the right. Justinian led a large army, including a contingent of his Bulgars and Slavs, into Cilicia, and at Sebastopolis sustained a heavy defeat. His unwilling recruits deserted to the Saracens, and the prestige of victory passed again to the Crescent. All the work of Constantine V was undone. The Arabs pushed through Taurus into Asia Minor. Great part of Roman Armenia was lost, owing to the treachery of its governor, a native named Sembat, who deserted to the Caliph. In 694 and 695 the line of Taurus was repeatedly penetrated, and the border provinces wasted. Justinian's misfortunes stimulated his cruelty to excess. He not merely massacred the wives and children of the Slavonic deserters, but he put to death numbers of corps who had remained faithful. He distrusted everybody. He imprisoned Leontius, who appears to have served him faithfully. Senators and officials were seized and executed on mere suspicion. He was detested alike by people, army, and civil service, and had no supporters except Theodotus and Stephanus, who were more hated than himself. In 695 he suddenly released Leontius, and appointed him to the command of the theme of Hellas. The general regarded himself as a doomed man, and in his despair broke into revolt, with only a few friends and their servants to back him. They burst open the state prison, liberated and armed the hundreds of political prisoners, and, followed by them and by a mob of exasperated citizens, dashed at the palace. The guards were taken by surprise, perhaps were disaffected. Justinian was captured with Theodosius and Stephanus. Leontius, with utterly misplaced mercy, for which he was later to pay with his life, spared the fallen tyrant the death penalty, but slit his nose and banished him to Kherson. Theodotus and Stephanus were delivered to the tender mercies of the mob, and their end is best passed over in silence. The deposition of Justinian was merely a stage in the period of anarchy, which was to last yet for 22 miserable years. So far, the succession of the emperors had for the most part been peaceful and unopposed. The elevations of Phocas and Heraclius are the only real exceptions to the general rule. But the enterprise of Leontius was merely the first act in a perfect carnival of military caprice and license. In the general disorder and lack of supervision, the civil administration lost rapidly in efficiency, and the instinct of loyalty, which had appeared to be greatly strengthened under the strong, brave, and popular Heracliads, was lost. The troops, engaged more and more in civil war, became demoralized. They were not often at their post on the frontier, and the Saracens made headway almost without opposition. At first these evils were not very apparent. Leontius was a capable man, and at any rate was not disposed to laze away his time on the throne. His first year was comparatively peaceful, but in 697 Lazica revolted to the Saracens, and Africa was invaded. Kairouan was once more taken, and Hassan, the Arab general, advanced upon Carthage and captured it, soon becoming master of the most of the province. Leontius was already preparing an army for its reconquest under John the Patrician. It arrived too late to relieve Carthage, but recaptured the city and several of the lost fortresses. But Abd al-Malik, neglecting the war in Asia, poured in reinforcements. The Romans, beaten in a sea fight, were finally forced to abandon Carthage, and this time the loss was not to be retrieved. A.D. 698. Some of the defeated Roman generals, fearing the anger of Leontius, plotted his deposition. The commander-in-chief was removed by assassination, and the fleet sailed for Constantinople. Leontius was seized and his nose slit. He was confined in a monastery, and Apsimarus, general of the naval theme, proclaimed emperor, under the title of Tiberius III. Tiberius III was a strong, capable soldier, who in better circumstances might have founded a dynasty. He appointed his brother Heraclius Caesar and commander-in-chief in Asia, and Heraclius was not slow in proving that he was worthy of his name. In 700 he crossed Taurus, captured Mopsuestia in Cilicia, and burst into northern Syria. He laid waste the whole country, took many towns, captured Antioch, and finally withdrew unmolested, bringing back immense spoil and no less than 200,000 captives or emigrants. During 701 and 702 the war languished, Abd al-Malik being perhaps more occupied in Africa and Armenia. In 703 the province of Armenia IV, Sophene, was invaded and overrun by the Arabs, but this was offset by a great victory gained by Heraclius in Cilicia. Next year he recovered the remainder of Cilicia and confirmed the reconquest by another great defeat of the Arabs. Cyprus was also recovered and repopulated. It appeared as if the Caesar Heraclius might rival the deeds of his namesake. But the year 705 was to see an end of all these fair hopes. Justinian II was still alive. After a long detention he had escaped from Kherson and taken refuge with the Turkish Khazars. He was well received by the Khan, who gave him his sister in marriage. The lady was baptized as a Christian by the name Theodora. Justinian's mutilation was probably more nominal than real. He certainly seems to have inspired his bride with devotion, if not love. Tiberius III, hearing of his adventures, bribed the Khan to give up the refugee. Theodora warned her husband. He sprang upon the emissary who came to seize him, killed him, and fled out to sea, with his few attendants, in an open boat in a violent storm. "We shall drown," cried one frightened man, as the little craft laboured amid raging billows. "It is for the Emperor's sins. O Augustus, swear to pardon your enemies, and God may save us yet." "No," shouted the desperate exile. "God drown me here and now, if ever I spare one of them, when my time comes." Justinian was most unkingly in his cruelty and recklessness, but at least he had a king's courage. The storm went down, and Justinian safely made the coast of Bulgaria. He ingratiated himself with King Terbel as easily as with the Khazar Khan. He promised him the title of Caesar and further strip of country south of eastern Hymus. Terbel was gained over to the exile's cause, and Augustus and Caesar started for Constantinople. The city was betrayed by Heracliad sympathizers. Tiberius III was taken in the palace, and Leontius dragged out of the monastery in which he had been confined for 7 years. They were bound hand and foot, and laid side by side on the platform of Kathisma in the Hippodrome. Justinian sat with his feet on the necks of the vanquished emperors, while his triumph was celebrated by chariot races, and his adherents cried, "Thou shalt trample on the lion and the asp." Then the two unfortunate men, who were certainly worthy of a better fate, were dragged around the city and beheaded. The great general Heraclius was seized in his camp, brought to Constantinople, and hanged with all his chief officers. For 5 years there was a reign of terror. The savage emperor maintained his recovered rule by sheer blind cruelty. The patriarch Callinicus, who had crowned Leontius and Apsimarus, was blinded. Every one whom Justinian suspected of having borne the slightest part in his humiliation was doomed. The army was decimated by executions. The best of the defenders of the empire were sacrificed to Justinian's insane thirst for blood. Justinian's foreign policy was chiefly governed by his desire for vengeance. In 706 he quarrelled with Terbel of Bulgaria, but the difference was composed. The war with the Saracens, meanwhile, dragged on its disastrous course. Abd al-Malik had died in 705, but his successor, Walid, continued the struggle. The victories of Heraclius had evidently cowed the Saracens considerably. Though very feebly opposed by the decimated, bad officered and ill-commanded Roman troops, they took 4 years to slowly recover Cilicia and the Armenian border. But in 710, after much desultory raiding, they firmly established themselves on Roman soil by the storm of the great Cappadocian fortress of Tyana. Justinian seems to have made no serious effort to bar their progress. He was busy in the more congenial task of taking vengeance on his enemies within the empire. In one direction only does he appear to have continued the policy which he had followed at the beginning of his reign, and which, as has been suggested, had probably been traced out by Constantine V. He sent about this time a mission into Iberia, to keep the Caucasian mountaineers faithful to the Christian cause, and prepared to follow up his diplomacy by the despatch of an army. The mission was under one of the imperial Spatari, aide de camp, Leo the Isaurian, the son of a Syrian settled in Thrace, who had rendered service to Justinian when on his way to recover his throne in 705. Having dispatched him, the emperor was seized with an insane fit of suspicion, and held back the army, thereby leaving Leo helpless among the naturally distrustful and treacherous mountaineers. He only saved himself by dint of never failing resource and pluck, but eventually succeeded in picking up a stray company of Roman troops which had lost itself in the mountains, and made his way down to Phasis in 713. The affair is mentioned chiefly because it introduces us to a man who was presently to become famous and immortal. There is a certain pleasure in turning for a moment from the blood-stained and disastrous annals of this gloomy period to Justinian's private life. He did not forget the brave barbarian bride who had risked so much for him, and one of his first acts was to send a fleet to bring her to him, if necessary by force. It met, however, with disaster in a storm, and the Khazar Khan wrote to his brother-in-law. One wonders if he had really intended to kidnap him. To say that no fleet was necessary, why could he not send like a brother and friend? Justinian thereupon sent a small squadron, and the Khazar Empress, with a baby boy whom she had borne to her husband during his absence, arrived safely at Constantinople. She was crowned Augusta, by the terrible spouse, who really seems to have felt strong affection for her. The child was baptized Tiberius, and proclaimed Augustus and colleague of his father. We hear no more of Theodora. She did not long survive. Probably the Maiden of the Steppes languished amid the perfumes of the palaces of the Roman emperors. But the little that we know of her is very much to her credit, and her name deserves to be saved from oblivion. Having cleared his home provinces, to the best of his ability, of suspects, Justinian turned his attention elsewhere. Ravenna and Kherson were marked out for vengeance. Ravenna was treated with barbarous cruelty. Even worse was the fate of Kherson, to which the Emperor had a special aversion as being the place of his exile. He sent thither a powerful expedition with orders to sack and destroy it. The commanders shrunk from the literal execution of the savage command, but Justinian, hearing that the town had not been destroyed, ordered the expedition to return and complete its task. The fleet sailed, but mutinied, proclaimed an Armenian named Vardan emperor under the title of Philippicus, and returning seized Constantinople while Justinian was absent at Sinope. Justinian at once marched in wild rage on the capital, but his army abandoned him en masse. His hideous cruelty had destroyed the last remnants of the loyalty of the troops to the Heraclid warrior emperors, and he was seized and beheaded, emitting threats to the last. One child now alone remained of the great imperial line. The little Tiberius had been taken by his grandmother Anastasia to the church of the Virgin of Blacherne. Philippicus sent a band of his followers under an officer named Strutas to kill him. They found the child clinging to the altar, his neck hung with sacred relics, clasping a fragment of the Holy Cross, while his honoured grandmother, the widow of the great Constantine Pogonatus, stood beside him. The murderers forced her away, dragged Tiberius from the altar, tearing the holy relics from his neck, wrenching the sacred wood from his hands, and, carrying him to the door, cut his throat on the steps. There are red pages in Byzantine history, but in its naked horror, in its combination of hideous brutality with sacrilege, in its utter disregard of every law, human and divine, this murder of a helpless child in the presence of an aged relative seems the foulest of all. The Roman Empire had indeed been degraded to the very dust when its nominal head could order the commission of deeds that would ill become a king of Dahomey. Yet this horror was no more than the expression of the universal demoralization of which we have seen terrible traces in the reign of Heraclius, which had seemingly progressed still farther under his successors. Art, science, and literature were at a low ebb. Religion largely consisted in the practice of grovelling rites, of superstition. Culture and enlightenment had nearly perished. We shall soon meet with a hideous example of the utter demoralization of the people at large, their hopeless ignorance, the shocking barbarity of the practices in which their craven superstition found its vent. Morally, the empire could sink no farther. Politically, the worst was yet to come. The first year of Philippicus was marked by widespread disaster. King Terbel invaded Thrace to avenge Justinian II. The Saracens captured Amasia, the home of the Achaemenids of Pontus, and practically made themselves masters of northeast Asia Minor. In the far west they inflicted a crushing blow on Europe by the conquest of Spain. Philippicus was a mere glutton and drunkard. His one positive act was to make confusion worse, confounded by re-establishing the Monothelite heresy. In 713 the Saracens again invaded Asia Minor, pushed across Cappadocia and Laconia, and stormed Antioch in Pisidia. The Caliph Walid considered that the time had come to renew the attack on Constantinople. The way through Asia Minor was practically clear, and the enterprise was less difficult than it had been 40 years before, while the Caliphate under Walid was much more powerful than it had been under Muawiyah. Not only Syria and Egypt, but the newly conquered Africa also were called upon to supply ships. The armament was to be such as had never been seen since the days of Xerxes. In 713 Philippicus was removed by a haphazard conspiracy, seized at his drink, blinded, and thrust into a monastery. In his place the conspirators crowned the first Secretary of State, Artemius, who assumed the title Anastasius II. He was a man of considerable capacity, but his name carried no weight either with the army or the officials, who, since the death of the strong Justinian II, had usurped much of the imperial authority, and, despite his good intentions, he could do little. He did his best to prepare for the impending blow, repairing the walls of the capital and gathering in supplies. He appointed the Spatarius Leo, the Isaurian, general of the Anatolic theme. Artavasdos, an Armenian officer of approved capacity, was placed in charge of the Armeniaci. Anastasius undid the evil work of Philippicus by formally restoring orthodoxy in the Church. In 715 he determined to make an attempt to burn the Saracen fleet fitting out in the ports of Syria. The expedition, consisting of a strong fleet and the troops of the Opsikian theme, was placed, most unwisely, under a civil official, Johannes, the Grand Treasurer. An able soldier was absolutely necessary for the conduct of so important an enterprise. The appointment of Johannes irritated the troops. A mutiny broke out at Rhodes. Johannes was killed, and the fleet and army returned to depose Anastasius. The mutineers picked up at Adramyttium a popular tax collector named Theodosius, and, presumably because they felt assured of perfect license under a nonentity, invested him with the purple. Theodosius III was a quiet and amiable man, and seemingly accepted the crown in fear of his life. He was perfectly sensible of his unfitness for the post to which he had been elevated. The mutineers defeated Anastasius, and after a long blockade entered Constantinople. The new emperor amnestied all his opponents. He could hardly have done less than to compel his fallen rival to take the tonsure. For about a year he held his nominal imperatorship but practically controlled only Constantinople and its neighbourhood. Leo and Artavasdos had not been able to come up in time to the rescue of Anastasius, and the danger in Asia Minor was so great that they dared not leave their posts. But they paid no attention to the puppet emperor. Leo was more immediately in danger than his colleague, as the fortress of Amorium, the present objective of the Saracens, lay in his own theme. After much manoeuvring, some desultory fighting, and long negotiations with the Saracen commander-in-chief Maslama, Leo succeeded in saving Amorium, and in inducing the enemy to withdraw. Quite possibly he was guilty of treachery, or diplomacy, to use the polite modern word. It may be that his only object in getting rid of Maslama was to be able to declare war on and depose Theodosius. In September he advanced towards the Bosphorus, and defeated the Opsikians commanded by the son of Theodosius. He then occupied Nicaea, from which famous city he could keep a watch on the Saracens, and at the same time negotiate with the Theodosians at Constantinople. He was clearly in no hurry to grasp the prize. Perhaps, too, his position, with the impregnable capital still defiant behind him, and Saracen hosts, for all he knew, moving against him in front, was not an enviable one. But early in 717 the Theodosians yielded. The great Saracen expedition was almost ready to start, and precious time was being wasted. Theodosius himself was perfectly ready to abdicate. His patriotic action deserves to be remembered. He retired into private life, and the crown was offered to Leo, who formally accepted it. He entered Constantinople on March 25, 717, and rode to the Church of the Divine Wisdom, where he was crowned, and after 22 years of agony the empire had once more a master. End of section 8. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 9 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization by Edward Foord. The Repulse of Islam. Conan of Germanicia, Leo III, the Isaurian, is one of those men of whom we know too little. His enemies have been his historians, and how much they have blackened his fame we can only guess. They have not merely misrepresented the great emperor's character and aims. They have concocted petty tales as to his origin and upbringing, which still further serve to obscure his personality. On the whole, it is probable that Leo III was not an Isaurian at all, but a North Syrian, perhaps of Armenian descent. His true name appears to have been Conan, and he would seem to have been born at Germanicia in Commagene. When, however, we first meet him, we find him living with his parents in Thrace. Mardates of Syria had been settled in Thrace by Justinian II. The inference is that Leo's father was one of them. We obtain our first notice of the future emperor in the year 705, when Justinian II, with his Bulgarians, was advancing on Constantinople. He was sent by his father with a present of 500 sheep to the Emperor. Clearly they were people of some estate. Justinian perhaps discerned his ability. At any rate, he gave him a commission as Spatarius, aide de camp. Leo's subsequent life and adventures have been briefly alluded to, down to the day when he was crowned emperor. We know hardly anything of his private life. He was perhaps 35 years old in 717, and had a daughter of marriageable age. That is to say, she would be about 15. He was yet to have a son, and the wide gap between his two children makes it possible that he was a widower, and contracted a second marriage about the time of his accession. The name of the mother of his only son was Maria. She is said to have also been a native of Germanicia. If we were permitted to draw any inference from the fact that very early in his reign Leo had her crowned Augusta, he loved her and honoured her. Never had the political sky appeared so black. Heraclius had at least one faithful province to which he could retire in case of disaster, but now Africa had been in Saracen hands for 18 years. Asia Minor, so well guarded under the Heracliads, had been repeatedly ravaged. Several of its greatest cities had fallen. The European provinces, if we may judge from their conduct soon after, were apathetic, if not actively disaffected. Italy was merely an open sore. Leo's authority was probably confined to the shores of the Propontis. He was known to be an able man, but his Puritan religious tendencies were probably also known, and would hardly increase his popularity. And ability and energy had not saved Leontius and Tiberius III. Shattered as was the empire outwardly, its internal condition was yet worse. The never-ending wars of the 6th and 7th centuries had reduced it to a condition almost of barbarism. The one good effect of the general uncertainty had been that serfage had died out. There was a large and vigorous class of small-holding farmers, a good omen for the future. But in everything else the decline had been great. Of the demoralization of society during the Heracliad period and the first anarchy, some instances have been given. Art was at a low ebb. Literature had nearly died out. For a century the empire produced not a single historian, and only one bad poet. Ignorance and grovelling superstition were rife. Yet the people who inhabited the yet broad provinces of the shattered empire had in them the capacity of self-improvement. Though in Asia Minor the original population had been thinned by war and its concomitant evils, it had been swelled by great immigrations from Armenia, Persia, and Syria. The result was that, while the old population of the empire had fallen off perhaps 40 or 50% since 540, the loss had been largely made up. Further, the peasantry as a whole had better chances of naturally increasing in number than under the old cast-iron Roman administrative system. Could the Saracens be beaten off, there might yet be a chance for the stricken empire to recover itself. The emperor strained every nerve to strengthen the capital for the coming siege. What the result of his endeavours was is doubtful. There is reason to believe that in more than one respect they had comparatively small effect. It must be remembered that the normal civil population of Constantinople was about 500,000 or more, swelled in the present instance by troops and probably refugees. The practical difficulties of keeping it adequately provisioned must have been enormous. Anastasius II had issued an order that every householder was to lay in 2 years' supply of breadstuffs. For many this must have been an absolute impossibility. Probably even those who could afford the large outlay would have found themselves unable to comply with the order, simply because, though they might be willing enough to buy, the necessary quantity of corn would not be forthcoming. Orders of this kind are likely to remain dead letters. It is practically certain that Leo's nightmare was a complete blockade of his capital. As to the strength of the garrison we know little. It was sufficient for its purpose, but probably not much more than sufficient. Leo ventured, as far as we know, only one sortie in force, and this was very late in the siege, when presumably a sufficient proportion of the citizens had been trained to relieve the regular troops and guarding the walls. The main strength of the garrison at the outset probably consisted of Leo's own Anatoliki, but it included the whole or the greater part of the imperial navy, a factor of supreme importance. It is not too much to say that everything depended upon it, yet it was too weak to face the great Arab armada in the open. The Saracens had planned a double advance by land and sea. The land column concentrated at Tarsus under Maslama. It consisted of about 80,000 cavalry on its arrival at Constantinople. The fleet was led by Suleiman, the Grand Vizier. It counted 1,800 vessels of all descriptions, and had on board a force of 80,000, certainly infantry. Probably the number of war vessels was not above 400, but as they each carried 100 soldiers, they were evidently of considerable size. Arab chroniclers, who had every reason to wish to minimize the greatness of the host, and by consequence the magnitude of the disaster, estimate the total fighting force engaged in the siege at 180,000, and in all probability this was merely the land army. The number of marines, seamen, rowers, and camp followers must have been very large. We must never forget that this was the supreme effort of a mighty empire, which for a brief period was the most fiercely vigorous that the world has ever seen. Maslama marched from Tarsus on the Hellespont, while the fleet made its way slowly round Asia Minor into the Aegean. Two more fleets, counting 800 ships, were slowly preparing for sea in the ports of Africa and Egypt, and a third army was mustering at Tarsus, which the Caliph Suleiman proposed to lead himself to the scene of action. The advance was slow. Maslama did not reach the neighbourhood of the Hellespont until July, a circumstance which leads to the inference that his march was impeded by immense baggage and supply trains. He turned aside to besiege Pergamus, a reasonable measure of precaution, since the fortress lay dangerously near his left flank, but involving further waste of time. Some of the Pergamenian garrison, fearing that the place would fall, resorted to magical rites. They murdered a pregnant girl, cut the body and that of the unborn babe to pieces, and boiled them in a cauldron. The perpetrators of this frightful piece of butchery then marched past, and each dipped his right hand into the hideous mess, in the hope that thereby his strength might be redoubled. The affair is even more horrible than the slaughter of the last Heracliad, and after it we can have no sympathy for the garrison, though the writer does not feel himself obliged to be indignant because they repaired their ramparts with fragments of the great altar of Athene. In terrible emergencies the refinements of civilization must go to the wall. Having taken Pergamus, Maslama advanced to the Hellespont, where he was met by the fleet which conveyed his horsemen across the strait and disembarked its own troops. The army then marched for Constantinople, capturing or occupying the places on the road. On August 15, 717, it was before the landward walls. Maslama spread his huge force across the peninsula, probably also occupying Pera across the Golden Horn. The Saracens entrenched themselves behind huge sangars of piled up stones. A part of the army was detached into Thrace to observe Adrianople, where there are indications that a Roman force of some size was stationed. Leo was also in communication with King Terbel, to whom he no doubt pointed out that a Mohammedan invasion was as dangerous to him as to the empire. On September 1st, after a delay of 18 days, probably consumed in landing and forwarding troops and stores, the Saracen fleet arrived. For 2 days it lay off the Propontine shore near the Golden Gate. Then, on the 3rd, the huge unwieldy mass got under way to occupy the strait above the Golden Horn. This movement could not be allowed to be carried out unopposed. The imperial navy lay in the Golden Horn, the mouth of which was protected by a boom, consisting of a chain carried on logs, and made safe at each end in strong, well-garrisoned towers. The current off Seraglio Point is violent, and the heavy Saracen vessels made slow progress and began to fall into confusion. A gap was made in the boom, probably by towing its end aside, and the Roman ships, the Emperor leading the way, came out with oar and tide, and were among the Saracen armada before it could form a line of battle. Taken thus by surprise, the Arabs could do little. The terror of the Greek fire cleared a way for the Christian ships. 20 vessels were destroyed, and a number taken and towed back into the harbour of Constantinople. When the main body of the Arab fleet began to work its way up to the rescue, the far inferior imperial squadron had to withdraw, but its confidence had risen enormously. The Emperor ordered the boom to be towed completely aside, and for the rest of the day and all night the Roman fleet lay in line of battle across the harbour's mouth, defying the enemy to come on. A battle in the narrow waters was the one thing Leo most earnestly desired, but the maritime fire had badly demoralized the Saracen crews. Suleiman refused to repeat the blunder of Xerxes, and fell back down the strait. The all-important waterway to the north was left open, and though the Emperor had been disappointed in his hope of entirely defeating the Saracen fleet, he had struck a heavy blow at its morale, and strategically obtained the advantage. The Saracen commanders resolved to fall back upon the slower but safer method of blockade. They evidently knew more than we do of the state of the city's supplies. Fortune was against them. Suleiman died on October 8th, perhaps partly from exposure. Next the winter set in with terrible severity. Snow fell early and heavily, and the men began to die fast from the effects of the unaccustomed cold. We do not know that they suffered from hunger. They would hardly have come with only a few weeks' supplies. The cold is quite sufficient to account for their wasting away. Meanwhile, in the city, whatever may have been the Emperor's anxieties, the garrison was fairly well fed, well covered, and continued to improve in morale. For many weeks, for 100 days, says Theophanes and Nicephorus, the snow covered the country, and the Mohammedans could hardly have maintained the siege in the spring of 718 but for their heavy reinforcement. The Caliph ate himself to death at Damascus during the winter, but the army at Tarsus went on under the Emir Merdasan. The Egyptian squadron reached the scene of action in the spring, 400 strong, under the Emir Sophian. It succeeded in passing Constantinople, perhaps in the night, and took station at Kalos Agros, Buyuk Dere, or Terapia, above the city, thus blocking the Bosphorus. Soon after, the African fleet of 360 ships under Yezid also moved, and moored along the Bithynian shore of the strait. Finally, Merdazan's army occupied the heights of Chalcedon. With Maslama's resupplied and reinforced army on the land side, the great capital was completely beleaguered. The Egyptian and African ships were protected by the fierce current against fire ship attack. The position was undoubtedly critical. The newly arrived squadrons, however, contained many Christians who had little heart in their work. Some of them succeeded in escaping to Constantinople in boats, and furnished the Emperor with accurate information upon the position of the Saracens. Leo wasted no time. Once more the boom was opened, and the fleet put out on its momentous errand. Guided by the deserters, it came upon its opponents, unprepared and at anchor. The engagement that followed was a rout rather than a battle, another Aegospotami. The Christians deserted their masters wholesale, and ranged themselves on the side of the oncoming Romans. The Moslems, demoralized by the suddenness of the attack, could do little. Into the helpless mass of vessels crushed the Roman dromons, ramming, boarding, using their fire tubes with desperate energy. Many ships were burnt, many boarded and taken, many forced ashore. For all practical purposes the African and Egyptian fleet was destroyed. All the troops who could be spared from the garrison were embarked on the victorious ships, ferried across the Bosphorus, and landed on the Asiatic shore, and by a well-planned attack the army of Merdasan was beaten, cut up, and driven back into Asia Minor. Leo's envoys had at last convinced Caesar King Terbel that his interests were those of the empire, and he was on his way to assist in the defence of Constantinople. The summer was now well advanced, and the army of Maslama was dying fast from disease and famine. Yet it still showed a bold front behind its sangars, and Leo had not troops enough to attack it in its entrenchments. The fleet, though demoralized, was still large in numbers, and Maslama would not abandon the siege. Terbel forced his hand. Uniting probably with the Roman force at Adrianople, he encountered Maslama's covering army near that city, and routed it with a loss of 22,000 men. The survivors fell back on the camp before Constantinople, and their arrival completed the demoralization of the perishing Saracens. Without delay the remains of the army were hurried on board the fleet, taken across the Propontis, and landed near Cyzicus. The fleet cleared the Hellespont safely, but once out in the Aegean it was shattered and dispersed by a storm. The Roman fleet, which was following from Constantinople, captured or destroyed many of the scattered ships. Others were destroyed by the Greeks of the islands. Of the 1,800 Syrian ships, it is said that only 5 returned. At any rate, the losses were terrible. Not for 30 years did the Caliphate again send a large fleet to sea, while the unhappy land army, stricken with plague and famine, was further harassed and reduced as it struggled on across Asia Minor, so that Maslama eventually reached Tarsus with only 30,000 exhausted men, out of a host which even the Moslem chroniclers rate at 180,000. When we consider the army of Merdasan, the swarms of camp followers, and the crews of the 3 fleets, it is probable that the entire loss of life was even greater than is indicated by these figures. Judging from such records as we have, the affair was a catastrophe of the magnitude of destruction of Napoleon's army in Russia in 1812. There were certain factors in the favor of the Eastern Romans. Their tactical position was very strong. Their inferiority of force was offset to some extent by superior training. Their fleet was good, and armed with some sort of rocket tubes, very efficacious against Arab ships. On the other hand, the land forces were so inferior in numbers that up to the end Leo could not attack the Arabs in their camp. The strategic position had its weak points, the chief one being the line of supply through the Bosphorus. The fleet won most of the credit for the line of defense. It invariably fought with admirable readiness and discipline, and was handled in the most masterly manner. It checked the establishment of the naval blockade at the outset, and broke it when it was temporarily formed in 718. It enabled the army in Constantinople to operate at will on either shore of the Bosphorus, and it followed up the retreating Saracens and completed the ruin of the great armament. The one weak point in the conduct of the defence may appear to be the Emperor's refusal to take the offensive at the end of the siege, but we must remember that we know very little of the existing circumstances. With this single doubtful exception, Leo seems to have made no mistake. He had won the greatest success in Roman history, August or September 718. As he saw the relics of the mighty host of his enemies staggering away in rout and misery from the virgin walls of his capital, Leo's heart was gladdened also by the thought that he was no longer sonless. About the end of the siege, his wife Maria had borne him the boy who was to be Constantine VI, and to carry on his father's work. The mother was crowned Augusta on Christmas Day 718 in the grand hall of Augustius, and in ancient fashion she came out among the people and flung handfuls of gold to them. Next year, on March 25th, the child was crowned as his father's colleague. Leo's authority was not yet by any means fully established. In 719 the ex-emperor Anastasius II rose against him. The European provinces were in his favour. He was supported by several great officials, and persuaded King Terbel to assist him. The Bulgarians began to advance on Constantinople from the north, but Leo's personal influence quelled the revolt almost with a blow. The Bulgarian king probably saw that there was no popular movement in favour of the deposed emperor. He handed over Anastasius and his chief supporters to Leo, and returned to Bulgaria, to die in the following year. Leo executed Anastasius, and had no more to fear from the north. In 720 a revolt in Sicily was suppressed by the general Paul, and Leo was able to press forward his reforms. As to the internal conditions of the empire, enough has been said to make it clear that, though not without certain cheering features, it was very bad. Externally, the last great mainland province in the west had gone. In the Balkans, the one solid block of territory held was Thrace. Elsewhere, only the coast districts were regularly administered, the interior regions being held by Slavonic settlers, who required constant punitive expeditions to keep them in subjection. Asia Minor, by the close of Leo's reign, was again thoroughly reorganized and solidly occupied up to the line of the Taurus, and Cyprus was also, for the present, back in Roman hands. Leo's purpose was steadily set to gather together the strength of the empire between Haemus and Taurus. He was still in the vigour of life and flushed with splendid victory, but without hesitation he resigned all hope of recovering for the present anything that had been lost by his predecessors. He took the field only twice again, leaving the work of repelling Saracen raids to his generals, and concentrated all his attention on the gigantic and, as it must have seemed at first, almost hopeless task of revival. He seems to have deliberately let Italy go. He had apparently come to the conclusion that it was a mere incubus. There can be no doubt that he was right, but it required a man strong among the strongest to declare so much. Under a democratic government, the deliberate abandonment of a useless possession would be an impossibility. Leo made only one digression from this policy during his reign, and his failure probably confirmed him in his original resolution. The other object of his foreign policy was, of course, the defence of his dominions against the Arabs, in which he was successful. Leo's internal reforms are to be divided into civil, military, and religious. They may be summed up in general by saying that he reorganized the civil and defensive services, reformed police control, re-established the rule of law and order, reformed the judicial system, reorganized the finances, encouraged commerce and industry, and made a great effort to combat the prevailing barbaric ignorance and superstition by his so-called iconoclastic policy. The details of these reforms are to be gathered from Leo's famous legal manual, the Ecloga, which, though not published until the end of his reign, expresses well the work of his life. It is to be noted that the spirit of the work is not that of the old Roman, non-religious, but decidedly Christian. The barbarism of the times is more or less expressed in the punishments for certain offences. Death is comparatively rare, but mutilation common, of infliction. In private law we note that a concubine has all the legal rights of a wife, and that the father no longer has unlimited powers over his family, but shares them with his wife. The agricultural code shows that serfage had disappeared, and that the peasants were all free, divided between freeholders, tenants, and communal holders. The latter were probably chiefly Slavs, the communal system being distinctly Slavonic. The maritime code informs us that commerce was largely carried on by joint stock companies. In finance, Leo enforced the principle of solidarity. Each agricultural community was responsible collectively and individually for the amount of its taxes, and, no doubt, so long as the obligation was not crushing, the system worked well. Each member had an interest in seeing that land was not allowed to fall out of cultivation through its holders' laziness. The great feature of the criminal code is its democratic tendency. There is no attempt, as in the code of Justinian, to fix different punishments for rich and poor. All classes alike must pay the same penalty for their misdeeds, a clear advance in the interests of justice. The purity of the judicial administration was greatly enhanced by the establishing of fixed salaries for the officers of the law, who hitherto had depended on presents and fees. Of the military code there is little to say. The soldier's dignity is insisted upon. Men convicted of sexual immorality or connivance at such are to be cashiered. Soldiers must not engage in any trade. The cross and the stake await treasonous deserters. Something has to be said of the gross ignorance and superstition which reigned in the Empire, which perhaps found its worst expression in the dreadful Pergamenian incident, but was rife among all classes, included even men like the reigning patriarch Germanus, whose reputation for purity and goodness was great. While the tendency existed everywhere, and was especially strong in the European provinces, there was a decided movement in progress against it, especially among the better educated and informed officials and citizens, and very strong in the army, which was in constant contact with a faith of which the best feature was its emphatic denunciation of idolatry in any shape or form. The rational arguments against the adoration of mere pictured or sculptured images are strong, and there is no reason for believing that Leo was incapable of appreciating their force. The fact that he did not make any decided move for 8 years shows that he had carefully considered the question. Leo's iconoclastic edict was issued in 726. It forbade image worship as superstitious and irreverent, and ordered the whitewashing of the pictured semblances of saints on the church walls, as well as removal of statues. Rioting immediately broke out. When the palace officials began to remove the great crucifix over the main gate, a mob fell upon them and cudgeled them to death. The troops and police cleared the streets and killed a number of the rioters. Having put down disorder, the emperor set up a cross in place of the crucifix, with an inscription explaining the reason of the change, and everywhere pictures and statues were replaced by the symbol of the Christian faith. Leo did his best to make it plain that his objection was to anthropomorphic representations of the Saviour, and the absurd superstitions which had collected about the use of images and pictures. This moderation, however, was far from contenting the clergy, who for the most part were as ignorantly superstitious as their folks. Asia Minor as a whole stood by the emperor. The Armenian, Syrian, and Isaurian mountaineers had no love for elaborate symbolism, and had felt, too, the force of the taunts of the Mohammedans. In Europe the state of affairs was different. In Italy the Pope, Gregory II, led the opposition. The Italian cities would have set up a rival emperor, but the Pope was afraid of the great Lombard king, Luitprand, who was formidable and near at hand, and gave no approval to the extreme step. As it was, the mischief was done. Luitprand overran the Exarchate, and captured all its towns, with the exception of Ravenna, which after temporarily falling into his hands was retaken by the Exarch Eutychius in 729. Nearer home matters were still more threatening. In 727 the theme of Hellas revolted, and proclaimed a certain Cosmas emperor. It was probably supported by other European districts. The Greeks were all for image worship, and it is possible that they were restive under Leo's new fiscal and administrative measures. Greece was evidently already recovering from the effects of the Slavonic immigrations, for the revolting province raised a large army and fleet, which, under a general named Agalianos, and accompanied by its emperor, boldly set forth to attack Leo in his capital. Leo moved out to meet the rebels, and completely defeated them. Agalianos killed himself. Cosmas was taken and beheaded. But the emperor showed himself very clement towards the prisoners and the rebel province. He was never afraid to strike hard, but no stain of unnecessary cruelty disfigures his character. Leo's domestic troubles encouraged the Caliph Hisham to recommence raids on the empire, and in 726 a small Saracen army invaded Cappadocia. In 727, while Leo was busy with the Greek revolt, two great armies entered Asia Minor under Maslama. Caesarea in Cappadocia was taken, while a force pushed forward to Nicaea, but was repulsed. In 729 Leo held a Silentium at Constantinople, which condemned iconodole, and finding that the ancient patriarch Germanus would not work with him, the emperor deposed him. Next year Leo removed Illyria, Calabria, and Sicily from the jurisdiction of the Pope, and united them to the Patriarchate of Constantinople. In 732 he sent an expedition against Italy, but it suffered much damage from storms, and effected nothing, and thenceforth he seems to have definitely resolved to let the valueless central Italian districts go. Leo's last 8 years were for the most part a period of progress, although the border provinces were harassed by sporadic Saracen raids. The work of reorganization was steadily continued. It was probably in these years that the Ecloga was compiled, though it was not published until 740. In spite of much secret opposition, especially from the clergy, the iconoclastic edict was generally enforced. One of the emperor's measures was the establishment of a register of births, and we get some insight into the ignorance and impracticability of the clergy when we hear that they violently opposed this sensible innovation. Towards the end, Leo was assisted by his son Constantine, already a strong and vigorous young man, in full sympathy with his father, who carefully trained him to follow in his footsteps. In 739 there was a more serious Saracen invasion, in which 90,000 men took part. So serious did it appear that Leo took the field in person, and young Constantine accompanied him to see the practical application of the military wisdom which he had learned from his father. We are told that 70,000 Saracens remained in comparative inactivity near Taurus, while only 20,000 horsemen under the famous Abdallah Sid el Batal advanced through the Anatolic theme. I am much inclined to doubt whether a mere plundering force would have brought Leo out in person, and it is quite possible that the greater part of the Saracen invading army composed the force which pushed past Amorium to Acroinon, where Leo and Constantine met and completely defeated it, with the loss of Cid el Batal and all its principal leaders. Leo returned to Constantinople in triumph, to resume once more his great task. In 740 the Ecloga was published, and with it Leo put the capstone upon his work. He had done so much that all that remained for his vigorous successor was to follow steadily in his footsteps. The rebuilding of the walls of Constantinople, which had been shattered by an earthquake in 739, and the promulgation of the Ecloga were his last important acts. He died on June 18, 740, having raised the shattered heritage of the Caesars from the deepest depths of degradation and set it once more on the high road to recovered power and prosperity. Leo's best monument is his work. We know little of his personality, and that comes from his bitter enemies. But we need the words of neither friend nor foe. The facts as we know them are convincing. The 8th century was an age of great men. It was the era of Charles Martel, Pippin and Charles the Great in Frankland, of Ain and Offa in England, of Luitprand in Italy, of the great Umayyad Abderrahman of Cordova, of the Abbasids Mansur and Harun, as well as of the great Iconoclast's grey son, but Leo need fear no comparison with any of them. There was no statesman among them to compare with him, except perhaps Charles the Great; certainly no such legislator and administrator. As a soldier he was at least the equal of the Karls and of his own warlike son. Morally he stands on a level with the best men of any age. He came to an empire in ruins, cowering before the impending onslaught of its most terrible foes. He opened his reign with the most splendid victory in history, saving his realm and religion from destruction, once more staving off from Europe an attack that could not have been resisted. Out of the wild chaos about him he built up a fresh and, in many respects, an entirely new structure of empire, throwing into the tremendous task a fierce and enduring energy, a stern and pure religious enthusiasm. Where he inherited ruin and misery, he left strength, order, peace, and reviving prosperity. Almost the last act of his life was to lead his armies once more to victory. He went down to the grave in the fullness of years and glory, and left the completion of his life work to a son after his own heart and of his own mind, almost as brave and able as himself. End of section 9. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 10 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 10. The Iconoclasts. Leo's natural successor was his only son, Constantine VI, but he was not to obtain the supreme power unopposed. Artavasdos, general of the Armeniac theme under Anastasius II, had supported Leo III in 717. Leo had given him to wife his only daughter, Anna, and had created him Curopalates and Count of the Opsikians. He possibly considered himself, as husband of the great emperor's elder child, more entitled to the throne than Constantine. His elder son, Nicephorus, was general of Thrace. The younger, Nikitas, commanded the Armeniacs. He secured also the support of Theophilus, prefect of the capital. Whether he really had any strong belief in iconoduly is to be doubted, but he expressed himself in sympathy with the opponents of Leo's policy, and the revolt against Constantine may be termed an iconodulic one. Constantine had determined to make an expedition against the Saracens in 741. He moved to the plain of Crasos with his guards, and sent orders to Artavasdos to join him with the Opsikians. Artavasdos killed Bizer, the patrician who brought the order, assumed the diadem, and made a dash at his brother-in-law's camp. Constantine only saved himself by a headlong flight to Amorium. There he was safe. The garrison swore to defend him to the death. Artavasdos returned to Constantinople, and was proclaimed emperor amidst the rejoicings of the Iconodules. But the Anatoliki and Thracians would have none of him, and marched to the rescue of Constantine in Amorium. Constantine, with his army in a high state of enthusiasm, advanced to Chrysopolis, but he found Artavasdos too strong to be besieged without a fleet, or some appearance of disaffection in the capital, of which there was at present none. He therefore withdrew to winter at Amorium, and to call up the Kibirayot fleet and army to his assistance. In the spring of 742 Artavasdos advanced to crush him, while Nicetas marched westward with a second large army, composed partly of the fine Armenian troops, partly of levies and mercenaries from Iberia and Armenia. Constantine at Amorium was thus exposed to a convergent attack by vastly superior numbers, but he showed that he possessed all his father's military ability. Artavasdos hoped to force Constantine to dislocate his army and fight both himself and his son with inferior numbers. Instead of doing so, however, Constantine marched westward with his whole force, and coming up with Artavasdos near Sardis, completely defeated him and drove him back on Cyzicus and out of Asia. He then faced round on Nicetas, who was approaching from the northeast, and defeated him at Modrine in Bucellarion, after a struggle far harder than the battle of Sardis, for the Armenian troops fought magnificently. Constantine now crossed into Europe and besieged Constantinople, bringing up the Kibirayot fleet to complete the blockade. The citizens deserted to him in crowds, as food began to run short. By the admission of his hostile historians, his conduct was humane and forbearing in the extreme. Meanwhile Nicetas had rallied his beaten army, gathered in reinforcements, and effected a junction with some troops who had escaped the rout of Sardis. He advanced to relieve Constantinople, but near Nicomedia he was met by the indefatigable Constantine, completely defeated and taken prisoner together with the iconodule Archbishop of Gangra, who was immediately executed. Nicetas was exhibited in chains before the walls of the capital, and Artavasdos knew that the game was lost. He fled from the city to a fort in Opsikion, where he was captured with his elder son and some of his chief adherents. Constantine entered his capital victorious, after having lost it for 2 years. He spared the lives of Artavasdos and his sons, but blinded and imprisoned them. The act seems barbarous, but it was perhaps the only alternative to putting them to death, and they have been guilty of treason in an aggravated form. Once firmly seated on the throne, Constantine could take up his father's half-finished work. He had been carefully trained in Leo's methods, and was his not unworthy son and successor, hard-working, hard-fighting, persevering, able, and brave, and not destitute of originality in his designs, if we may be permitted to judge from the fact that he endeavoured to enter into closer relations with the Frankish rulers of the West. Morally he was certainly the inferior of his father, whose purity even his bitter foes have not impugned. Constantine was distinctly a man of pleasure, somewhat coarse-fibred, occasionally given, as it would seem, to low debauchery, though we need not believe that he was addicted to vice in especially bad forms. His monastic revellers were not men of nice or elevated minds. Such would not have fastened the unsavory epithet of Kopronimos on him. He was also, when exasperated by opposition, capable of cruelty, though he was equally distinguished on occasion for humanity. On the whole, he gives the impression of being more swayed by passion than his father. His worst political fault was that he could not understand or practice a policy of conciliation, and his violent measures against his opponents did the cause of rational progress far more harm than good. As emperor he had to maintain the Asiatic border, to secure that of Europe, and to carry on the work of internal development, the last involving a continual struggle against iconodulae. He thus had to face a threefold contest, and that he emerged from it on the whole victorious says much for his untiring energy. For 11 or 12 years after his victory over Artavasdos, he steadily pursued the policy of his father in religious matters, but probably with a harder hand, and growing more and more exasperated as he found his edicts secretly evaded, and everywhere steadily and fanatically opposed by the monks. The most noteworthy incident of these years was, however, the appearance of the bubonic plague in the empire. It did not have the same terrible effects as in the reign of Justinian. The population was better able to recuperate, but none the less it caused great harm. At Constantinople the loss of life was enormous. The emperor filled the gaps in the population of the capital by introducing settlers from Hellas and the islands. The effect was that it became more Greek than it had ever been, while on the other hand the districts from which the immigrants had come were colonized by Slavs, and for the present lost their Hellenic nationality. Externally, Constantine's energies were during this period chiefly directed to the east. The Umayyad line of caliphs was hastening to its end. Civil war distracted the Saracens, and Constantine took advantage of their dissensions to take the offensive. In 745 he overran Commagene, captured Germanicia and Dolichae, and transported the bulk of their Christian inhabitants into the empire. The Caliph Mervan II retaliated by sending an armament of 1,000 vessels against Cyprus, but it was caught by the Kibirayot fleet in the harbour of Keramea, and almost annihilated. A.D. 746. The plague prevented further efforts for some years, and in 750 a disaster was experienced in the west by the final loss of Ravenna, which was taken by King Aistulf of the Lombards. In the same year the great house of the Umayyad Caliphs came to an end in a deluge of blood, and in 751 Constantine again crossed the Taurus, captured Melitene on the Euphrates, ravaged the border provinces, and took Theodosiopolis. He does not appear to have had any illusions as to the possibility of holding these conquests. He took back with his colons as many as possible of the Christian inhabitants, and distributed them as settlers in his provinces, but he left garrisons in the captured towns. Meanwhile the opposition of the monks to his iconoclastic religious policy had impelled him to take a decisive step. He summoned in 753 a general council of the Church. As a fact, the patriarchs of Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Antioch declined to attend, and the Pope of Rome not only refused, but anathematized the assembly. But 338 bishops assembled under the presidency of Constantine, Patriarch of Constantinople, and gave decisions entirely in favor of iconoclasm, defining representations of the Saviour as blasphemous pitfalls, because they endeavoured to express his human and divine natures in the mere likeness of a man, and so obscured his divinity in his humanity. It declared the worship of images blameworthy, because all adoration, except that paid to the Godhead, savoured of heathendom and anthropolatry. It can hardly be doubted that in the main these decisions were at least rational, but the Council put itself in the wrong by proscribing religious mimetic art entirely, and by anathematizing the Patriarch Germanus, the famous John of Damascus, who upheld iconography on the ground that pictures and images inculcated reverential ideas, and George of Cyprus, the three most distinguished of the opponents of iconoclasm. Having obtained the support of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, Constantine began a regular persecution of his opponents. He was chary of inflicting the death penalty, but there was a great deal of torture and imprisonment or exile. In 766 the Patriarch Constantine was found to be concerned in a conspiracy against the Emperor. He was executed under every circumstance of cruelty and ignominy. Several prominent iconodules had already suffered death, and now Constantine gave full weight to his feelings of bitterness, and appointed the sternest and most uncompromising iconoclasts to command in all the themes. They are said to have carried out their orders with extreme brutality, though it would appear that it was still almost entirely directed against the monastic order. The most prominent of them was Michael Lacanodrakon, general of the Thracian theme, who is said, amongst other things, to have burnt or half burnt many monks alive. In 770 he assembled all the monks and nuns of his theme, and gave them the alternative of breach of their vows or immediate exile to Cyprus. Many gave way, but more stood firm, and were forthwith deported. Lacanodrakon then plundered the religious houses of their valuables, realizing thereby a large sum, destroyed the pictures and relics, pulled down some of the buildings, and converted others to secular uses. Constantine's comment on these violent proceedings was that at last he had found a man after his own heart. On the whole, we can understand the indignation of the monkish annalists. Meanwhile Constantine was busy in Europe. He was determined to reduce the European lands of the Empire to the same state of order as those in Asia Minor. The main obstacle was the presence of the Bulgarian kingdom. For many years it had been on friendly terms with the Empire, but the predatory instincts of the people continually gave rise to petty warfare, and when Constantine began to establish a strong military frontier along the Balkans, King Kormisos declared war. The Bulgarians poured through the Balkan passes into Thrace, and were assisted openly or secretly by the Slavs, but they were eventually beaten and forced back. Constantine fortified the passes, and having thus cut off the Bulgarians from communication with the Slavs, marched through the settlements of the latter in 758, and brought them once more under control. Next year he turned against Bulgaria, but his first efforts were unsuccessful. He suffered a severe defeat between Mesembria and Varna, while in Asia the Saracens, under the energetic Caliph Mansur, who had succeeded Abdallah the Bloody in 754, recovered Germanicia and Melitene, and defeated the Armeniacs on the Melas. The renewed activity of the Caliphate probably called the emperor to the east, but in 762 he again took to the field and inflicted a great defeat on the Bulgarians and Slavs at Anchialus. He then, in the following year, turned against the Slavs south of Haemus, again reduced them to subjection, and cleared the frontier districts of the brigands Scamars, who had long infested them. Great severity was exercised towards the prisoners. One notorious chief, a renegade from Christianity, was dissected alive. The punishment was not, perhaps, altogether undeserved. But this problematical circumstance cannot be allowed to absolve the Emperor from the charge of barbarous cruelty. Meanwhile Bulgaria was distracted by civil war, and reduced to such a wretched condition that 208,000 Slavs migrated in a body to place themselves under the protection of the Empire. They were settled on the Artanas in Bithynia. In 764 Constantine, taking advantage of the dissensions in Bulgaria, invaded the country, killed King Toktu, and wasted the land without mercy right down to the Danube. He intended to complete the conquest in the next year, but his huge flotilla of 2,600 boats were wrecked near Anchialus, and he then abandoned his design and turned his attention to rescuing the survivors of the disaster and securing Christian burial for the dead, thereby greatly increasing his popularity, even with iconodulic population of his capital. For some years thereafter the Emperor was busy with his last dead-lift attempt to crush iconodulism and monasticism. There was a good deal of guerrilla fighting in the Balkans, but the Bulgarians made no impression on Constantine's strong military frontier. In Asia he was less successful. In 771 a Saracen army and fleet besieged Decay in Isauria, and the Anatolic, Armeniac, Bucellarian, and Kibirayot themes, marching to its relief, were severely defeated. The Saracens, however, made no use of their victory, and withdrew homeward. Next year a Saracen force made a successful incursion, but on its return was defeated near Mopsuestia with a loss, it is said, of 10,000 men. In 773 a peace was concluded with Telerig, the new king of Bulgaria. The treaty was a mere blind on the part of the latter to cover an invasion of the empire as soon as the large army which Constantine had under arms had been disbanded. The treacherous design became known to the Emperor, and when the Bulgarians entered Macedonia they were suddenly surprised by Constantine at the head of 80,000 men, and totally routed. He now determined to make an end to the troublesome half-barbarian state once and for all, but fortune was against him. The march of the great expedition which he had planned was stopped in 774 by the shattering of the fleet which formed part of it in a storm, and in September 775 he was taken ill on his northward march, and died on board ship just outside Constantinople. He was only 57, but his strenuous life had no doubt worn him out. He had carried steadily forward the work which his father had so well begun. The empire was well organized, strong to defend itself, and increasing in wealth and prosperity. The defensive services were strong, well organized, well trained, and composed in larger measure of native troops than had ever been the case before. The thematic system had been completed, and in Asia alone could put 80,000 men into the field. Literature and art were reviving. Best of all, the whole moral tone of society was greatly improved. To attribute all this to the great iconoclast emperors is, of course, absurd, but they had a very large share in this extraordinary revival of an apparently decrepit and half barbarized state. If they did no more than direct the tendencies of the age, they deserved well of their subjects. Constantine was succeeded by his son Leo, commonly known as the Khazar. His mother, the first of his father's three wives, having been a princess of that nation. He had acted as his father's colleague for several years, and inherited the vigour which was the birthright of his line. But his health was feeble. He was in fact consumptive. He was married to a beautiful Greek from Athens, named Irene, destined to a terrible celebrity in history, and to a very undeserved sanctity in the Church. By her he had a son named Constantine, born in 771. The emperor's feeble health made the question of the succession a momentous one. By his other wives Constantine IV had had several children, including 5 sons, and Nicephorus and Christophorus, the 2 eldest of these, who each bore the title of Caesar, conceived themselves entitled to succeed their half-brother. Leo, therefore, crowned the little Constantine VII with great solemnity, and obliged his 5 uncles to swear allegiance to him. Internally, Leo IV pursued the policy of his father, but with less harshness. He was certainly alive to the possible evil effects of high-handed severity. He stopped the persecution of the monks, though in 777 there was again an increase in the harshness of government measure against them. Leo's severities were rather political than religious in their tendency. He had found that his discontented half-brothers were in league with the iconodule malcontents in a conspiracy to place Nicephorus and Christophorus on the throne. The leading plotters were scourged and banished, but the Caesars were pardoned by their injured half-brother. In 778 Leo collected all the Asiatic themes except the Kibi riots at the frontier, and ordered them into Syria. They were at least 80,000 strong. So great had been the results of the military reforms of Leo III and Constantine VI. The lack of an imperial commander-in-chief rendered the campaign somewhat ineffective. But Commagene was wasted. A great Saracen army defeated it before Germanicia, and a mass of Syrian Christians conducted into the empire and settled in Thrace. The Caliph el Mahdi replied next year by an invasion of Asia Minor. The Saracen army advanced to Dorylaeum, but failed to take it, and retreated in disorder, suffering heavily from the attacks of the imperial troops. In 780 more vigorous measures were adopted. El Mahdi's famous son, Harun, was sent to take command, and a great eruption organized. Harun took the frontier fort of Semalus, but another division was defeated by Michael Lacanodrakon, and the expedition had no result. In the midst of these events, Leo IV died on September 8th, leaving his throne to the young Constantine VII, now 10 years of age, for whom Irene was to act as regent. Leo was only in his 32nd year, and his premature death, though not unexpected, was a grave misfortune for the empire. Irene, an Athenian and a Greek, was naturally enough an iconojule, though she had more or less concealed the fact from her husband and her terrible father-in-law. She was determined to reverse the policy of the Iconoclasts, and began by putting a stop to all anti-iconodulic measures of repression. Her position as regent was by no means assured. Nicephorus and Christophorus repaid their half-brother's clemency by resuming their plots as soon as the breath was out of his body, and enlisted in their cause Elpidius, general of Sicily, and several other officers and ministers. But the plot was soon discovered and crushed by Irene, and the Caesars and their 3 brothers compelled to take holy orders. The other conspirators were for the most part scourged and tortured. Elpidius fled into the Caliphate (A.D. 781). Meanwhile the Saracens, under a general named Abd el-Kebir, invaded Asia Minor. Irene acted with vigour on this occasion. She dared not or would not trust any of the thematic generals, who were all iconoclasts, but the chief command was given to Johannes the Sacellarius. The whole army of Asia, 80,000 strong, was concentrated on the frontier in July, and the Saracens totally routed at Melon. Next year came a turn of fortune. Harun again took the chief command. This time the Saracens crossed the frontier before the Themes could concentrate. One division, under Rabia ibn Yuns, besieged Nacolia without success. A second, under Yahia the Barmecide, was beaten by stout old Michael Lacanodrakon. But Harun, with 95,000 men, was able to advance to Chrysopolis, and for the last time a Saracen army saw the city of the Caesars. Tatsatis, the general of the Bucellarians, deserted to Harun. The Slavs in Europe broke out into renewed revolt, and Irene was cowed. she bought a truce for 3 years at the rate of 70,000 dinars a year. Having in this disgraceful fashion rid herself of Harun, Irene set herself to deal with the Slavs, and in 783 sent Stavrakios, a eunuch of her household, with a large army against them. The campaign was entirely successful. The Slavs in Macedonia, Thessaly, and Hellas were brought into complete subjection to the central government. The work was completed in the following year, when Irene and her son made a progress through the European provinces and re-established and repeopled a number of decayed Greek towns. It was natural that the Athenian empress should take a great interest in her own countrymen, and this pacification and reorganization of Macedonia and Greece was the most useful work of her life. Irene endeavoured to follow in Constantine VI's footsteps with regard to the West. She entered into friendly relations with Charles the Great, and a treaty was concluded by which the young Constantine was betrothed to Charles's yet younger daughter Rotrudis. In 784 Paul, Patriarch of Constantinople, died, and Irene replaced him by Tarasius, the first Secretary of State, a known iconodule. She had for some time been carefully preparing the way for a reversal of the iconoclastic policy, by dismissing as many as possible of the officials of her husband and father-in-law, but found that there was still much to do. The troops were very largely iconoclast in their sympathies, and broke out into repeated tumults. To break their opposition, Irene disbanded them wholesale, or dispersed them in distant cantonments, a most ill-advised measure, seeing that the truce with the Caliphate expired in 786. Finally, after 3 years of preparation, an assembly of 367 ecclesiastics gathered under Tarasius at Nicaea in September 787. Its decisions were as anti-iconoclastic as those of the Council of 754 had been anti-iconodulic, and it anathematized all the iconoclast patriarchs. It drew, however, a distinction between the reverence due to the pictured semblance of the deity or saints, and the divine worship to be paid to God. Meanwhile, the foreign affairs of the empire were giving trouble. In 788 the Bulgarians burst through the Balkans, raided Thrace, and defeated Philetos, who commanded its troops on the Strymon. Next year the Saracens, now ruled by the energetic and cultivated, but cruel and suspicious Harun er-Rashid, invaded Asia Minor and defeated a part of the Eastern army. In 790 there was a fresh raid by land and sea, and for the first time for many years a Saracen fleet gained a success, defeating the Kibirayot squadron under Theophilus of Attalia. The admiral was taken prisoner, and refusing to abjure Christianity or desert his country's service was put to death, an act which gives a true impression of the character of the much lauded butcher of the Barmecides. While foreign affairs were thus in disorder, Irene's position at home was tottering. In 790 Constantine VII, now over 20 years of age, would endure his mother's domination no longer. It cannot be said that his revolt was either premature or undutiful. His first attempt was frustrated. Irene punished his supporters with much severity, and actually imprisoned her son. This, however, was the last straw. The Armeniac troops declared in his favour and marched for the capital. The other corps of the army hastened to join them. Irene, in terror, released her son, who presented himself to the advancing army, and was joyfully hailed by them as emperor. He punished his unnatural mother only by confining her for a time to the precincts of the palace. In 791 the young emperor invaded Bulgaria, now under King Kardam, without result, and then turned to the east and conducted a raid into Cilicia. Next year he again marched into Bulgaria, with disastrous results. He was entirely defeated, and lost many of his best officers, including the veteran Michael Lacanodrakon, the man after my own heart of Constantine VI. The beaten troops murmured at the emperor's bad generalship, and in the capital there was a fresh conspiracy in favour of the 5 half-brothers of Leo IV. The plot was discovered. Nicephorus was blinded, the tongues of the other 4 cut out, and all were banished. The act was perhaps justifiable. The princes were incorrigible plotters, but Constantine had evidently inherited the vice of cruelty, whether from his grandfather or his mother it is difficult to say. Constantine's next blunder was to restore his mother to favour and power. He never appears to have lost his affection for her, and he celebrated the reconciliation by raising a statue of her in the Hippodrome. Irene repaid her unhappy son by resuming her intrigues so soon as she was restored to power. Constantine, meanwhile, diligently continued to dig his own grave. He alienated his faithful Armenian troops by blinding their general, Alexius Mucellai, who had led them to his assistance in 790. The alleged reason was conspiracy. Next, Constantine, without more reason, became involved in a quarrel with the clergy. We have seen that as a boy he had been betrothed to Rotrudis, the daughter of Charles the Great. But after the Council of Nicaea, Irene broke off the engagement, and practically forced the unhappy boy into a quasi-marriage with a Paphlagonian girl named Maria. Constantine seems to have felt a sort of romantic affection for his unknown Frankish betrothed, and he soon developed a bitter feeling of hatred for his nominal wife, who was probably as guiltless as, and even more helpless than, himself. His hatred was quickened by his falling in love with Theodota, one of his mother's maids of honour. He determined to rid himself of Maria, and after much delay coerced the patriarch Tarasius into pronouncing a formal sentence of divorce. Irene's unfortunate tool disappeared into a nunnery. Constantine thereupon was free to espouse Theodota, but public sympathy was strong for the divorced empress, and it cannot be said that it was unjustified. The clergy voiced it energetically, prominent among them being Plato, abbot of the great monastery of Sacudion in Bithynia, and the afterwards celebrated Theodore Studita, the latter himself a relative of the new empress. Constantine attempted coercion, but they would not give way, and public opinion was entirely with them. A.D. 795. Constantine, having married a wife of his own choosing, went to the east on an expedition against the Saracens, leaving the field clear for the intrigues of his mother. He ravaged Cilicia and defeated a Saracen army at Anusan. Next year Cardam of Bulgaria, presuming on his great victory in 792, sent an insulting demand for tribute to the Emperor. Constantine, in wild rage, collected the Asiatic themes, and sent the Bulgarian a parcel of horse dung (one cannot admire his taste) with the message, "Here is a tribute well fit for thee. Come and take more, if thou choosest. But as thou art old, and mayst grow tired in the journey, I will meet thee at Markelon" (a border fort). So great was the Emperor's strength that Cardam fled across the Danube. Constantine, after wasting the country, marched home. In the absence of many of the Asiatic troops, the Saracens pushed another of their ineffectual raids up to Amorium. In 797 the Emperor again took the field and invaded Cilicia, but his mother's intrigues among the general officers ensured the futility of the expedition. On his return, Irene, who had prepared all for his deposition, carried her design into effect. Constantine was seized by his own attendants, but escaped for the time, and might have again gained the upper hand. But he seems to have been dumbfounded by his mother's conduct, and made no great effort. He was finally captured, taken to Constantinople, and blinded, with a refinement of barbarity, in the porphyry chamber in which he had been born. It seems probable that he died soon after. Such was the end of the last emperor of the great Isaurian house, to which the empire had owed more than to any other of its imperial lines. The only remaining scion of the family was Constantine's little daughter Euphrosyne, whom her grandmother spared. Irene had now attained the object of her unprincipled ambition. She was still only in the middle life, but she would seem to have expended all her energy in her years of intriguing for her son's ruin. At all events she gave herself up to self-indulgence and display, and handed over the business of the state to 7 eunuchs, hardly exercising even a nominal superintendence over them. Her reign was in the highest degree unfortunate and disgraceful. The Caliph Harun again invaded the empire, and made his way without opposition to the walls of Ephesus, wasting the Anatolic and Thracian themes, and carrying off numbers of captives. Irene's miserable government again purchased peace, and Harun was willing enough to withdraw, for the Khazars had burst through the Caucasian passes, and were wasting Armenia. In 799 there was a revolt in Hellas of the Slavs, settled in the interior, which never appears to have been put down as long as Irene lived, and in 801 Qasim, Harun's son, again threatened Asia Minor. At home, the only event of importance was a conspiracy in 797, having as its object the enthronement of one of the mutilated sons of Constantine VI, who were living in exile at Athens. It was discovered the four miserable men who had lost their tongues were now blinded, and the whole five exiled to Panormus. The most notable event of Irene's reign was the natural result of her usurpation. The West had for many years looked more and more to Karl the Great, who was now supreme, from the North Sea to the Vulturnus, and from Barcelona beyond the Elbe. On Christmas Day, A.D. 800, he was crowned Roman Emperor of the West by Pope Leo III in St. Peter's Basilica at Rome. There is no need to discuss the legality of the act. It was a perfectly natural, probably a long contemplated one. The Pope could allege with perfect truth that the legitimate Roman Emperor had been unjustly deposed, and that the rule of his blood-stained mother was a monstrous anomaly. Rightly or wrongly, and the writer can see no valid argument against it, the deed was done. The result of Irene's unnatural action was that any union between East and West was finally rendered hopeless. In 802 the end came. Irene had alienated all classes. Even the Iconodules had no feeling in her favour. Internally, the administration of her creatures was wasteful and bad. The Slavs were in open revolt. The Empire was humiliated in East and West. The Empress cared not. Her treasurer, Nicephorus, a descendant of the Arab kings of Ghazan, gained over some of her eunuchs and attendants, seized her at night, and hurried her across to a convent on one of the Princess Islands in the Propontis, which she had herself founded. Not a blow was struck for her, and Nicephorus was proclaimed Augustus without opposition. Irene was soon taken from her retreat to another convent in Lesbos, where she is said to have been deprived of the bare necessities of life, so that she was forced to earn a scanty subsistence by spinning. It may be so. It is impossible to feel any pity for her. She survived her fall only a few months. The results of the labours of the great Isaurians, which even the disasters under Irene had not materially affected, were that the Empire had been firmly welded together, that it had been thoroughly reorganized and in a manner regenerated. The political decline under Irene does not imply decreasing material prosperity. On the contrary, there is every evidence that it was steadily on the increase. In Finlay's words, the true historical feature of this memorable period is the aspect of a declining empire saved by the moral vigour developed in society, and of the central authority struggling to restore national prosperity. This is no more than the truth. People and princes did their duty manfully and well, and their efforts secured for the state 3 centuries and more of prosperous life. End of section 10. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 11 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization by Edward Foord. Section 11. The Naval and Military Systems. The main external feature of the history of the Eastern Empire is its long and, until the 11th century, even to some extent afterwards, successful resistance to its encircling foes. Some notice of the military system which enabled it to do so can hardly be omitted. The Roman army in A.D. 395 had entirely lost the semblance of what it had been in 200. It was a mass of heterogeneous mercenaries. The reason for this has been pointed out. We have also noticed that Leo I began to replace the mercenaries by native troops, and that under the Dardanian emperors foreigners and Romans were nearly equally divided. Justinian I, however, preferred to work with mercenaries. As they were only hired for short periods, he found them cheaper. At the close of his reign the disorganization was complete, and under his successors a fresh organization had to be carried out, which was in its turn swept away. The main idea of imperial defence in the period 395 to 641 was that the line of the Danube was defended by one army, the Armenian frontier by another, and the Euphrates in Mesopotamia by a third, while reserves of native and foreign troops lay near the capital. None of these armies were territorial. Their strength varied. It was kept up by levies from different parts of the empire. The disasters of the late Dardanian, Mauritian, and Heracliad epochs brought about the beginnings of a scientific territorial system. Such a system had, of course, to some extent, existed in the earlier empire. The frontier legions were largely recruited in the districts in which they lay. The recruits were, however, for the most part camp children or chance waifs who drifted into cantonments. The populations of the provinces in the near were debarred from bearing arms. But after 640 a complete change took place. It had, indeed, been in progress for some time previously. The armies of the East, Syria, and of the Armenian border had now fallen back behind the line of Taurus. Each was cantoned over a wide extent of country, which became its regular recruiting district. The same was done with the Imperial Guard, native obseci, and foreign bucellarii, the Federati, Optimati, and a division of the army of Thrace, which had been sent across to Asia. The coast districts from Mysia to Cilicia became the naval theme. In Europe the armies of Illyricum and Thrace were distributed in the themes of Thrace, Thessalonica, and Hellas. At first the themes varied greatly in size and strength. The Anatoliki were by far the largest of the armies, and could practically give the law to the others. Leo III, perhaps, as Professor Bury suggests, made the system somewhat more symmetrical, but still the Anatoliki were very strong. In the civil war of 740 742, Constantine VI was supported by them, and by the Thracians only on land. He seems to have been outnumbered by 2 to 1. But then Artavasdos controlled the Thracians, Optimati, Opseci, Bucellari, Armeniaci, and a host of Armenian volunteers and raw levies. The Optimati probably in course of time disappeared, and their district either ceased to be a military department or was united to Opsikion or Bucellarion. During the ninth century considerable alterations were made, chiefly in the direction of decentralization. The danger of the large Anatolic and Armenic armies being collected under one hand was obvious. In 863, when the whole force of Asia took the field against Omar of Melitene, we hear nothing of the Optimati, but 5 old themes, the Anatoliki, Armenici, Thracians, Bucellarians, and Opsikians, were all present, and 3 new ones, the Paphlagonians, Colonians, and Cappadocians, besides 2 Clisurarchies (frontier divisions), those of Seleucia and Carsiana. The European troops which cooperated in the campaign were the themes of Thrace and Macedonia. 50 years later we find that Carsiana and Seleucia have become themes also. During the period 750 to 900 there were no territorial acquisitions of any importance. The conclusion is, roughly speaking, that each great theme was divided into 2 or more smaller ones. Anatolikon, Armeniakon, and Bucellarion were split into 8, and the border districts of Carsiana and Seleucia were enlarged and raised to the rank of themes. 2 themes, Lycandos and Mesopotamia, were formed out of territory acquired in reign of Leo VI. The Kibirayot theme was divided into 2, one of which retained its old name, while the other was named after its headquarter port of Samos. In Europe, Thrace was divided into Thrace and Macedonia, Thessalonica into Thessalonica and Strymon, while Hellas was split into Hellas, Nicopolis, and Peloponnesus. A new naval theme was also created in the Aegean. The great increase in the number of themes during the 9th and 10th centuries was the outcome of a calculated policy of decentralization. It does not imply a corresponding increase in the number of troops, though doubtless there was a considerable augmentation as the empire recovered strength and prosperity. As to the actual numbers, it is fairly certain that in the 8th century the 5 great Asiatic themes could put 80,000 men into the field for an invasion of Syria. For defence they could probably, by calling in garrisons and depots, muster more. It does not, however, appear that armies which conquered northern Syria, Bulgaria, and Armenia ever exceeded 80,000 or 100,000 men. The Tactica of Leo VI affords tolerably good evidence that the army was completely territorialized. Each division had its regular district in which it was quartered and recruited. The organization of the troops was by divisions, turmi, brigades, drungi, and single battalion regiments, bandi, of 3 companies, still called centuries as of old, though as a fact each was 160 strong. The infantry battalion, including officers, musicians, and colour bearers, therefore probably totalled over 500 combatants. It included 1 company of heavy spearmen and 2 of archers and slingers. When in line, the heavy infantry (scutati) were in the centre, the archers on either flank when charging. The scutati, of course, led the way, the archers following in second and third line, and when the opposing forces closed, discharging volleys over the heads of the scutati. The cavalry was the premier arm of the service. The Empire had to contend all its days with mounted foes, with whose rapid marches and swift, far-reaching raids infantry would have been unable to cope. The cavalry regiment probably consisted of only 2 squadrons, each from 160 to 200 strong. Its strength in the field was always much less, owing to the Byzantine practice of carefully weeding out all but the thoroughly fit and efficient horses and men, and thus avoiding heavy sick lists. It may be set down at 250 troopers. The men were protected by coats of ring mail worn over leather tunics, guards of plate on the arms, steel helmets and shields, and were armed with lance, sword, and bow. The presence of the latter weapon in the mounted arm is significant. The horses were also protected. Tactics were scientific and highly elaborated. The accepted principle was that the frontal advance should be always combined with a flank attack. Each band had a baggage train of 30 carts with 60 drivers and attendants, carrying in all 240 engineering tools, 60 baskets and sieves, 30 camp kettles, and 30 hand mills, besides rations for man and beast, and reserves of arrows, medical stores, and perhaps pieces of armour to replace irreparable damages. The medical staff consisted of 2 surgeons and several attendants and bearers. The engineers department was scientifically organized and trained, and well equipped. Space is lacking wherein to describe it and its engines. But it may be said in brief that sieges presented no difficulty to the average East Roman army. The divisions and brigades varied considerably in strength. This variation was the general rule. It was based on the principle of disabling an enemy from estimating the numbers of a Byzantine army until the actual day of contact. This principle was also followed by Napoleon. A division might contain from 5 to 10 bands. A theme, 1, 2, or 3 divisions of each of the 2 chief arms. A theme of 2 infantry and 2 cavalry divisions would probably put into the field about 16 weeded battalions and 40 squadrons, or say 6,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, with about 500 engineers, 2,000 non-combatants, 7,000 horses, and 900 vehicles. The number of the followers and carts is not excessive, as may be thought. An English battalion has 5 carts and 10 4-horse wagons, a Russian battalion 20 vehicles, and a European army corps appears to have 1 non-combatant for every 4 fighting men. The cavalry troopers were mostly of the small farmer class, the infantry chiefly peasantry. During their term of service they were liable only to the land tax. The officers belonged chiefly to the local gentry. The tastes and habits of the Byzantine aristocracy were distinctly military, and there was no difficulty in obtaining their services. There was also a large leaven of adventurers, chiefly of Armenian and Caucasian strain. In quality, the army was decidedly one of the best that the world has seen. In estimating its merits, we must never forget that its advantage in armament over its antagonists was very slight. It could not check a savage army by storms of bullets and shells, and then massacre it comfortably at a range of 400 yards. Its archery had to cope with similar forces in the ranks of its opponents. Nor was the Byzantine bow the terrible weapon which England borrowed from Wales, and therewith defeated stubborn Scot and fiery Frank alike. The army of New Rome faced and foiled attacks like the Ghazi rushes of Ahmed Kell and Tamay, which British soldiers found it hard enough to break with rifle and cannon, with no better weapons than sword and spear, supplemented by bow and sling. It appears, like those of Greece and Rome, to have been somewhat liable to panic, but on the whole its steadiness was great. In conclusion, it ought to be pointed out that the thematic system was essentially defensive. With the advent of epoch of aggression it began to decline. The armies of John I and Basil II, constantly moving between Danube and Caucasus, and always on the frontier, had to be maintained at war strength by special methods, and the old machinery fell into decay. With the decline in the free agricultural class, also the practice of employing mercenaries, which had never quite died out, began to revive. Basil II employed a large corps of Russians. The foreign imperial guard became very important. Under the Komneni probably 2/3 of the army were mercenary troops. Still, during the period 610 to 1025 the forces of the Empire were mostly composed of born subjects, and were as national as in a realm of many races they well could be. The navy was yet more important than the army, but we have no such complete information concerning it. In 395 there were practically no fleet. The Mediterranean was a Roman lake. The Vandal settlement in Africa brought about a maritime revival. But after the conquest of the Vandals and Ostrogoths, the Pax Romana on the sea precluded the necessity of maintaining a large navy, and it was not until the 7th century that the Saracen naval efforts once more forced the Empire to look to its fleet. At first it consisted of provincial squadrons, but in the 9th century the Cretan trouble compelled the emperors to organize a distinct imperial fleet, which could be employed independently of the provincial vessels which were needed to police the coasts. Warships were generally termed dromones, fast sailers, but as a fact there were 2 distinct classes, dromones and Pamphylians. which may be conveniently differentiated as battleships and cruisers. There were, of course, small craft also. They were certainly not the low, light, lean galleys of the late Middle Ages of Europe, which were evolved in the Venetian lagoons, and were useless in rough weather. The classification of dromones as battleships and pamphilians as cruisers must not be carried to an extreme. The latter were built for speed, but were not necessarily unfit to lie in the line of battle. Flagships were usually specially built, and very large pamphilians. The typical Byzantine dromon was a vessel of considerable size, probably larger than a Roman quinquerem. The fact that it had only two banks of oars implies merely that the builders of the Aegean had discovered the folly of piling tier upon tier, and had developed their craft in the direction of length and beam, and also relied more upon sail power than oars, except for manoeuvring. The crew totalled 300 men, or thereabouts, of whom 70 were marines, the rest seamen and rowers, the former being certainly fighting men. The great naval victory over the Russians in 941 gives a clear impression of the Byzantine ships as vessels of considerable size and high freeboard. Medieval galleys would have been easy to board even from boats. Amidships was a redoubt of heavy timber, loopholed for archery, and on the forecastle a turret, perhaps a revolving one, sheltering a Greek fire cannon and its gunners. The poop was probably raised, and was the station of the officers. There were two masts, lateen rigged, and perhaps 30 to 40 oars a side. The second class dromones had crews of about 200. The third, which seemed to have included most of the pamphilians, from 120 to 160. There were also very light and swift small craft (Calandia), employed in scouting and dispatch bearing. The imperial navy in the 10th century consisted nominally of about 200 ships, about equally divided between dromones and pamphilians. In the Cretan expedition of 963 there were apparently at least 100 dromones and 200 pamphilians. The decay of the navy in the 11th and 12th centuries was partly, no doubt, due to the disorganization of the Asiatic maritime provinces, partly to neglect consequent upon the driving of the Saracen flag from the sea, partly to financial difficulties. Still, in 1170 and 1172 Manuel I put afloat fleets of 200 sail. The maritime resources of the empire were still great, and naval decline must be attributed very much to indolent neglect under the Angeli and the sack of Constantinople, which broke the empire up into various states, none of which was powerful enough to attempt to dispute the command of the sea with Venetians and Genoese. The vitally important part played in the imperial history by the navy has been noticed. End of section 11. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 12 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire, the rearguard of European civilization. by Edward Foord. Section 12. Irene's successors to Michael III. It is probable that Irene's eunuchs supported Nicephorus for the reason that they expected to find in him a convenient tool. They were bitterly disappointed. He was a man of decided character, possessed of considerable ability and great force of will. Nicephorus inherited the triple struggle which had been the portion of his Isaurian predecessors. The Saracens continually threatened the Asiatic provinces, and Harun was still Caliph, as desirous as ever for the delights of rapine. In Europe, an enemy who lacked the savage Caliph's thin veneer of culture, Krum of Bulgaria, menaced the empire. Within, the strife between iconoclasm and iconoduly continued, and the administration, owing to the wasteful policy of Irene, was in grave disorder. In religious matters the new emperor inaugurated a policy of toleration, which, naturally, did not make him popular with the iconodules. As an administrator, the financier predominated in him, and he is said to have welcomed decisions against corrupt officials, for the opportunity thereby afforded of confiscating their property. He re-established the custom duties at Hellespont, which had been remitted by Irene in order to purchase popularity, imposed a tax of 2 nomismata on the sale of slaves, and increased the stamp duty on documents. He made all monasteries liable to the hearth tax. The measure was entirely justifiable, for religious houses escaped many obligations which fell upon the lay taxpayer. Worse still, in the eyes of the monastic chroniclers, he quartered troops in monasteries, and permitted the sale of sacred plate. As he had had experience in finance, it is probable that the taxpayers found evasion of their burdens difficult. The most ill-advised of his financial acts was that he converted the entire non-native agricultural population into imperial serfs. It should be said that he expended the revenue freely in the public service, and cannot be accused of foolish parsimony. Internally, his rise led, naturally enough, to disturbances. Vardan, an Armenian general, revolted, but his troops deserted, and he was censured. In 808 a plot was formed to substitute Arsharvir, another Armenian, for Nicephorus. It was discovered, Arsharvir's estate was confiscated, and he was censured. The emperor scarcely erred on the side of cruelty. Hostilities of a feeble sort dragged on with the new Western Empire during the greater part of the reign. They ended in 810 with a provisional treaty on the basis of the status quo. The Saracen war was far more troublesome. Nicephorus had repudiated Irene's shameful treaty, but acted rashly in doing so, before reorganizing the army. In 804 the generals of Harun advanced across Taurus, and defeated Nicephorus at Crassus. In 806 Harun himself took the field, and captured Tyana and Heraclea on Taurus, while another army ravaged Anatolikon and stormed Ancyra. Nicephorus, hampered by the disorganization of the army, and troubled with Bulgarian raids, sued for peace, which was only granted on the terms of a yearly tribute of 30,000 nomismata, with 6 great gold medals for himself and his son Stavrakios. The ruined fortresses were not to be restored. Harun, who also had troubles elsewhere, was probably glad to retire with honor. Nicephorus made no attempt to fulfill the conditions of the treaty, and next year Cyprus and Rhodes were wasted. But in 809 Harun died. The only result of the war was that the frontier regions on both sides of the border steadily deteriorated. In Europe, a revolt of the Slavs in Greece was put down by the almost unaided efforts of the Hellenes, but the Bulgarian invasion was to prove the ruin of Nicephorus. Krum was a mere barbarian in instincts, but a great warrior. He had gained great successes over the decrepit Avars, and in 809 turned his attention to the empire. He surprised a small Roman force near the Strymon, and then besieged Sardica. The fortress had a strong garrison of 6,000 men, but was taken and its defenders massacred. It was evident that the erstwhile predatory Bulgars could now undertake regular sieges. In 810 Nicephorus advanced to recover Sardica, but the troops, discontented and demoralized, mutinied, and the campaign was a complete fiasco. Nicephorus replaced the mutineers by new levies, raised funds by imposing a heavy tax on monasteries, and by levying an increased retrospective land tax on large proprietors, and again took the field in 811. He pushed rapidly forward to Markelon, defeated the Bulgarians, and captured one of Krum's villas with considerable treasure. Krum sued for peace, but Nicephorus demanded complete submission, to which the Bulgarian warrior king naturally refused to consent. The army lay in careless order, apparently thrown off its guard by the negotiations. There was treachery in the camp. More than one imperial officer had deserted during the war. Treachery alone, even if we admit considerable laxity of discipline, can fully account for what followed. On July 25 Krum made a great night assault. The army was taken by surprise. The Bulgarians swarmed through the camp, massacring the bewildered troops almost without resistance. Nicephorus and many great officers were slain. Stavrakios was desperately wounded. The story of a Bulgarian circumvallation is obviously fabulous. A large part of the army, with Stephen, general of the guard, and Theoktitos, count of the palace, escaped down the valley of the Hebrus to Adrianople. As it brought the wounded Emperor Stavrakios safely out of the panic and carnage, it is probable that part of it retained its organization, but it left behind it many thousands of dead and captives, and all its supplies and baggage. Stavrakios was proclaimed sole emperor at Adrianople, and the army was ready to stand by him. But his hurts were clearly mortal, and the question of a successor was urgent. Michael Rangabe, a Greek noble who had married Procopia, the daughter of Nicephorus, claimed the crown in right of his wife, and was supported by the Iconodules and by most of the malcontents. A Greek, he was naturally an Iconodule, and took an oath that he would put no one of orthodox principles to death, and would faithfully defend church and clergy. Stavrakios retired into a monastery, and shortly afterwards died. Michael entirely reversed the policy of Nicephorus. He persecuted the Paulician heretics of Asia so fiercely that they began to form independent frontier republics. He wasted immense sums on the clergy, though perhaps by his wife's advice much was also done for charity and for the families of the slain of Markelon. The Emperor was probably the most insignificant ruler who had ever occupied the throne, and when no effort was made to check Krum's ravages, discontent spread fast. In 812 Krum took Debeltos, Anchialus, and other places. He made overtures for peace, but one of his conditions was that all deserters should be delivered up to his vengeance, and to this Michael's councillors stoutly refused to agree. They declared that never should the empire so disgrace itself. Krum took Mesembria in November, and early next year advanced on Constantinople, but was forced to withdraw by an outbreak of plague. The weak emperor showed his gratitude for the intercession of the saints by covering the tomb of the patriarch Tarasius with silver, and became more than ever an object of contempt to the troops. In May Krum again advanced. Michael joined the army at Adrianople, and after much hesitation risked a battle at Versinicia, in which he was totally defeated. The European troops on the left were almost exterminated, but the Asiatic division held out desperately, and finally retreated, covered by the Anatoliki under Leo the Armenian. The Emperor fled to Constantinople, while the beaten army rallied at Adrianople, proclaimed Leo the Armenian Emperor, and followed to dethrone Michael. There was no opposition. Michael was tonsured, his sons Theophylactos and Ignatius emasculated, and likewise forced into monasteries, and Leo crowned in Hagia Sophia on July 11, 813. Michael survived his deposition for 32 years. Leo was an Armenian noble of the Arzunian clan. His elevation, though mainly due to his military ability, was also a sign of the great Armenian influence in the empire. He had several children, the eldest of whom, Sembat, was proclaimed his father's colleague, under the name of Constantine. Michael of Amorium, a friend of Leo, who had commanded on the right in the recent disastrous battle, was created a patrician. Thomas the Slav, another distinguished officer, appointed general of the Optimati. Manuel the Mamigonian, an Armenian, was placed in command of the Armeniaci. On July 17, 6 days after Leo's coronation, the Bulgarian host, 30,000 of them cased in iron, arrived before the walls of Constantinople. Leo resorted to the shameful device of endeavouring to assassinate Krum at a personal interview by means of an ambush. Krum was forced to fly for his life, while his attendants were killed or taken. He revenged himself by plunder and massacre, storming Selimbria, Redestos, and Apri. Perinthus alone held out. Finally, Adrianople, which had been left to itself when the army marched for Constantinople, was starved into surrender and plundered. Leo's cowardly treachery had had terrible results. The consequences could not have been worse had the foul attempt on Krum's life never been made. Leo remained in Constantinople during the winter, adding to the fortification and energetically reorganizing the army, for Krum had resolved to make an effort to besiege the capital. A Bulgarian army raided Thrace during the winter, and captured Arcadiopolis. Leo dared not attack it, and it went home in triumph with a great booty. Krum meanwhile had died, very fortunately for the empire. He was perhaps the most formidable adversary that it had seen since Gaiseric. Leo had at last put together an army able to take the field, and in the spring of 814 he marched to Mesembria. The Bulgarians, confident of the success, advanced against him, but Leo attacked them in their camp, and after a furious struggle gained a bloody and complete victory. The Bulgarian host is said to have been annihilated. Certainly its loss was enormous. The fabric of Bulgarian greatness fell at a single blow. Leo's victorious troops, with 5 years of defeat to avenge, wasted the whole country with ruthless barbarity. The Bulgarians could not retaliate, and King Jom Omurtag was glad to conclude peace for 30 years. The disorders in the Abbasid Caliphate left the eastern frontier at peace, and in the west, after some piratical skirmishing, the Aghlabites of Kerwan made a 10 years' truce with the empire. Leo was then able to devote his attention to internal affairs. He would seem to have modelled himself consciously upon Leo III. He reorganized the army and re-established the military frontier against Bulgaria. Administrative corruption and disorder were repressed with a stern hand. Leo's justice as the final judge of appeal was universally acknowledged. His religious tendencies were iconoclastic, but he endeavoured at first to follow a policy of toleration, and it was only when the patriarch Nicephorus publicly anathematized Antonius of Sileum, the leader of the iconoclast church party, and the troops began to retaliate by defacing images, that the emperor deposed him, and substituted Theodotus Melissenos, a strong iconoclast. The chief iconodules were removed from the office. The most prominent, Theodore of Studium, was banished. Otherwise there were no punitive measures. Persecution there was none. Leo's reign was on the whole one of considerable prosperity, but he was not destined to die in peace. Michael of Amorium, actuated solely, as it would seem, by selfish ambition, plotted to make himself emperor. He was imprisoned and sentenced to death, but his associates, still at liberty, made their way into the emperor's private chapel on the morning of Christmas Day, 820, disguised as choristers, and murdered him on the very steps of the altar. They rushed to the dungeons, released Michael, and proclaimed him emperor without waiting to remove his fetters. Leo's sons were seized and emasculated, his wife forced to take the veil, and the hapless family, bereaved and mutilated, sent across to the Princess Islands, with the dismembered remains of the murdered emperor lying among them in a sack. Michael of Amorium was not worthy of comparison with the man whom he had so violently succeeded. He was a good soldier, but otherwise possessed of no great ability, cruel and overbearing, something of a braggart also, a sort of crowned Augereau. He was an elderly widower, with a son in the prime of manhood. He crowned this son, Theophilus, his colleague, and contracted a second marriage with the Princess Euphrosyne, daughter of Constantine VII. She had already taken the veil, but the Patriarch absolved her from her vows, though the marriage was probably only nominal. Michael's accession was the signal for a fierce and prolonged civil war. Thomas the Slav took arms to seize the throne, and enlisted in his cause all Asia Minor, except Armeniacon and Opsikion. He made a treaty with the Caliph Mamun, and was crowned emperor by Job, Patriarch of Antioch. But he committed a grave error in enlisting bodies of Mohammedans mercenaries, thus giving his enterprise an anti-national character. In 821 he besieged Constantinople, which was stoutly defended by Michael and Theophilus, while the Armeniacs and Opsikians were in force at Chalcedon and prevented the formation of a complete blockade. Two attempts to storm were frustrated, and in 822 Michael's fleet defeated that of Thomas, and cut him off from Asia. Thomas was defeated by an army of Bulgarians, which had seized the opportunity to make a raid on Thrace, and thereupon Michael made a sortie, broke up the siege, and blockaded Thomas in Arcadiopolis. After a siege of 5 months the place fell, and Thomas and his son were taken and executed under circumstances of hideous cruelty, their limbs being amputated previous to hanging. This unfortunate civil struggle, which lasted for nearly 3 years, was productive of much misery and destruction of property within the empire, and was the cause of a grave disaster without. In 823 an army of pirates from Egypt landed in Crete, and occupied it with little difficulty. The people were apathetic. At least one district made a favourable treaty with the corsairs, who established themselves in a gigantic fortress near Knossos, which they called Kandak. For nearly a century and a half the island became a hotbed of pirates. We shall have occasion to see the misery which this robber community was able to inflict. Michael made 2 attempts to recover Crete, but both were completely defeated. A third attempt was successful in clearing the seas of the pirate squadrons, but Kandak was not taken, and Crete remained Mohammedan. Next, in 827, Ziadet-Allah of Kerwan, invited by Euphemius, a Syracusan rebel who had been threatened with mutilation for the rape of a nun, invaded Sicily. The Byzantine troops were beaten at Mazara, and Agrigentum fell. Syracuse was next besieged, but the plague decimated the Saracens, and they were driven westward by reinforcements from Constantinople. The tide of success ebbed and flowed, but the Saracens, supported by swarms of adventurers from Egypt and Africa, slowly gained ground, and the troubles of the reign of Theophilus prevented the Roman government from sending reinforcements. Michael's general conception of his sovereignty appears to have been that it afforded him a good opportunity for taking his ease. He certainly neglected imperial affairs in the West. We have seen that he failed to recover Crete, a feat which at this time was not very difficult. Internally he appears to have followed a listless policy of laissez-faire. He temporized with Iconoclasts and Iconodules, and recalled Theodore of the Studium from banishment, but he was probably an Iconoclast at heart. His son Theophilus was decidedly one. Michael obtained very qualified support from the Orthodox party. He died in October 829. It was 50 years since a Roman sovereign had died peacefully in possession of authority. Theophilus succeeded quietly to the undivided exercise of the supreme power. Theophilus was a curious figure. He was a man of decided character, a strong and even bigoted iconoclast of the type of Constantine VI. He had received an excellent education from the great scholar John the Grammarian. He was a gallant warrior and a conscientious administrator, but vain and ostentatious, somewhat petty and mean in his instincts, and cursed with a suspicious and discontented temper which led him into the commission of more than one deed of cruelty. His first act was to execute the murderers of Leo V. He seems to have been actuated by a superstitious dread of the vengeance of Heaven. But seeing that he directly benefited by the deed, and that the murderers had been pardoned by his father, the justice of his action was very problematical. He devoted much attention to improving the administration of justice, but his measures were so arbitrary and harsh that his interference probably did as much harm as good, though the excellence of his intention was never questioned. His notions of justice were Oriental, and in other matters, to quote Finlay, the minute attention which Theophilus gave to performing the duties of a prefect indicates that he was deficient in the grasp of intellect required for the clear perception of the duties of an emperor. Theophilus was a widower at his accession, and as he was sonless, it was important that he should marry again. His stepmother Euphrosyne helped him by giving a grand reception to as many of the beauties of the empire as could be assembled, and in the midst of the festivities the emperor entered to choose his bride, with a golden apple in his hand, a queer bit of rather childish posing. As he came down the line of courtesying maidens, he saw the poetess Cassia, and stopped by her, but for some reason could not find nothing better to say than that woman was the source of all evil. "Yes, sire," came the swift reply, "but she is the source of all the good also." Cassia, scholar and poetess, was not to be crowed down by a mere crowned head, but the small-minded monarch's vanity was stung by the retort, and he turned away in irritation. Then he saw Theodora, the daughter of the Drungarius Marinus, standing with dropped eyelids, and gave her the fateful toy without a word. Dr. Bussell very rightly points out that Theodora was a scion of the great Romanized Armenian house of the Mamigonians, leading us to the conclusion that the selection had been arranged. But against this it must be remembered that none but girls of high station would be present, and that Euphrosyne and Theophilus would hardly have deliberately insulted Cassia by a prearranged repulse. Probably the affair was genuine enough. One strong argument in favour of this theory is that Theodora was a devoted iconodule, whom Theophilus would hardly have chosen had he known of her convictions. In 832 Theophilus issued an iconoclastic edict, prohibiting every display of image worship, and forbidding the use of the word holy before the name of a saint. The edict was enforced with considerable severity. Theophilus rarely or never inflicted the death penalty, but there was a great recrudescence of torture, and many iconodules were scourged, mutilated, or branded. Theophilus was inconsistent in his proceedings. However, his young wife procured the pardon of several prominent iconodules, and he would not ill treat her, though probably her influence did much to encourage the opposition. He strengthened himself by procuring the election of his tutor, John the Grammarian, as patriarch. The latter, however, was a man of moderation, and no increased intensity of persecution followed. By this time the Caliphate was visibly breaking up, though still retaining some show of strength, under the enlightened Caliph Mamun. Mamun's reign was distracted by civil wars and revolts, especially in Persia, where a great rising took place under Babek. The result was an immigration into the empire, chiefly of Persia-Armenian Christians, whose number was so large that a corps of 30,000 troops was organized from them. Their chief was a great noble, who claimed descent from the Achaemenids. He was known among the East Romans by the name of Theophobos, and received in marriage the hand of the emperor's sister Helena. The protection granted by Theophilus to these refugees caused a renewal of the dormant war. A Saracen army under Abu Khazar invaded the empire in 831, and gained a considerable victory over Theophilus in person. Next year, however, the fortune of war changed, and the Saracen forces which entered the empire were met by Theophilus in Carciana and completely defeated. In 833 Mamun himself appeared in the west and ravaged Cappadocia, but died in the same year. The first ill successes of Theophilus had roused his bad instincts, and he acted towards his generals with such suspicious harshness that one of the most distinguished, Manuel, fled to the Caliph. A splendid embassy under John the Grammarian was sent to Baghdad immediately after the death of Mamun, with the object of concluding peace with Mutasim, now Caliph. John had orders, very ill advised, but which he duly carried out, to make an ostentatious display of wealth of the empire. He failed to achieve the main purpose of the embassage, but succeeded in inducing Manuel to return. About this time Kherson was formally annexed, and a fortress, named Sarkel, built on the Don to protect the great trade route eastward. The amount of territorial gain is uncertain. The imperial general was Petronas, brother of Theodora. Irritated by the failure of his overtures to Mutasim, Theophilus crossed Taurus in 836 and ravaged Melitene. A Saracen army was defeated with great loss, and he marched unopposed to Samosata, which was taken and destroyed. Among the towns sacked was Sozopetra, a place for which Mutasim appears to have had peculiar affection. He is said to have made a special appeal to Theophilus to spare it. The expedition appears to have been characterized by much wanton cruelty, and Mutasim swore a solemn oath that he would destroy in return the home of Theophilus. Meanwhile the war in Sicily dragged on. The Saracens were continually reinforced by desperadoes from Barbary and troops sent by the Aglabite monarchs, while Theophilus on his side supported his generals with energy, thereby however seriously weakening his forces in Asia Minor. By 837 Mutasim had quieted Persia, and was ready to begin the fulfilment of his oath. In 838 he invaded the empire in two columns. The main attack was directed from Tarsus straight on Amorium, and was led by Mutasim in person. The subsidiary one was commanded by Afshin, the best of Mutasim's captains. It consisted of 30,000 Persians and Arabs, 10,000 Turks, and the whole levy of Armenia under its Christian governor Sembat. Its mission was to invade Cappadocia and distract Theophilus, while the main host, 130,000 men, every one with Amorium painted upon his shield, marched forth from the gates of Tarsus to fulfil the vow of Mutasim. Theophilus was clearly very weak in proportion. The army was probably much reduced by drafts to Sicily. Perhaps it had never been reorganized after the disorders of Michael's accession. It certainly had no trust in the emperor, who on his side was without confidence in his officers. Theophilus seems at first to have taken up a defensive position in the Cilician passes, but Afshin's advance turned his flank, and leaving only Aetius, the general of the Anatoliki, to observe Mutasim, he hastened to throw himself upon his general. A great battle was fought at Dasimon, and Theophilus was completely defeated. He displayed plenty of useless personal bravery, and was finally escorted off the field by Theophobos and his Persiarmenians, while Manuel atoned for his temporary lapse from loyalty by dying at the head of the rearguard. Theophilus rallied his broken troops only at Amasea, whence he retreated to Dorylaeum. Meanwhile the Caliph's vanguard, under his Turkish general Ashnas, forced the Cilician passes. His main body, defiling safely under its cover, came through and concentrated on Tyana, and Aetius, outnumbered by at least 5-1, could make no stand. He called in every available man, and retreated steadily upon Amorium. From Tyana to Amorium is more than 200 miles, but Aetius outmanoeuvred the overwhelming army which was in pursuit, and reached the doomed city in safety. He sent on such regiments as he could spare to reinforce the emperor, and threw himself into Amorium with his best troops, resolved to defend it to the last extremity. Ravaging Laconia and Cappadocia with the usual barbarity, the Saracens came on to besiege Amorium. A furious assault was instantly made and gallantly repulsed. Theophilus made overtures for peace. The bishop of Amorium offered to ransom the city, but Mutasim was deaf. He wanted only vengeance, and renewed his assaults again and again, every attempt being repelled with terrible loss. For nearly 2 months Amorium held out desperately, but famine told steadily upon the gallant defenders, and the end was certain. Theophilus could not or dared not advance to the relief. Treachery did what the Caliph's hosts could not achieve. A scoundrel named Voidices, presumably a Slav, but perhaps an Armenian, betrayed his trust. The Saracens poured in by the gate he opened, and Amorium was Mutasim's after a splendid defence of 55 days. The remnants of the garrison were massacred, and Mutasim proceeded to fulfil his vow by a foul and calculated butchery of the inhabitants. As far as possible the place was destroyed. 30,000 inhabitants are said to have perished. Mutasim bought his not very glorious success at the price of 70,000 men. Etios and 42 officers were taken, kept as prisoners for 7 years, and finally murdered by Vathek, the son and successor of Mutasim. Gibbon very justly says that Mutasim had sacrificed the lives of 70,000 subjects to a point of honour. He made no attempt to utilize his success, but retired, retaining no foot of ground after such tremendous exertions. He refused to make peace unless Manuel, now dead, and a Persian refugee named Nazar were surrendered. Theophilus would not disgrace himself, and the war dragged on. Nazar was killed in action by the Emir Abu Sa'id, but the latter was soon after defeated and killed. Melitene was wasted, and Seleucia, the port of Antioch, sacked by a naval expedition. Theophilus, however, since Amorium had ceased to direct affairs with vigour, he strove to dissipate his growing melancholy by indulging in splendid and useless building operations. His health was declining, and he appointed Theodora regent for his little son Michael, with her uncle Manuel, her brother Bardas, and Theoctistos, the postmaster general, as her assistants. He excluded his gallant brother-in-law Theophobos, and just before his death gave way to his suspicions and caused him to be murdered. As he looked upon the dead face of the man who had served him faithfully, his better feelings overcame him. "Thou art gone, fear of God," he said mournfully, "but I am dear to God no more," and turning away his face died. As he breathed his last, Theodora laid one of the icons that he detested on his breast, so that he should die orthodox, and not lack the prayers of the Church. It was a superstitious act, but none the less one of pure womanly charity, and deserves record. January 20, 842. When Michael III was proclaimed in the Hippodrome, the people called for the coronation also of Manuel, who was highly popular, but he had no intention of wronging his great nephew, and steadily refused. Loyalty was perhaps stronger in him than religious feeling. He had hitherto had the name of a strong iconoclast, but now supported his niece's iconodulic policy. An ecclesiastical revolution was effected, and on September 19 the proscribed pictures were restored to the churches. John the Grammarian was deposed and blinded. Theodora secured the prayers of the Church for Theophilus by flatly informing the iconodulic ecclesiastics that if they would not grant them, she would support iconoclasm. On the whole, the change was well timed. The number of convinced iconoclasts was not large. The movement had done good work in raising the moral tone of society. Men were now desirous of peace. A Slavonic revolt in Peloponnesus was put down without trouble, but Theoctistos, ambitious of military renown, failed in expeditions to Colchis and Crete. In Sicily the loss of Messina in 842 was a fatal blow to the imperial power. It seems also that Sardinia was occupied by corsairs about this time. Its connection with the empire had always been loose. Theoctistos, endeavouring to retrieve his reputation, was completely defeated at the Moropotamos, among the foothills of Taurus, but a great Saracen armament was destroyed by storms off Lycian coast. In 845 the cruel debauchee Vathek put to death the gallant general Etios and his companions. They were regarded as martyrs. The Paulician communities were now driven by persecution into open revolt. Their chief Carbeas established himself at Tefrike in Lesser Armenia, and joined the dangerous Omar, Emir of Malatia, in his raids. Omar was checked by the vigour of Petronas, brother of Theodora, general of Thrakesion. Alim, Emir of Taurus, was defeated, and in 852 a naval expedition sacked Damietta, and held the ruins of Alexandria for a year. But the Paulicians long remained troublesome. In 855 dissensions in the regency ended in the murder of Theoctistos by Bardas, who now became practically supreme, though Theodora did not retire until 857. She is accused of neglecting her son, but it is difficult to say whether the charge is entirely justified, and Bardas may not have been entirely to blame for his nephew's dissolute habits, though he was debauched and unprincipled as able and active. Theodora's administration had been on the whole successful. The finances had been thoroughly reorganized by Theoctistos, and the treasury contained a reserve of 130,000 pounds of gold and over 300,000 of silver, about £7,000,000. The measures of Bardas were on the whole well conceived and carried out. They embraced every department of state. He gave special attention to the administration of the law, and began the task of drawing up a revised code. He protected learning, and refounded the University of Constantinople, placing at its head the great scholar Leo the mathematician. He did much for the army, and effected such a revolution in its tactics that the author of the military manual Peri Paradromis Polemu of the next century speaks of him in the highest terms. His system appears to have been to work the cavalry independently of the infantry against the Saracen raids of mounted men. It was decidedly successful in protecting Asia Minor. At home, however, the court was a scene of constant scandal. Bardas was accused of every vice. The young emperor was already on the high road of dipsomania. The patriarch Ignatius made no secret of his disgust. When Bardas ousted Theodora, he attempted to force her to take the veil, but Ignatius refused to aid the design, and finally declined point blank to administer the sacrament to the dissolute regent. Thereupon Bardas, taking advantage of the enmity which his somewhat excessive zeal had excited, deposed him, substituting in his place Photius, the first Secretary of State, a man of great ability and wide culture, connected also with the imperial family. He was probably coerced into accepting office, but once established showed himself no pliant instrument. Ignatius appealed to the bold and vigorous Pope Nicholas I, and for many years a bitter controversial struggle was waged between successive popes and Photius. There were other points at issue beside the hasty deposition of Ignatius, and in general it may be said that the effect of the struggle was to widen the breach between East and West. During the greater part of this period Omar of Malatia was active in the Asiatic frontier. In 856 Leo, the imperial general, took the offensive, crossed the Euphrates, and advanced to Amida. The Saracens retaliated by several raids. Michael failed to check them by besieging Samosata in their rear, and in 860 he was badly defeated by Omar at Dasimon. In the same year Constantinople was scared by a sudden raid of Russians. A strong state had been built up by Scandinavian chiefs upon the Slav communities in the great eastern plain, and the commercial towns of Novgorod on Lake Ilmen and Kiev, Askvold and Dir, the rulers of Kiev, came down the Dnieper with a flotilla of about 200 boats, containing perhaps 7,000 savage warriors, and horrified the Constantinopolitans by running past the capital, landing in Thrace, and ravaging the neighbourhood with hideous barbarity. Michael, who had left Constantinople to oppose a Cretan raid, hastily returned and defeated them. But the daring nature of the attempt and the barbarity displayed had created a panic in the capital. In 861 Michael conducted an expedition against Bulgaria. It was successful. King Boris embraced Christianity, but in return Michael retroceded the debatable Zagora, which had changed hands so often since the days of Justinian II. Bulgaria now became rapidly Christianized, and gave no trouble for over 30 years. European affairs satisfactorily arranged, it was resolved to deal finally with Omar of Malatia. In 865 Omar collected an army of 40,000 strong, ravaged the Armeniac theme, and sacked Amisus. The Thracian and Macedonian themes were sent to Asia, and the command in chief committed to the capable Petronas. His strategy was admirable. Omar, laden with prisoners and booty, was retreating from Amisus, pursued by the Bucellarian, Armeniac, Paphlagonian, and Colonian themes under General Nassar, when he found his path barred by the Anatoliki, Opsikians, and Cappadocians. They took up a position and repulsed him, while Petronas, with the Thracians and Europeans, was nearing his right flank. Omar retreated apparently to the north-east, but was intercepted by Nizar and again defeated. His one hope now was to find a gap in the circle of foes, but before he could do so Petronas came upon him near Abyssianos in Pontus. He was once more defeated, and fled eastward, with the three armies in hot pursuit, only to find himself brought to a stand-by an impassable mountain spur, while behind him the circle was completely closed. Harassed and exhausted, the Saracens turned to bay. Petronas ordered a general advance. The 10 themes closed in on every side, and literally swept their opponents from the face of the earth. Omar fell, hardly a man escaped, and when the news of the catastrophe reached Baghdad, the population broke out into alarming riots. Bardas was losing favour with Michael. The Emperor was now a confirmed dipsomaniac, and Bardas, created Caesar in 862, joined less and less in his nephew's orgies. He quite possibly hoped to eventually become Emperor, and Michael, who when sober was devoid neither of energy nor ability, grew suspicious. He confided his suspicions to his Grand Chamberlain Basil, a man of half Armenian, half Macedonian descent, who had won his favour in the first instance by his personal strength and skill in horse breaking. Basil was a man of great natural ability, and endeared himself to the wretched Emperor by repeatedly drinking him under the table at the court debauches. Feats of this kind inspired Michael with great admiration, and he gave Basil all his confidence. After some hesitation he directed him, with the Postmaster General Sembat, to make away with Bardas, who was murdered at Michael's feet, April 866. On May 26 Basil was proclaimed Emperor and colleague of Michael. Sembat had expected the dead man's title of Caesar, and his disappointment found vent in revolt, in which he was aided by Peganes, Count of Opsikion. The revolt was easily put down, and its leaders blinded. Basil took his position very seriously. Michael found that he had deprived himself of his pleasant boon companion, and grew discontented with him. Amongst his crazy acts at this time was the exhumation and burning of the bodies of Constantine VI and John the Grammarian. He now became liable to delirium tremens. Next he created a boon companion named Basiliscian, Emperor, evidently as a rival to the reformed Basil. The latter's days were clearly numbered, but he resolved to anticipate his fate. He called together relatives and friends, and after an orgy in the Anthemium Palace near Chalcedon, Michael was murdered under peculiarly piteous circumstances. Whatever may be thought of Basil's conduct, he had practically no choice except to slay or be slain. Michael was 29 years of age at the time of his death, though he probably would not have lived much longer. He was already a physical and mental wreck. His mother, who was in the Anthemium Palace at the time of her son's murder, was permitted to give his remains imperial obsequies. She died a few months later, perhaps partly from horror and remorse for her own neglect. Basil, without, as appears, the slightest opposition, became sole Emperor. End of section 12. Recording by Mike Botez.